The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Following an incident that occurred yesterday, I would like to read an official statement. At the conclusion of his game on October 16th, Grandmaster Yu crumpled his score sheet, stormed out of the tournament hall, and struck a videographer from behind. The St. Louis Chess Club immediately provided assistance to the videographer and called the police, who responded. Chief Arbiter Chris Bird expelled Yu from the tournament due to gross violations of our code of conduct and the U.S. chess safe play policy. The St. Louis Chess Club fully supports this decision and has banned Yu from the club. Yu's results from rounds 1 through 5 will be annulled and the tournament standings will be adjusted accordingly. Players scheduled to face Yu in the remaining rounds will receive a 0-point bye, granting them an additional rest day. We take player conduct seriously and do not tolerate violations of our standards. We acted swiftly to address the situation, ensuring a respectful and safe environment for everyone in the tournament. Our coverage of round 6 begins right now.
The race for the title is on at the 2024 U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. In such a tightly contested field, one great move could quickly catapult any contender to the top of the leaderboard. Nobody seems happier than Awonder Liang, who's having the time of his life, winning his second game of the event to jump into a tie for first. It was number 1 versus number 2 in a marquee matchup in the women's section, with Carissa refusing to be beaten, coming out on top of the battle and in the standings. The two-time champ is well on her way to a third. Can she be stopped? Day 6 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 6 of the 2024 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the beautiful central West End as we are waiting for the players to arrive and start the games. It's past the halfway mark and the players will surely be ready to leave everything on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start Day 6 action.
One player in the women's tournament continues her winning streak, and there are new developments in the open section. Exciting chess continues as Day 6 starts right now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Good to see you, Katerina. Every day is an adventure.
Yes, sir.
A pleasure as always.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live coverage of round 6 of these U.S. Championships. What can I say? The tournament has been marred. Never mind. Let's get on with who's in business. One Fabiano is doing great, but one Carissa is doing even better. Kate, do the honors. Tell us the standings. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So in the women's section, Carissa, absolutely fantastic performance. 5 out of 5. Great.
What to say, just incredible.
I'm speechless. Second place, clear second, Tatev Abrahamyan. She won her game and she's now at 3.5 points. And then there is a three-way tie for the third place. Irina Crash, Alice Lee, and Begim Toghirjanova with 3 points.
Finally, Alice Lee gets onto the victory scoreboard. How about the open standings?
In the open section, we have a three-way tie. We have Fabiano, Caruana, Awonder Liang, and Hans Niemann all having 3 points. And then there is a three-way tie for the fourth place. Ray Robson, Sevian, and Levon Aronian with 2.5 points.
Kate, tell us about the formats for these two national championships.
So we play 12-player round robin, which means each player plays everybody else in the field. Then regarding time control, we play classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers are allowed in these tournaments.
And the schedule?
Today we have round 6, then we have 2 more rounds and players get a rest day, then last 3 rounds of the tournament, and if there will be tie for the first place, we will see playoffs on Thursday, October 24th.
Thank you, Kate. And Cristian, you're going to introduce our viewers to the Carissa Yip Show.
Absolutely. These are tournaments of incredible champions. And of course, we could be talking about all of them. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So. But in the ladies section right now,
wow,
it's the Carissa Yip Show. As you just said, she's on 5 out of 5, absolutely dominating performance. So let's get to know her, as well as let's get to see how she got to where she is and her road ahead also. Well, take a look at that line score. That's just simply incredible. Victory in each and every round, and some of them were very, very, very difficult, especially the one against Grandmaster Irina Krush, the 8-time national champion, with the black pieces. She threw the gauntlet with her opening choice, wanted the sharp opening, got it, and in the complications managed to best the 8-time national champion Irina Krush. And after that, yesterday, what an incredible game against Begim Torhizhornova. We thought that Begim might be the first one to get at least half a point from Carissa Yip. That was not the case. In the final few moves of that game, she managed to outfox Begim Torhizhornova. And let's take a look at what her road ahead is in the next few rounds. This is a difficult one. Round 6, as you can see, against woman grandmaster Tatev Abrahamyan. And Tatev right now, she's in sole second position, 3.5 points. She really needs to defeat Carissa Yip. In round 7, she's going to be facing a struggling former national champion, Nazi Paikidze, 2-time national champion. And in round 8, Atusa Purkashian. That's going to be a very difficult one because if we remember, last year she was in deep trouble against Atusha. We're going to have to wait and see what this game is going to bring us. But we also have a snippet from yesterday. She was interviewed by Anastasiya. Let's take a look.
Tell me something, do you want to beat Fabi's record 7 out of 7? Is it your goal here right now, or you don't think so much about the result?
I'm just kind of taking it one game at a time. I mean, hopefully I can win all my games, although I don't really expect to. But yeah, I think it's just been a good tournament for me so far, and hopefully I can keep it up.
Thank you so much, Carissa, and all the best of luck in the next round. Thank
you.
You've heard from Carissa, very balanced, taking it one game at a time. That's a great mentality to have. And she has 6 more rounds to go. And if she wins all of them, she gets the $64,000 Bobby Fischer prize. Guys, let's talk about the pairings.
Exactly. The challenge of today. Kate, do the honors. Tell our viewers what they can expect in the pairings.
And we will start with the women's section. We have Alice Lee playing Jennifer Yu. Irina Krush, after yesterday's loss, she's facing the wild card, Rose Atwell. Then we have Begim Torhizhornova playing Talia Cervantes, and then we talked about this very big, important match of today, Tatev Abrahamyan, who's clear second. She's gonna challenge Carissa and try to stop Carissa Yip from her fantastic just road of crushing everybody. Then we have Nazi Paikidze playing Anna Zatonsky, and Atusa Purkashian, she's playing Megan Lee, who has 2 wins in a row.
Right.
So that's gonna be another very interesting match.
And the pairings for the open section.
In the open section, we have Wesley So playing Sam Sevian.
Big match.
Fabiano Caruana against Grigoriy Oparin. That's going to be also a very interesting match.
Right.
Leinier Dominguez against Abhimanyu Mishra. Sam Shankland against Ray Robson. And Hans Niemann playing Levon Aronian, who yesterday kind of swindled
a little bit.
And we have Awonder Liang, who has a bye round.
And the players are fighting very hard for a generous prize fund. Tell us about the prize fund.
So we have in the women's section a total prize fund of $152,000. First place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000. And this year, winner's bonus, if a player is clear first, they get extra $5,000.
Very nice. And in the open section, Kate?
Here we have a total prize fund of $250,000. First place winning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000. And again, winner's bonus, this time $7,000.
Now tell us more about the Bobby Fischer prize.
Yeah,
What's up with that?
Very special $64,000 Fischer prize that is awarded for perfect 11-0 score in the US or the US Women's Championship. It honors Bobby Fischer's perfect 11-0 score in the 1964 US Championship. And Carissa Yip,
Only
still
player
in the
in
run for
contention.
this prize.
Fingers crossed as we'll go to the World Chess Hall of Fame and see the players taking their seats, getting ready to duel in this round 6. Again, that Carissa's game, it's like this is her third time running that she'll be playing the player in second place. She dispatched Irina Krush. She beat Begim, who was in second place. She'll have the black pieces today against Tatev. She looks
They're talking.
They're having a nice discussion, obviously very jovial. And they know each other so well. They've participated in Olympiads together. They were teammates. Not the last one because Tatev did not make the roster. Nevertheless, Tatev also, she's looking to make that roster. And she
I
needs
was
to win some
teammate with
rating
them
points.
actually in Kazakhstan. I believe it was World Women's Championships. So they know each other very well.
They know very well. They know exactly their strengths and weaknesses, and we'll see who's going to be able to take advantage of those best.
Absolutely. As play is underway, the game has started. Actually, let me just pull that game up. Shame on me, I didn't have it ready at the time that we started. E4, E5, knight F3. Will we see a Petrov with knight F6? No.
Knight C6.
Knight C6.
So we're going to see bishop C4.
Yeah, Joko piano.
We see a few Joko pianos in today's round already.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. In the open section, we have some Joko pianos as well, especially in, I would say, the marquee matchup of the round, Fabiano versus Grigoriy Oparin.
Very good. Bishop C4, Bishop C5. Seriously, I think all the scholastics players throughout the entire world are taught this.
Absolutely.
And the modern grandmaster play of their Joko pianos resembles nothing like the way I would play the Joko piano. And in fact, the Evans Gambit featured, but I would always play these lines that went C3 and D4. I always was thinking in my mind that I wanted, as white, to grab as much of the center as possible.
And Tatev is listening to you. She just moved C3.
Okay, because there's so many move orders that can be played. By the way, in view of the threat of D2, D4, the move knight F6 is almost forced. I noticed in an earlier game that Fabi against Hans had played Queen F6, not in this particular position. He had D6 and H6. Nobody ever played Queen F6 against me. How about you?
No, I mean, you want to just develop, sometimes you are just mirroring the moves.
Right.
You want to castle quickly.
That just looks like a very bad move at this exact moment. And I'd really, really be tempted at just throwing my pawn up the board, playing for fast development based on the whole Bishop G5 stuff. I do not expect to see Queen F6. Are you kidding me?
Knight F6 happened.
And D4.
D4.
Whoa.
Classic line.
This is great. This is the way I used to play. Takes, takes, Bishop B4 check.
Now there are two moves. You can play Knight D2, actually Knight C3 as well.
Knight C3 and Bishop to
Bishop
D2.
D2. That is the move I played most recently.
And Bishop, I looked at these lines with Knight C3, Knight takes E4, castles, and was it Bishop take? Gosh, I have to go down my memory box of how I used to play these things. Now I don't remember them so well, but takes on D4. We expect Tatev to recapture Bishop B4, Bishop D2, and there is one line. Oh,
Oh, B4.
Look at this. Let me stop myself. I wanted to say that there is one line where an early repetition is quite possible. I don't know if you're familiar with this way of drawing, but there numerous times this repetition has been played. Oh, I mean, look, I've played just about every bad move there is under the sun, but B2, B4.
I think that was Dubov's novelty, no?
Yeah? Wow.
Very popular game. He won with somebody really strong. Beautiful game.
Cristian, jump in on this one. B2, B4. I'm told that Donald Dubov should have credit.
Well, it has been played quite a few times. In fact, 288 games. But it does seem like perhaps Dubov was not the first one, but as you mentioned, probably Dubov was one of the top players that engaged with this B4 sacrifice. B4 now, black has a couple of options. Main ones obviously being bishop to B6 and bishop to E7. I see bishop takes B4 even played in this position. Of course, that's a terrible move. You cannot, don't give up your bishop so easily, right? Everybody would play this if bishop takes B4 was a possibility. I'm expecting bishop to B6 in this position. Obviously, it's extremely important that whoever plays this as white surprises first in the open.
Right.
This is her idea, her goal in this one. And after bishop to b6, e5 seems to be the main continuation. d5, a very typical response whenever white in this structure starts with e5, for the simple fact that if you try to go knight to e4 first, then bishop to d5 might be a little bit problematic in this situation. That's why you want to start with the move d5, cover that. And of course, after e takes f6, take on c4, queen to e2 check to disrupt the king, potentially. You can go to f8, or you can cover up with bishop to e6, b5, and the line goes. I will look a little bit deeper later on in the game, but these seem to be the type of complications that we're going to see in this one, of course. White is attacking the knight, attacking the pawn on g7, but black already has the material advantage. Again, we're going to have to wait and see what Tatev has prepared, because I know she has something in store for us. Now, let's go to the open section, because we truly should be talking about these matches as well. The Gioco Piano from Fabiano, and this is a bit of a surprise to me, because these two players know each other so well. They've analyzed the Gioco Piano so much. I can tell you for sure because I was present as well. I was analyzing with them also. They have each other's files. Like they know what their weaknesses and what to look for in the Gioco Piano specifically, where, let's say, the problems are in specific lines. So they know everything that there is to know about each other's files. This is a bit of a surprise by Fabiano choosing to go for the Gioco Piano. And Grigoriy plays the move h6, of course. You can go bishop to c5, bishop e7, d6, d5 even in this position is a very, very normal move in this one, and it seems like it's close to equalizing as well. But he chooses to go for this h6, very early h6 without d6. We generally see this, but after bishop c5, d6, h6 in that type of configuration. So a3 was played almost immediately by Fabi. And this stopped Grigoriy. Yes, I understand.
My brain hurts. H6,
Not developing
A3.
pieces,
a
not
bit
castling.
of a seppuku there, yes. No, A3 obviously aimed against the move bishop to C5. If you play the move bishop to C5 right now, I'm probably going to go B4 here, and then I have to be careful about knight G4, but I have castle to defend against it. Maybe even bishop to B2 right now. Try to put immediate pressure against the center. A3 is a very interesting wrinkle, and there's only 10 games in this one. In the Gioco Piano at move 5 to only see 10 games, that's quite surprising, and
absolutely,
we don't hear this very often. D6 seems to be the main line in this one, and then knight to C3. Another idea behind A3 is you always want to have this square for your bishop. In general, we see it come back to this diagonal, the A4, D1 diagonal via B3. We go C3, bishop to B3, bishop to C2. What A3 signals to Grigoriy and to all of us is that perhaps Fabi wants to keep this bishop on this diagonal in case you decide to attack it, in case you try to go for knight to A5 and disrupt that bishop. It seems like this bishop is going to uncharacteristically, I would say, stay on this diagonal for the remainder of the middle game. Again, we're in the early stages. Let's see what happens next.
And Kate, how do these two players match up in their lifetime results?
Let's take a look. So we have Fabiano Caruana, who has 2 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw. So they have only 3 games that they played against each other so far.
And I believe two of
Grigoriy,
those,
his debut.
yes, 2 of those were at the American Cup.
American Cup.
Yes, and I'm not sure what that 1 draw stands for, but
But as Cristian mentioned, they did not play many games, but they know each other very, very well.
so well. Yes.
So I'm looking at the game, the position that Cristian has on his board, and I'm just thinking to myself, modern chess. I'm a very principled player, and I have these principles. You're opening, you play for control of the center.
Yasser, I don't think I'm exaggerating. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that they've probably played thousands of games in the Gioco Piano. Only in the Gioco Piano, not any other lines.
Right.
In the
just
Gioco Piano, I
focused.
think they've played more than 1,000 games.
Blitz
Games, of course, not classical, but training blitz games.
I feel like Fabiano is
H6
breaking
and
those
A3.
principles. You were talking about that Queen F6 move very
Right.
early. Now A3, like not developing the pieces, not castling.
My brain
They can
hurts.
play anything.
Exactly. I'm going to turn our attention to the game of Irina Krush and Rose Atwell for a second. Why? Because I know what I'm doing on this one. I played the English my whole career, and I played the English in this particular position with G2, G3. I played it with D2, D3. I played E2, E3. And yes, I broke the rules as well by also playing with A3. E3 was an old favorite. I won the World Junior Championship against Gerardo Barbero. With this line as white. And the idea behind this line is, if, for example, if you castle, you may think that the move Queen C2 was a prelude to playing A3 and winning the 2 bishops. Actually, it's not. It's a trick. The idea is to play knight to D5 and not allow you to play the move E5, E4, because I'm controlling that square.
And I cannot capture that knight on D5 because then you're going to grab a pawn as quickly as you can.
With both hands, that's right. I'm going to go and capture this pawn. Now, the crazy part is you might say, well, okay, you can have my bishop, rook to E8. And did you know that I played multiple times this position as white, and I played a very shocking move. It's a very tricky move. You may not have expected, oops, sorry. I am going to stop myself and throw.
Breaking news.
Please do.
We don't say that very often, but this is indeed breaking news. Carissa Ip is already winning.
Be serious.
How is that possible?
It's been 10 minutes, guys, since the beginning of the round. Carissa Ip is right now winning. Queen to E2. Remember when I showed you this variation,
Yes,
this
you did.
exact variation, and I said that right now you have to play B5 first. Tatev seems to have forgotten her
to
preparation.
include that.
She took on G7. This might not look like a big mistake, but it's a huge mistake, and I will explain you why in just a second. Rook to G8, obviously, there's no other move in the position. B5. Right. But now I can include a variety of extra options. I can start with the move D3, Queen to E4, let's say. But it's extremely important that right now my knight has a great square to go back to E7. With the pawn on F6, that was not possible. And this is a huge difference because with a knight on E7, first of all, I'm defending my rook on G8 also. You're not attacking, you're not disrupting my position, you're not disrupting my rook on G8. And you can imagine, for example, if we go back, knight to A5, let's say you play the bad move, knight to A5, right. Let's assume we go from this variation with the pawn on F6. Or you can start with D3 first to make my case even more clear. Knight to A5, queen to H7, now you can understand. F6 is the only move to defend that rook on G8, and this is a completely different situation, right? Your king is not as safe anymore, you still need a few more moves to develop, but with a knight on E7, what we could be seeing right now, and I'm sure we might be seeing something along these lines. After queen to D5, I'm going to long castle. Yeah. I'm going to go knight F5. You look, the position is already materially balanced, right? This pawn on D3 is an absolute monster of a pawn. This is completely lost right now. I mean, you go long castle, you go bishop to F5 or knight to F5, rook takes G7. As soon as I take that pawn, your king also, I'm not sure where you're going to hide it. So
there's no safety.
For the moment, this one is looking absolutely devastating. We don't even see Tatev right now at the board, perhaps realizing what she has done, realizing that she's allowing her opponent to go back with her knight on e7, which throws her into a losing position after 10 minutes of play.
And Carissa's looking and saying, wait a minute.
She's a bit confused.
Really wrong. You were supposed to play b5. Sometimes you're so well prepared and you're so anxious to get to the position that you've got your novelty ready. You slip up on your way to getting to the position you want. Clearly, f6 takes g7 is wrong timed.
Sometimes it doesn't matter if you play
97.
this move first or the others, but here it's just
critical.
so crucial.
Absolutely.
I know sometimes once it happened to me that I was calculating a line and I wanted to capture and then recapture and then play a certain move. And I was so focused on the game that I actually made first the move instead of first capturing, which was like a natural thing.
Right.
So these slips just can happen. But
absolutely.
It's brutal when it just decides your game because now the knight has a perfect square.
I had a U.S. championship with Larry Christensen. Jet lag, it doesn't matter, but I completely messed up my preparation, and I was like 10 moves further, and I messed up before I could get there. Yeah. It's terrible. Just to complete the thought of my game, of the game between Irina and Rose, the games that I would play in this position after rook e8, Kate, is the surprise move queen f5. You think to yourself, what's that? That's like a ridiculous looking move. Well, you recognize immediately that after knight takes, pawn takes, oops, your queen on bishop on b4 is hanging. So you can't take. And the crazy part is, let's say you play a move like bishop f8.
Now I see the trouble.
And I dare say I've snared a victim or two like this. Now it's all on the database, so nobody falls for this stuff anymore. But we do have castles and knight d5. That is on the board. Oftentimes what black has done to avoid the knight d5 variations is they voluntarily give up their bishop.
And you capture with that queen so you don't destroy your pawn structure?
Exactly. And many, many games, this isn't even the start of the position, many, many games, Tabia, I have played, like I said, many times, this line of play, for example. We'll see what Irina has got in mind, but if you don't mind, that game between Fabi and Grigoriy is fascinating. H6 and A3.
Yes, and after bishop to c5, we have a completely new position. This has never been played before. This exact position has never been seen before, at least according to my database right now. It says 0 games. Before this, d6 was played 7 times, bishop to e7, a5, and bishop to d6. Bishop to c5 at move 6 to have a completely novel position in the Gioco Piano. This is almost unheard of.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you see 1 or 2 games, but not 0.
Yeah.
So maybe my database is not the best one. But bishop to c5 also makes a lot of sense, right? It's one of the most natural moves in the position. And the big question, of course, remains. What if you continue with b4? You've played a3, which is to say A. You should probably say B as well. b4. A3, B4, AB. You get it.
Yeah.
You get it. Deep thoughts. Exactly. Bishop to B6, very natural. And then once you played A3, B4, you should always be careful because A5, you know, is probably going to come in the position. So you need to assess all of these things. That's why we're not seeing a move yet from Fabiano. You could also take a completely different approach and say that, sure, I've played A3 for the single fact that I try to hide my bishop on a2. Right. And I could go back to my usual plan with c3. Another idea in the position is to go knight to c3, now that I have this extra space on a2. Very often knight to c3 is not played because of this knight to a5 idea. But now that I have that, I could try to take full control over the d5 square by playing the move knight to c3. So these are the 3 options I'm seeing. I believe he's going to go with knight to c3. For me, the most practical approach right now, once you've played a3 and you have control of this diagonal, you should take control of the d5 square with knight c3.
Well, in honor of the fact that this is a novel position, we could call it the St. Louis non-standard variation.
There you go. And we have a move right now. Let's see what he played. Perhaps we can see
What do you have?
I have knight c3. Yeah, he played knight c3. Makes the most sense. Logical is the continuation, the follow-up that he should probably abide by.
Right. I'm just looking at the game of.
Should we check some other games from the open section as well?
Yes, let's look around.
In fact, I want to ask you guys about this one, Hans versus Levon. For the simple fact that, first of all, we have a French. I refuse to analyze the French. Let me remind everybody. F4, C5, knight to F3, knight to C6. We've seen, in fact, a lot of discussions in the French in this competition. Fabiano, obviously, with the white pieces, has scored 1.5. Could have been 2-0, and one of them could have been against Levon. So Hans must have known, must have expected Levon playing the French. And right now we have one of the main lines in this one, and queen to c7. What do we think of this position? Guys, take it away.
For me, this is a very standard position. I've played this as black. I often, as black, reach to play b4 and a5 and bishop a6. You know me. I want to solve my light squared bishop.
Yes.
But the modern theory is that white, with control of the d4 square, has easier game.
Correct. So how would you, let's say, dislodge this bishop from d4, right? Because if you don't do that, then you're not going to be able to open up your b7 bishop.
Well, I think the question is how does white start? Should white start with bishop d3? Castles long, bishop d3,
I like bishop d3 because
short.
you want to think about pushing f5, right? That's the plan that white would really like to accomplish.
No games have been seen in this one. Apparently, c takes d4 is a novelty. C takes d4.
Okay, but this is really standard.
It's standard stuff. Yeah, I think we're going to see some transpositions.
And bishop d3,
bishop
as
d3.
expected, has just been put on the board.
Yeah, we expect something like bishop to c5, perhaps trying to exchange the bishops. That's why you played queen c7. You want to support that move, bishop to c5.
But okay, so the maneuver that's very standard is bishop c5, knight e2.
Exactly.
So you get to replace the bishop on d4 with a knight on d4. And again, these positions are just considered to be advantage white.
Yes, but players that play the French in general are very stubborn.
Yes.
They want to prove that their French works.
Atomics cannot dissuade them.
Exactly. That space advantage doesn't matter.
That's exactly right.
Bishop
just
c5, I think, is on
catching up on the Carissa, Tatev Carissa game. Tatev came prepared b4, blitzed out a few moves, and knight e7, exploiting the mistake.
Carissa is winning, guys.
Carissa's just got a...
Carissa is winning right now.
Yeah. I don't know, did you have the Max Lang attack in your repertoire? The Max Lang attack?
I'm curious to see
one
whether
is it?
Tatev understands this, realizes what she has done right now.
Yeah, I think something.
Do we have maybe the Hobbit cams on this board, perhaps? Or we might not have them.
Right?
No, I don't think it's this board that has it.
Yeah, the Max Lang attack. So I had a number, and I actually had a match in Seattle against Robert Anthony Karch, popularly known as Rack, R-A-K. And this was the Max Lang attack. And I used to play this quite a great deal as white. Noticing that there's a pawn on g7, kind of bring back some glory days here. Queen to d5. You know what's a great move here?
Knight c3.
Bravo. Queen. You know what's a great move?
Let's capture a bishop.
g4.
g4. Oh, wow.
And also a g4 capturing on g7, followed by knight e4. And that pawn on d4 actually is incredibly powerful. The game is considered dynamically even. With the current position, it's not even close. The Max Lang attack, it's terrible. Black has so much more advantages in this position than the game
It's just
just
very
showed
difficult
you.
for white to castle somewhere. I mean, you don't want to castle long side, that's so weak. And on the king side, there's going to be open g file.
Well, precisely. Rook takes g7. Queen d5. Castles long. That is going to be the safest black king. I mean, that's a Fort Knox over there. This pawn on d3 is going to be terrible. It's super, super bad, right? In the first half hour. In fact, because we're in the first half hour, we get to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team, Anastasiya, who enjoys being in the playing hall at the start of play. Anastasiya, a very different feeling in the playing hall today.
Thank you, Yasser. Hello, everyone. Actually, now that, Yasser, you were talking about the game between Tatev and Carissa, of course, I was in the playing venue now, and I was checking this game very carefully. What a sharp position, what a sharp opening. I used to play it with black pieces as well. You were mentioning that you played it with white. Yes, it's a very, very interesting start of the game. We will definitely keep an eye on this one. I have so many questions to players already. I'm looking forward to do the interviews today after the end of the round. And I just wanted to mention also that all players, for some reason, came so late for the games. They just literally arrived at 2 minutes before the start, and Chris Bird was telling them, sorry guys, you are going to be late and we will start the round on time, and probably some of you will come later. So this is what happened, and I can tell you that Jennifer, you was the last person to enter the playing venue today, maybe like a few minutes after the round was already happening. And what to do? I mean, this happens sometimes. We know that chess players, they like to check the lines until the very last moment, or maybe they forget sometimes about time, and that's what causes this kind of situations. Before the round, I also saw Awonder Liang, who also came to the playing venue to check what's happening, and also chatted with staff and Chris Bird before the round. This is what he's doing every day. I think he already mentioned in his interview that he enjoys actually talking with people before the start of the game. So he actually decided to do the same no matter what, even though he is not playing in this round. Everything is fine here in the club. Don't forget, for those who are in St. Louis, you still have this great opportunity to come to the club and enjoy live commentaries of Grandmaster Joshua Friedel here in the chess club, and maybe you have a chance also to catch up with players as well. Follow our social media accounts, St. Louis Chess Club, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook accounts for more information, and let's have also some interviews with players after the end of the games. I'm looking forward for those interviews too.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Indeed, we look forward to your interviews as well. Kate, tell us where you'd like me to go.
I want to take a look at the game between Leinier Dominguez and Abhimanyu Mishra, because Leinier is blitzing out moves.
I think he's getting tired of being in time trouble in each and every game, as well as maybe wanting to show that he really does know this opening. Najdorf defends. Leinier is really one of the leading experts on the white side. He's up against Mishra. No French defense for Mishra, by the way. Bishop g5, bishop e6. Both players are blitzing, but you're right, Leinier
He's only gaining time. He's not losing any time. He has extra 2 minutes already.
Right. He started with 90 minutes. He now has a 92.
So how do we feel about this position?
Well, the old guys, Bobby Fischer, Vasily Smyslov, would say you're lost.
As black?
Yeah.
Right, because you have a weak pawn on d6. I have this light square bishop that is very strong.
Precisely.
I can double my rooks on the file to put more pressure.
That's why you're lost. And we understand white's pluses, but then we have to, well, where's black's pluses? Normally speaking, when I'm much better in the center, you have to have an advantage on the flank.
Right.
As black. You're not playing g5 and g4 checkmating me. And b5, b4, there's not even a knight on c3 that could hurt me. So the idea is that you have nothing on the flank. I'm going to play rook d1, rook d2, rook d1, put pressure on the backward pawn, and you're lost. But again, these chess engines, they know everything. They
so
say,
I'm wondering
fine.
what black wants to do, because one idea is to just play on the c file, rook c8.
Fair.
Maybe start with that move.
Sure, and I'll fall for it. Rook d2.
Well, if you actually allow me to capture the bishop on d5, I think I'm going to take it as as soon as I can.
You got it.
Okay, so now I'm gonna play knight b4.
Rook has to go back to d2 because you're threatening my pawn. I'm trying to bait you. I want you to play knight takes a2, and whether I win the knight or not, the idea is
out
you're
of the
there.
game.
You're there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this. I'm not sure what black wants to do.
Me either. I'm going to have to get Cristian in the engine to, and the engine's going to say triple zeros, and my mind's going to explode. We're looking at the game of Leinier and Mishra.
Let's check, right? Let's check. No triple zeros.
100% accuracy.
No triple zeros. Okay, sure. Versus 98.8. That's because this is still theory. We know that because Leinier hasn't spent any time off his clock. So knight to f6. Let's see what happened. In fact, there are no games. Bishop takes d5. Was that a novelty? No, no, no. Okay. Let's see. Where did the novelty come? Knight to d7. Bishop to e7. Already 0 games. So knight to d7 was a novelty in this one. Rook to c8 tried to put pressure on.
Looks
the bishop on
much more
c4.
standard, right?
Yes, yes, and then bishop to b3 most likely would come again.
That's a different kettle.
White is trying to coax black to exchange the bishops, but on his terms, right? And black is doing exactly the same. Would love to see for black, bishop takes c6, f takes c6, because that opens up the rook on f8, but also controls the very important d5 square. White is never going to take on e6 in this type of situations. That's why after rook to c8, we see bishop to b3, and the line continues. Now, we've seen knight to d7. Didn't play it fast, but it makes some sense, right? You're exchanging your quote-unquote bad bishop on e7. Nevertheless, it's a good bad bishop because it also defends one of your main weaknesses in the position, the pawn on d6. Queen takes e7, knight d5, and we have this position with the beautiful bishop controlling dominant bishop on d5, but ready to be taken away by the knight on f6. How do we feel about this one? To my eyes, first time I'm looking at the position, it looks very good for white. It seems like white has gotten an advantage out of the opening. Just go rook to d1. You can even take my bishop. I don't have to give it to you, but you can take it if you really want to. Initially, I would probably start with bishop to b3. Just get there. If you want to get my bishop, if you really want to get my bishop, I feel I want you to take it with this knight. Because this knight on f6 doesn't feel very active. Sure, it controls d5, but it stops you from creating any sort of counterplay with f5. So I would prefer you lose a few more tempis to try to get that bishop with knight a5. This is what I'm saying in this one. I feel Leinier is quite happy with the outcome of the opening. To give you a bit of a rundown of what else is happening in this one, Ray Robson against Sam Shankland. Ray plays the French as well, of course.
What's happening in this tournament?
I know.
So many players
choose
French as their opening.
The thing is, I've analyzed the French recently, and it's very much playable. Very much playable for black, and it does give black chances to complicate matters. It keeps a lot of pieces on the board. The structure is very imbalanced, so very often you're getting chances, especially if you know the position better than your opponent. And that is what players with black pieces bank on. Now, we see Sam Shankland taking a page from Fabiano Caruana. We've seen this one, followed by g3 and h4. This is what Fabi played against Abhimanyu. We'll see how Ray is going to react to this one, still early on. And one that Yasser will definitely enjoy is this one, Wesley So versus Sam Sevian, which is an English. Knight to c3 with the move rook to b1 at this point, which makes a lot of sense because you're trying to go b4 in one move. You don't want to lose another extra tempo with a move a3. You just want to play the move b4, if black castles, of course. You would like to exchange this side pawn for the central pawn on e5. If black takes on b4, knight takes e5, this is already considered to be quite good for white. That's why Sam Sevian decided to play a5, stop the move b4 for the moment. Bishop e6, bishop e3, castle a3, rook to e8, rook to e1, knight to d5, take. It seems like they're following some sort of theoretical discussion, even though there's no games. But Wesley is blitzing out his moves. Queen to a4, obviously looking to swing the queen potentially on g4, start creating some problems against the black king, but also maybe to just simply go rook to c1, make the connection between the rooks and try to play it slowly. Also, one of the big consequences of playing the move a5 is that you're weakening for a long time that square b5. So perhaps this move queen to a4 is also aimed at creating some threats against your pawn structure with a move queen to b5. I like it as an English player myself on occasion, not all the time, not as you are, Yasser. I like this one for white.
It was a bit of a religious odyssey for me. How do these players match up in their lifetime scores, Kate?
Let's take a look. So in the lifetime score, we have Wesley So 3 wins, 3 losses, and 7 draws.
Bravo,
Very equal.
Sam. I had thought that if I saw 5-2 there, I would say, well, Sam was a young boy when Wesley was dealing with him. But 3-3 to 7, wow. That's impressive. Before we get too deeply into the round, we always like to look at Ben Underwood, his statistical models. We've been saying AI. We shouldn't be saying that because it's not AI. It's all about the statistics. And let's look with fresh eyes the statistical models of women. Let's start with the ladies.
So let's take a look. So based on 15,000 tournament simulation, it's Carissa with 76.9%. And I mean, I don't want to see what's gonna look after the game she's having now with Tatev.
Exactly.
This may be increasing really a lot.
Because of Alice Lee winning the game against Atusa yesterday, which was a gift, she suddenly bounced back into the mix. And how about the stats for the Open?
In the Open section, we have Fabiano Caruana with 73.9%. That's a lot. And he's not having the same result as Carissa.
Exactly. That's really a remarkable percentage. Hans Niemann jumped out with second.
8.2%, and Wesley So 6.6%, and then everybody is below 5%.
Levon, a little bit of life there at 3.3%. Again, thanks to a very nice gift that he received from Sam Shankland. I was just noticing in the game between Wesley So and Sam Sevian, you could make some comparisons between Levon's game yesterday, where black was getting the rook file, the c file, and queen was getting on b4, and so on and so forth.
And in fact, he played the move rook bc1. Yes, bishop to f6. Yes, bishop to f6 was what Sam played against this queen to a4 and rook b to c1. I'm trying to understand this move bishop to f6. I think he wants to go e4.
Knight
I think
d4.
this is one of the main ideas, as well as knight to d4. So the big question is, how does rook bc1 protect or force black to reconsider his options? I understand leaving the rook on e1 because of your idea of knight to d4, and then the rook on e1 defense.
Nice protection.
Correct. So now I can take either with the knight or with the bishop, and then go bishop to f4, for example, and then the pawn on e2 is going to be protected, right? Much better option. Now the question is, what if instead of knight to d4, can we go, or e4 is too premature?
Take it?
Take it. Do we take with the bishop or with the rook? Let's go with the bishop.
Okay.
How is this transition? Because I'm imagining this bishop on f6, aimed at the square b2. It makes a lot of logical sense, right? To go
absolutely. Something like rook e1 to d1 now?
Yes. Queen to e7. Now you have ideas of bishop c5. Okay, let's see. Are you trapping my queen? Are you getting close to trapping my queen?
I was thinking of queen b5, protecting b2.
Yeah, queen b5 is
possibly
definitely a move.
Possibly tickling.
But it does seem like white is building somewhat of an edge in this one.
Yeah.
If I do decide to go e4. And if I go knight to d4, this is the main move
that is
proposed by the Incr.
Right.
Yes. And it seems like, all these transitions, like take on g2, and now you have the option to move the knight, but that's going to allow me to have two bishops, or you can just simply take on g2. Which one would you go for?
Well, it's a good point in the sense that with the rook on e1 already, it's not a tempo. It makes me think about I ask myself a question. Is the black's pawn stronger on e5 or d4? if I am in my mind, in my judgment, if the pawn is stronger on d4, then I'd like to play knight e6.
Correct.
Rook e6, king takes g2.
Yes.
And away we go from this position.
Yes.
If I think this, that's what.
I think the pawn is stronger on d4.
So therefore, knight
Because
e6.
here, if you go bishop f4, like, can I just go bishop e5?
Sure.
In fact, it seems like bishop
Queen
e5
d5
might be one move, but queen to d5 gives black the advantage.
Exactly, because e2 is actually now weak.
And now b7, you cannot really get to that. The queen on d5, absolutely majestic piece.
And black is going to double rooks on the e file now, right?
Yeah. The more I look at the position, it seems like black is doing quite well.
For sure.
So it does seem like, with those facts in mind, maybe knight to e6 is the best move. Yes,
Right.
Knight to e6, rook takes e6, and king takes g2. With a very, very close position, very matched position. Right? No, nobody has a huge advantage or anything of that nature.
Absolutely not. Turning our attention to Hans, now that we know from the statistical model that Hans is the second in the running to win the tournament, let's jump to that game, because it actually is a fascinating strategic battle. It's these fight for squares. Yeah. And as long as this pawn is on e5, cramping black's position, then the ideas of rook a1 to e1, f4, f5, they play themselves.
Right.
I mean, there's just...
This is what white wants to do.
Exactly.
That's how you open the f file and get to the black's king.
So the most ornery, cantankerous, challenging way that black can play the position is to fight and attack the pawn on e5. And that's what the move f7, f6 does. It's a classical French attack in the center, just as we see c5 attacking the pawn on d4. We now see another nibble against the pawn.
I'm wondering, after f6, okay,
Yes.
castle happened. Was there a chance to play f5, or is that
Immediately?
immediately for white?
Okay, let's just have a... excuse me. So right now, if I take...
And I take on e6.
Okay. I get you. I'm just pausing because it's so rare that I would ever allow you to play queen f7 check, right? I mean, that's like if there's a path for suicide, something like that. But I'm just asking a question: is it really something can I deal with it? Is
All
my
right,
question.
so I'm going to play queen f7.
Yeah, king d8.
King d8.
You can take
I can
my
take
knight.
a pawn on g7 first.
Yeah, a little bit risky, but okay, I agree.
Well, I'm going to take the knight first. Let's take.
Okay,
But
then...
well, and short castle.
And you have, let's say, compensation for the pawn. Fair. F5. Usually, if you had castled and you want to play F5, your king's still in the center. You kind of, next question, bishop takes d4?
Yeah, I think this is a problem because if I take with knight, you have queen takes e5 check.
That's a check. That forces you. But I wouldn't give up completely on
so
this because...
You also give pawns, Yasser.
only to get them with interest, I want any gambits to pay dividends. Interesting move, f4, f5. I mean, tactically, it's something that you really do want to keep an eye on. Castles, sometimes you don't think at a certain moment. You've already pre-moved castles.
Right.
And maybe the move f5 was worth investigation. Castles in return. And I think we've caught up with the two players. And how do these two players match
Let's
in
take
their
a look.
lifetime results?
So here we have Hans Niemann, 1 win, 1 loss, 3 draws against Levon Aronian. So both
Again,
players
very balanced.
very balanced.
He defeated him in last year's US Championship.
Hans
defeated Levon in last year's US Championship.
feels like ancient history.
Levon definitely wants to get revenge for that one. That's for sure.
But the current position, I'm assuming we have to take on f6. You can recapture with a rook, or You don't want to take with the pawn. That would be asking too much from the position.
No, I think I want to take with the pawn.
Do you? Wow.
I mean, I'm not a French player. I just hate that e6 pawn.
Very good.
I'm not.
Very good for
I
you.
wouldn't put it there.
Very good for you. There we go.
The first way to overcome a bad habit is never to have it in the first place.
Exactly. So I don't want to be dealing with this e6 weakness.
But these pawns aren't they a little bit of a target? I'm about ready to play rook e1.
So I go rook a e8.
And everybody piles up on the weakness.
And some knight e4. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, queen e3 was Han's move. He did not capture on f6. He said, "You attack my pawn. I want to guard it."
But you're not really guarding it, right?
Because that is the question. I can take it,
I can
right?
still take.
Take.
So that's the question. How is that transition? You take my e5, I take your e6 most likely.
Take on d4. Knight takes d4.
Say queen. Let's say I take on f1 first.
f1 first?
Yes.
Okay. Tempo. Take. Here I might think about bishop takes f1. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Queen takes e5.
Queen takes e5. And boy, we just vacuumed all the pieces off the board, Kate.
We have, haven't we?
I mean, we're in an ending. Better pawn structure for black, but
So we're
for white, pardon me.
Slightly better.
Yeah.
Slightly better. Of course, that d5 pawn is a big problem. I saw.
Right.
But can we go d4, in fact? Perhaps we can.
Tactical.
You take, and then you have knight e6, I think, at the end of it.
So
take on d3, my idea was, and then rook to d8.
Let us show Cristian what he might have missed. Cristian wanted to take a pawn, but
I'm not sure if I missed it, Yasser, because I literally told you it's not working. So you're trying to deceive the audience here. But
no.
wait, let's continue with that for just a second. So
Okay.
take, because I don't think it's that easy. So rook
no,
to d8.
I don't either. I'm not even sure about the move rook d8. You might
Let's say I go rook d8.
Okay. Rook d8, knight e6.
You go knight e6. Now I go rook e8.
But that's the point. Now I get a
But I have bishop d5.
But you're a pawn down. Now you're like...
I am. That is true.
Yeah.
But I can take the pawn on a2 if I really want to. Or I can go rook to e2.
Rook e2, rook f2.
But rook e2, you go rook f2.
I'm still in the
What if we
collection.
start with bishop d5 instead
That's
of
what
this?
I was thinking.
agree with you.
Yeah.
I was thinking, because this bishop is really a strong bishop.
And that knight doesn't have that many squares because
Right.
you are not allowing knight c6, knight e6.
And I am about to play rook d8. I feel...
So let's say you
black
defend
is
that. Let's say you go a3, right?
Yeah, black is
that
very, very close to equality. But if you don't mind, I'm going to go back to the current position after queen e3, because oftentimes, let's say takes, we just stop right here for just a moment, and I go, you know what? The pawn on e5 isn't so easy to defend, right? I mean, it's sort of like it's...
Lifetime weakness.
Yeah, it's a constant burden, if you will. So let's say takes.
Okay, I'll take with the rook.
Takes, rook over. Specifically, if you don't mind, I think what I'm trying to do is getting g6 and bishop g7. But you've got knight f4. Darn it. I wanted to assault this pawn from a different way because you can, you've got it defended for the moment. But okay, something like this you could take, right? Or do you?
Yes, I take.
Okay, let's say I take, just for the moment. Oh, I can't. I have
Because
to take
there's
with
the bishop on c5.
I have to take, no. I've got it completely wrong in my mind. Apologies. Okay, now I know what I should be doing, rook e8. So now I am threatening to take on f1, take on d4, and finally get the variation that we just looked at, which was the pawn on e5 being captured.
By the way, this is the first time Levon started to think. He was playing all that moves. It was like his preparation. He had 0 time lost, and this is the first 4 minutes he's thinking. By the way, Yasser, what if we take a look at the Begim's game against Talia?
Okay, let's do it.
Begim Tokirjanova having good tournament, but losing the last round. against Carissa.
Okay.
And now she's playing with Talia, and she made a very nice move.
Well, we have once again the London.
London.
It's like the London, the French, and the Joko pianos.
I take London every day compared to French.
It seems to be dominating the fashion trends. This one
What has the world of chess
come to.
come to? The London, the
In
French.
my day, the King's Indians
Come
and
on.
the Nidors were the most
Come on.
popular. I mean, go ask Gary Kasparov
The London and the French.
what he based his livelihood
That's why I'm
on.
not playing as much anymore.
You know, if you had told me that this position came from a Caro-Kann, I'd believe you. I mean, like this looks like a classical Caro-Kann position with h5. Bishop takes d3. I think it's a very important for our audience to understand that trades are really like the marketplace. And I'm going to trade you a loaf of bread for a jar full of olives. But I want to trade on my terms. And in this particular position, I really hate developing my opponent.
Right.
Like, for me,
White
the
is
move-
very happy to recapture with the queen, ready to maybe even castle.
Exactly. So I like to trade. You want to trade? You play bishop to d3 to trade bishops, please. But let's do it on my terms. You take my bishop, and now my knight recaptures, and I'm the one with the tempo. So for me, I'm not a fan of helping my opponent. Now, Talia, to her credit, did that for a very specific reason. She also wanted to trade her bishops.
And this g6 move.
A little irritating, but strength or weakness, asset or liability. is
So
the
black
point.
cannot capture it. That would be disastrous for
Right,
black.
for sure.
So now the question is,
She
okay,
played
she
f6.
played, because there
and
was
said-
a possibility also to first capture the bishop on f4.
And then everybody's messed up, right? Everybody's pawn structure looks
Absolutely.
awful. However, knight g5 is going to be a massive.
And I have no way of stopping the knight from going there.
Right. No, I
Well-
like her decision to play f6.
Well, Yasser, actually,
Sure,
you can do
please.
that because h4 pawn is hanging. Are you going to give
yeah.
that pawn too?
No, I'll go castles first. Sorry,
Okay.
let's include the viewers in our discussion. So what I'm thinking is that in my mind's eye, I'm going to bring the knight to g5. As you pointed out, the pawn on h4 means that I should castle first. So let's just put a move on
Maybe
the board.
knight h6 or okay, knight d7.
Sure, and you could have done it actually. Let me do it your way. Knight h6, castles, knight f5.
Yes.
Yes, and then I'm going to go knight h3 and knight g5. You've got a great knight on f5. I'm going to have a great knight on a g5. I think
That's a problem because the king is always going to be very weak on that king side.
Indeed. And I like the move. I like Talia's decision to play the move f6 and basically say, you know what, I'm going to round you up, little fella. Later, I'll put
Maybe
my knight on
knight e7,
e7.
rook h6.
Yes. So let's catch up with the players. Queen c7. Okay.
So
It's
she's
a
waiting
little-
for white to capture that bishop on d6. Exactly what Yasser you were just talking about.
Exactly.
Black want to do it on their terms. They don't want to help white develop that knight to f4.
Exactly. The problem as I'm seeing it is that white's, really got a lot of really nice development. And let's say, let's just do it. Let's just go takes.
They want to go e4, right?
Yes, I'll give you what I guess you want. I'm hoping you will take.
I will go knight d7.
For sure. Not
I also want to castle because I'm starting to get worried about my king.
with reason. Yeah. F4. And just I'm trying to force play.
Yeah, I mean, you want to play e5, you want to push. If I capture, I help your knight to develop.
Just to show one of the evil intentions that I do have for you. Like, sweet. Knight d6. How do these two players match up, Kate?
Let's take a look. So here we have Begim Tokirjanova, 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw.
Not many games between them. They're both locals here in St. Louis,
Yes.
and I would have thought with all the classics, the opens that the club hosts over the years.
So it's the Mizzou University where Begim
Right.
Genoa studied, and the SLU for Talia Cervantes.
I would have expected a lot more games between them. I'm
They
sure
have a
play
lot
Blitz.
more in Rapid and Blitz
And
because they
Rapid and
played
Blitz.
Rapid and Blitz, especially online. We have a lot of our championships
Okay.
online.
But these are their
They know
classical.
they know each other very well.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, definitely as a person. I'm going to throw it to you, Cristian. What
Well,
do you have for us?
First and foremost, let me
Yes.
just give you an update of what's happening with Tatev and Carissa. And Tatev's position is getting from bad to much worse. Take a look at this. B5, obviously realizing her huge mistake, knight to E7. Take on D4, rook takes G7, and another big mistake, knight to C3. I will explain why in just a second. Why is this one a big mistake? Because you need to find a place for your king. If you don't find a place for your king, you're absolutely busted. Because obviously you cannot go long castle anymore. You're pretty much bound and committed to getting the king to G1. And that's what you should do right now. Castle, you don't have bishop h3 because of bishop to G5 covering up the G file. So obviously you don't have to worry about any of those things. What I think she wanted with this move knight to C3 is not allow after castle, knight to D5 and taking control of this developing square. She wanted to get the knight out first. The problem is, once you do that, I'm not giving you any more opportunities to castle. Bishop to A5, nicely spotted by Carissa, bishop to D2, and right now the best path forward, which seems to be completely winning for black, is to just simply get rid of this knight. It's a bit counterintuitive because you like your bishop, but at the same time, if you look at the quality of the pieces, the bishop on A5 doesn't really do much. Knight on C3, really looking at the center, controlling the square D5, get rid of it, right? Bishop takes C3 and then just simply pick up the pawn on G2. Where do you go with your king? Do you go this side? If you go long castle, I will get the knight to D5. I will viciously attack you. And guess what? I still have a place to hide my king, and that is the queen side. So after bishop takes C3, if she goes for it, picks up the pawn on G2, I have the upper hand in terms of material. I have an extra pawn. Your pawn structure is completely shattered, especially this pawn on B5 is out in the open. I'm going to pick it up at the right moment. The pawn on D4, obviously not a great pawn either. Pawn on C4 is in fact a great pawn because it's going to support the trajectory of my knight. Knight D5, knight to4, knight to D3. If I land there with my knight in the heart of your position, you're in big trouble. So right now, if she plays bishop takes C3 followed by rook to G2, Carissa is cruising. She has a winning position. She is bound to go 6 out of 6.
And Cristian, is there a problem if I capture the pawn immediately, rook take G2?
You can do that as well. You can do that as well. It's a little bit less proficient and precise because you do allow me to go knight to E4. And now I'm starting to see some ideas, right? I have a check coming on F6, maybe knight to G3. You're probably going to go rook to G6 and cover both of those after bishop takes D2, queen takes D2, and maybe rook to G6 right now. But now you see knight to E5 land on the board. Don't leave that knight on the board. That's, I think it's just simply better from a practical perspective. Objectively, you're still winning even after rook takes G2, completely winning. But take on C3, get rid of any activity in white's position, and then just simply pick up the material. Don't allow the king to castle on either of the sides. You have a winning position as black.
Right. Once again, this all came from some nice preparation that Tatev had, but she inverted her move. She
started with
B5,
capturing on G7 and forgot about B5.
B5 first. And that is just the worst feeling to have major preparation. And you're looking literally at move 25 when you're at move 18, and you should be playing precisely 18, 19, 20 to get to your position. And so she's really in trouble. Just turning our attention to the game between Irina and Rose, because I was more than curious. The players had reached a tabby of mine, a favorite opening position. As mentioned, I love playing the move queen to F5. Bishop to D3, that's also a very standard idea. It's very similar to Taimanov variations, where the idea is you get your bishop on a light square. Here's a quick question for you, Kate. at this moment, you're about to play the move bishop e4, when you notice that you can start with a check
On h7.
on h7 and force the king away from the center into the corner, and now you've got this position. Now you have to ask yourself, is the king better or worse?
Because
on
sometimes
G8 or
on
H8.
G8, if you want to play F5, the diagonal where the king is standing
Then
on
you
can
want
be
your king in
weak.
the corner. On other occasions, you might want your pawn on f7 to be protected.
Right.
So your judgment would be?
I don't know. I would just play bishop e4.
You would
Not too sophisticated. Just
bishop e4, and we're catching up with the players. And I brought us to this position because I wanted to ask you the next question.
If I want to capture a pawn?
Capture the pawn. What do you think about that?
Well, let's take a look. So if I capture a pawn,
Yes, I
you
do.
play rook b8.
Yes,
I
I
assume.
suppose so.
I
And
go
now,
back.
You know, it's funny, but I kind of would like to play h3. I'd like to, an intermezzo, if you don't mind, just to ask, you're not going to take my knight, then you'd be doing me the awesome favor of rescuing my bishop at the same time. If
Yes,
you go,
I like h3.
Yeah,
I like
the
even
inclusion.
returning back. I'm not sure I see. So if I return back, you want to do something like c6?
I'm guessing that has what Rose has in mind. Now, I do think that's not going to be that easy to route my pieces with c6 and d5 because the pawn on e5 will be hanging. For example, castles, d5, knight takes e5, and who's attacking whom?
It's white now.
Yeah, and I've got two pawns in the pocket. So I don't know what Rose has calculated in terms of her compensation, but I like capturing the pawn. Kate, where would you like to take us?
So let's look around the other games. Maybe Nazi Paikidze against Anna Zatonsky.
These are two. I'm going to interrupt this because Fabi and Grigoriy have a.
A lot of things have changed
Please.
in that one, and maybe we should kind of understand how it changed. So this was the position, I think, where we left it after bishop to e3, a3, knight c3, and bishop to e3. And now, in fact, we see a lot more games. We've seen a transposition.
Now it's a transposition.
Now this is a transposition,
Okay.
yes. D6, bishop takes c5, a completely different pawn structure, right? We don't see this in the Gioco Piano very often. Very much a Rui Lopez type of situation whenever you go with the bishop on c5, and sometimes you get this structure. Knight to d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5, knight to e7, you have to go to e7. If you go anywhere else, I'm going to pick up the pawn on e5. For example, if you try to stay within the center, close the center, knight takes e5, you cannot take back because of rook to e1 and you lose the queen. So you have to cover up the e file with the move knight to e7, and a very important move, perhaps maybe missed by Grigoriy, queen to e1 in this position. Of course,
Crafty.
very crafty, and I will explain to you why. First, you should attack the pawn on e5. You should pressure that pawn. But if you go queen to e2, for example, a huge problem arises after bishop to g4. You need to get off that diagonal first so that this bishop to g4 doesn't come with as many consequences. For example, if you take on e5, and very well understood by Fabi, bishop takes f3, take on f3. Sure, you're a pawn up, but this pawn is in fact not great. Bishop b5, in this position, you have to move the bishop. And this knight, coupled with the fact that I have opportunities to go towards d4, h4 also target the pawn on f3, your pawn structure is completely shattered on the king side. The bishop is locked away, and I am the first one that gains control of the e-file. All of those factors, in fact, give black not only enough compensation for equality, but in fact, black is better in this position. So he understood that and played the move queen to e1. Get off this diagonal, do not allow bishop to g4. After queen to e1, how do you defend the pawn on e5? I don't think you want to take on d5. Queen takes e5, this is a completely different scenario with the wide open bishop, with the pressure on this diagonal against the pawn on f7. If you go bishop to e6, I even have ideas of f4. I can even try to go rook to e1 and then have ideas of knight to g6. I have so many things that I can do in this position. This is not a good version for black. So after queen to e1, I think Grigoriy in some sort of danger. He played a move f6, normal move. You're defending the pawn on e5, but now I have time to transition to a different square. Knight to d2, you take my pawn, but now I'm getting a lot of initiative in the position. f4, taking advantage of this pin. You can imagine, knight to e4 is coming to hit the queen. This diagonal, once you castle, is going to be extremely consequential for the assessment of the position. It's not looking good. It's at least looking like enough compensation for equality, for a balanced game. But from a practical perspective, I feel that white right now has the advantage. I think Fabiano Caruana can be very happy with the outcome of the opening.
Quick question, not knight takes d5 for everything you just said,
yes,
including opening up the position, knight to d2, f6, knight d2, bishop f5?
Yes,
I don't want to see the knight
one of the best
on
moves.
the e4, yeah?
One of the best moves.
And I have to take it.
You take, I take with a d pawn.
And now I'm castling
Let's say
short.
short, yes?
Yeah, right.
You castle short. Now I go a4, and it does seem, a4 is not the only move, obviously. Let's say I don't play a4, I go something like bishop to d3. The same idea, I want to go c4. But this knight is not that great.
Oh, the knight
You would
is
love
terrible.
to get it on d6.
That's
right?
exactly what I'm saying. Could I switch the queen and knight around?
You would
I'd be
love to
fine.
do that, exactly. Get this knight to d6,
So
get
knight-
the queen to e7.
Knight c8 if you don't mind?
You might not be in time, because I'm going to get f4 in.
Okay.
Like,
Is
that's
that
my
a
plan as
problem?
white. I will go queen e3,
Right.
let's say you go queen
Queen
e7. I go f4 right now.
I still go knight. Oh, I cannot play knight d6.
Maybe not
I-
f4.
if you
f4
don't-
doesn't seem to be the best way.
If you don't mind, instead of queen e7, I'll leave e5 square, b6.
b6, okay.
So now if you play f4, I can take and put my queen on e5 and my knight on d6.
Bishop to e2, I'm starting to look at the e6 square.
Queen e7.
And maybe this is the reason why the engine is so optimistic about white's position.
Because you get your bishop to e6?
Because the pawn is not on f7.
Right.
Perhaps with the pawn on f7, it would be much better for black compared to this one.
Right,
But once
right.
the bishop lands on e6,
That's a good square.
perhaps this is not as easy. It's only white that can have some sort of dynamic play in the position. And that's going to be connected either with f4 immediately. I can even prepare that with a move g3 and then f4 so that I can recapture whenever you take on f4 with my
a pawn. Yeah.
It seems like
White's for choice.
strategically, it looks good for black. You have a nice blockading knight on d6, but you don't have a way to improve your stance, and white does. So black is bound to just waiting right now.
Okay.
And that's Grigoriy Oparin right now, sitting on 50-50, half. 50%.
For his debut in
Yes,
this
that's not
U.S.
bad.
Championship, undefeated so far, but a big test today, black against the #1 seed.
Yes.
Before we take a break, I just want to go through a couple of the ladies' games, specifically Nasi and Anna for the moment. These two, they have 6 U.S. championship titles between them. And if you had given me a pairing sheet before the tournament began, I would go, in round 5, this is going to be a big matchup. They're both not performing very well in this competition. So they're both looking for a win. Nasi's just captured Queen G4. Sometimes, aggression gets the better of us. I don't know if I like giving up the bishop. How about you, Kate? You like
Giving up for white?
Yeah, the pawn, that knight
Well,
on
the
E4.
question is, after queen g4, you probably need to play something like f5.
Okay.
Right, because
I'll
you
fall
want to.
for it. F5. I want to retain the pawn, let's say,
And I go
with a tempo, by the way, too.
queen g3. No.
Self pin.
Yeah.
You don't mind pins, okay? I mean, it's just an anathema to me. I just don't like pinning myself. Okay.
So I was thinking I can go h4, h5 now. I'm not so heavy leading
Everybody's
king in the
aggressive.
center.
Everybody wants to kill. Poor Yaz. Look at me. I'm just suffering. I don't know. I mean, the white king in the center, h4. Let me just put that on the board so I can really admire
I mean, it
this.
feels awkward. I admit that. I think the king should castle one way or another, probably the short side.
Okay, but then you just played h4.
Exactly.
So that took away that. That's one game. Begim, yesterday, wow, what a game she had. That was just a crazy game of Carissa that was decided literally in the last half hour. Actually, that seems to be a trend because Carissa's game against Arena was also decided just at the very end. Guess what? We see
have our
that whole
analysis
E4,
game, our analysis
F4
position
on the board as Begim is seeking to expand in the center. I have to say I like her position.
I remember we finished analyzing here saying that white has an advantage because white wishes to push the pawn to e5. If black recaptures on e4,
right.
It allows white to activate that knight.
Exactly, and maybe one day drop in on the d6 square. So something for Begim to maybe leverage in the future, nice space. But we have reached that point in our broadcast where we get ready for a break. And before we do that, we check in with our friends at Q Boutique. And Heather the other day brought you a marvelous gift.
Very nice. I can't wait to play duck chess.
I got the smallest rubber duck I've ever had. But here, let's see what's going on at Q Boutique. Well, conquer the elements with our 2024 U.S. Chess Championship rain jacket. I've got one of these. These are really nice. It features the St. Louis Chess Club club logo and tournament logo as well. This limited edition jacket lets you show off your love for the game while staying dry. Don't miss out on this opportunity to level up your chess in style. And
as we go to break, Anastasiya asked the women players how they prepare for a major tournament. Enjoy the interviews and we will be right back.
Very good.
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments or matches?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it's good to make time to prepare. You start looking at your opponent's games, you start thinking about what you want to do against each of them. I guess preparing for tournaments, a lot of it is like opening work and, I'm partly also just trying to stay sharp, trying to play sometimes I play training games beforehand or play with the computer, do tactics.
I feel like before important chess tournaments, I tend to spend more time on chess, especially nearing chess tournaments, so I can refresh my calculation, especially and my openings. But yeah, I think a lot of the work that I do happens during the tournament, where I'm just completely focused and focused on trying to each individual game, especially for these important tournaments. There's only one game a day, so I have a lot of time to prepare, and preparation is an extremely important part.
How do I prepare? Usually I do a lot of tactics, opening prep, and I think mostly I prepare mentally. At least for a month, I don't really do anything else but just focus on chess.
Honestly, I try to solve some puzzles and play training games, as well as check my opponents if I know their names. Other than that, just prepare my openings.
Yeah, so I think an important thing for prep is just getting into the right mentality before the tournament. Making sure that I'm in shape, and then generally a bit of specific prep work, but not so much, I think.
Mostly looking at what my opponents play, and then also doing a lot of tactics to study beforehand.
That's a complicated question because I'm also a university student right now. I'm in my senior year, so that takes a lot of my time. But I try to minimize everything else whenever I have a big tournament coming up, and I try to focus as much as I can on improving my calculation, getting to play some training games, working on my openings, and there's always a little bit of luck too.
Just no secrets, solving tactics, repeating openings. Every tournament is different, so for a tournament like this where I more or less know who I'm going to be playing ahead of time, I look up my opponents, I try to fix up some of the holes in my openings. Generally in chess right now, there's a lot of focus on openings, so there's going to be a lot of targeted preparation, so that's the main focus. And lately I've been switching up my preparation a bit. I've been focusing more on playing games before the tournament, playing against my training partners, and then looking up the openings and trying to fix that. So I've been shifting a little more towards that. And of course, as you get closer to the tournament, you start working on your calculation, make sure you're sharp right before the tournament.
Well, I train a lot on time on openings and calculation mostly. just work a lot on chess?
I think it's really dependent on like my current state. So, right now I'm in school, so it really depends. But I try my best to look at every opponent beforehand and then just get warmed up in general. I think I used to take it a lot differently before I came to college like 4 years ago, but now I'm just, trying to do as much as I can before.
For a tournament like US Championship, you need to prepare mentally first, because last year it was my first time. And even though I was prepared, I couldn't, show my best. So I think it's very important that you get familiar with the environment and just have a positive, mindset going to the games. So I think, more or less like opening preparation, tactics, and just mental preparation for it.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yay! That is my boy. Look at that
kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show.
Go, go, go! That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 6. We're gonna look at these games in a little bit, but right now we have a special guest. We have Nicole Tesmer in the studio. She's the registrar at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Welcome in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Nicole, what do you do at the World Chess Hall of Fame?
So I am actually the registrar. The registrar's job there is to basically be in charge of all of the artifacts. I oversee all of the incoming and outgoing loans, any types of donations we receive, I handle those. I'm also, basically, if it revolves around an artifact, I am in charge of it. Copyright, making sure that the shipping is set up, all of that stuff falls under my job.
And how does that work? Let's say I have a really, really cool chess set that I want other people to see, but I'd rather like to keep it still in my possession, but I can loan it?
That is correct,
yeah.
yes. So we've actually put out a lot of call to actions in various different magazines saying, hey, we're having this exhibition come up. If you have a chess set or any type of memorabilia that fits this show, please reach out to us. We'd be more than happy to consider putting it into the exhibition. So we do get a lot of people that reach out to our curators, as well as myself, saying, hey, we've got this really cool item. We'd love for it to go on exhibit, and we'll bring it in and put it in the show.
And at the same time, I can also donate items to the museum, get a tax deduction too. I can get those breaks as well.
Yes, absolutely. So a lot of people will reach out to either myself or the curators and say, hey, I've got this great set. I'd love for it to be shown.
And what is this?
So,
what are these sets?
These are some of the donations that are in Crown Jewels. You saw a few chess sets there. The last piece that you saw was a mosaic made by an arbiter named Pearl Mann. She was very good friends with her neighbor, who was a chess player, and gave it to him. They reached out to us and donated it to us.
Beautiful ivory-looking Chinese chess sculpture there just a moment ago.
Yes, so we get a lot of ivory donations as well. Due to the ivory laws, a lot of people, if they don't have that provenance stating that they got it at a certain time, they cannot sell it. So the only thing really to do is either have it destroyed or donate it to us. And so a lot of people do reach out and donate their gorgeous ivory chess sets to us. This is one of my favorites in the show that you're seeing right now.
What is it?
So it's an Indian ivory chess set. It's very large. The pieces, like the king and queen, are like this big. hand carved with little animals. It's just very intricate and very beautiful.
I went to the exhibition that was recently opened, and for me, I was stunned to see Lewis chess piece. Tell us the story behind that. That's just fantastic. I spoke with the woodcarver.
Yes, well, we were very fortunate to have him come in for the exhibition opening. He does not live in St. Louis, but his name is Douglas Ash. He is a chainsaw artist, so he takes a chainsaw and these very large logs and goes to town and just, kind of carves them into various sculptures. Over the winter, he needed another project to work on, so reached out to me, asked about the copyright on the chess set and if he could reproduce it. Told him it was perfectly fine. So over the winter, he got to work hand carving the Lewis Chessmen set.
And he did a brilliant job. I mean, I just was like enthralled. I hadn't seen any of that work before, so I was really, really pleased.
I'm always amazed when I go to Hall of Fame because you guys have amazing artifacts, amazing chess sets, but also memorabilia. How do you were talking about getting donations. Do you also proactively seek to, get some things, or mostly people contact you?
Honestly, people contact us. Very rarely do we ever go out in the community and ask for items. That's not something that a museum really does. So all of these people reach out to the Hall of Fame and say, hey, I've got this cool chess memorabilia. Are you interested in it? Pass that information along to the curators. They say, yeah, let's accept it. And then I get to work and set up all the donation paperwork and all that. And then it comes to me and it gets accessioned into our collection.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much for all you do, because it's always a pleasure to be there at the Hall of Fame and see all those artifacts.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming on the show and sharing.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at our standings as we are in the throes of round 6. Here we go.
Carissa, leader, 5 out of 5, amazing performance. Clear second, Tatev Abrahamyan, 3.5 points, but she is struggling right now against Carissa. And then we have a 3-way tie for the 3rd place, Irina Crash, Alice Lee, and Begim Tokirjanova with 3 points.
And the open standings.
In the open section, we have a 3-way tie for the 1st place. Fabiano, Caruana, Awonder Liang, and Hans Niemann with 3 points. And then we have a 3-way tie for the 4th place. Robson, Sevian, and Levon Aronian with 2.5 points.
Fantastic, Kate. And Cristian, jump right in. Where's the action?
Well, I want to take you back to this one just because they're following. They're good. Look, these players are really good. Right. They're following exactly what we were discussing about, starting from this position. This is the game between Fabiano Caruana and Grigoriy Oparin, and I believe we left it off somewhere after Queen to E1. We were praising this move, understanding the fact that you cannot allow Black to pin you down with Bishop to G4. Right. That's exactly what happened. F6, Knight to D2, Bishop to F5. They're following the line that you were attracted by, Yasser, with Bishop to F5.
Absolutely.
And this just goes to show, and it's once again a great example of how these top-level players are able to assess perfectly the position. Look, Fabiano probably looked at this before he even went into this Knight to D5, this whole line,
right?
Starting a long time ago, which was move 10. Right now we're at move 15, so that's 10 plies. I believe he already assessed the position starting from this one. After knight takes d5, big decision. Do you take with the bishop, keep the structure as is, or do you take with the pawn? He took with the pawn. He assessed everything and he understood that with the pawn on f6, this gives him the opportunity to go bishop e2, bishop g4, bishop e6. When somebody asks you how good these players are, you should probably show them this type of assessments, evaluations, because Grigoriy Oparin probably thought that this position is perfectly fine, but apparently it's not. It's Fabi who has the advantage, and he knows it right now.
The judgment that you have to have for those types,
it's incredible.
It's really,
it's incredible.
Really remarkable.
Just to understand from afar, from 10 moves ago, that this pawn on f6 is going to make all the difference.
Right.
Because if Black tries to break with f5, that creates weaknesses in the position. If he stays like this with the pawn on f6, then you still already have that weakness to work with. The square e6, just incredible.
Thank you, Cristian. One of the difficulties with the black pieces is when you want to play aggressively and you want to gambit, it oftentimes doesn't work. And I'm seeing that in the game between Irina Crush and Rose Atwell. Rose, I think, very optimistically played the move knight e7 and thought, you take the pawn and I'm going to play c7, c6. and I'm going to play d5 and e4 and rah, 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 and your king's going to be stuck in the center and all kinds of bad things are happening to you? Irina said, I don't think so. I think, in fact, my king is perfectly safe. I'll play the move d2, d4, and I'll throw it right back at you. What do you have for your pawn? And I'm looking, I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, I see that bishop on f8, that is just so much out of the game. It's just not doing anything.
Exactly. This bishop on b2, eyeballing the pawn on e5, the knight on f3 looks
And like
really
anytime you have to capture that knight with your bishop, then white is just perfectly fine.
Absolutely.
More than fine. I'm very happy.
Also capturing here, I actually stop because bishop takes d4 is very, very desirable. Anytime you can recapture a pawn with a gain of tempo, you really want to think about it. But the knight captures is also really attractive because now you're setting yourself up also for a discovery. It looks to my eyes like Irina has just come out of this opening with a huge advantage. Back over to you, Cristian.
Well, maybe we should just watch this game. In fact, watch the bird's eye view of this game between Hans and Levon. Everything has been vacuumed right now. That's it. There's no more, close to no more pieces on the board.
It got clean.
And I think these players will, in fact, agree to a draw very, very shortly.
And look at Levon's clock, 1 hour, 21 minutes.
Yes.
Boy, no effort whatsoever.
In fact, I think we're going to see rook to c7, followed by king f8, rook to c8, king f7, and that's going to be it. Because the thing is, if you try to target my a6 pawn, which is your only chance to try to create anything in the position, rook to a8, I just pick up the pawn on h4. And it's going to be 2 versus 1 on the king side versus 2 versus 1 on the queen side.
Right.
You're not going to gain anything out of that. You're not going to be able to make any progress. Yes, rook to c7. I think both players sort of know. I'm expecting king to f8, rook to c8, king to f7. Let's just stay with this one. I think we're going to see a handshake soon.
Because Levon cannot come closer to the king, I mean, on the on the 6th rank, because then Hans can give a check.
You can, but you don't have to.
Right.
There's absolutely no reason to do so. King to f8 was played. Rook to c8, I think Hans is still pondering maybe. The thing is, if you do try to defend that pawn on h4 with g3, I have enough time to go a5, a4 and get rid of my weakness.
Right.
And that's it. You're never going to win this one. Rook to c8, king to f7.
By the way, I've always been intrigued myself about how the top grandmasters make their moves, the actual physical process of making the moves. And I noticed that Hans Niemann, maybe he's unaware of it. When I was a young boy, there was a top grandmaster, Paul Carissa, who came to Vancouver, BC. And I couldn't play in the tournament because I was going to school, but I could watch one of the weekend rounds, and I was watching Paul Carissa, and he would move with his fantastic deliberation. He would take the piece in his hand, place it perfectly on the square, hold it for that just half a second, and then press the clock. And I'm watching Hans Niemann, and if you watched how he released the rook a moment ago, he holds it, and then he releases it.
Stopping it perfectly in
on
the middle of the square.
Right. That is the Paul Carissa school of chess.
I guess none of the players want to call Chris Bird.
Well,
because they've repeated like 5 times already.
Now he holds it, make sure it's on the square. And I like that, by the way. I think that's just a very respectful. And a draw. How does this help them? Kate, I asked you to
he's going to be leading the tournament after that draw.
Fantastic. That's a great answer. And a draw has been agreed. Hans seems to say
they're having fun.
He was horrified. I miss something.
I think he's saying he missed something, and perhaps
right? Did he?
No. I think I'll show you what I think he's pointing towards. This is just speculation, obviously, but let's watch this post-mortem first, because I think it's always very interesting to see these players analyze. And they have to be very quiet, because There's players
They're
still
in the playing hall, right?
Yes. Soon, I have a feeling Chris
They're going to kick them out.
He's going to come to them and be like, hey guys, you need to analyze, but not here.
Right.
Move away.
Take us through your
Sure,
best guess.
sure.
Your best
It does
guess.
seem like they really want me to show you guys what I think he missed. Rook takes c6, I think this was it. c3, this very nice move by Levon, opening up this diagonal for the bishop, not allowing the pawn chain to be pretty much blocked on the light squares. And after c3, if you do take, I go bishop to d5, I recapture. And that's very dangerous for you because this a pawn is going to march down the board. So you have to go b3, but this, or b4 in this case, but this allows the move rook to d8, and I'm creating enough counterplay to not have to worry about my weaknesses, which I do have some weaknesses. If you manage to stabilize the position, if you manage to get a knight, let's say, to c5, then white is going to be in tremendous shape. But you're not getting there because of this bishop to d5. Once you put the knight on b3, bishop to d5 comes. I'm exchanging the knight immediately, bishop takes b3, rook to d4. And we've already seen the end of the game in this one. Very clean game by Levon to equalize out of the opening without much effort, I have to say.
Well, did you just tell us that Levon played the whole game inside of 8 minutes?
Yeah, it looks like that was his preparation. He was just remembering the line. And that's a good game for black, right?
Yeah.
You don't spend much time. Now he can rest and prepare for tomorrow for having white.
While we're in the open section, let's just take a quick journey around the arena. I'm going to start with Leinier and Mishra. When we left it, I told you what the old guys would say, white's winning. Strategically speaking, we left it here, I think. And okay, c2, c3, g2, g3, so some useful moves. Here I have to pause because knight e7 is coming, right? Okay. And still, it's one of those situations where it's all about this backward pawn. And if black could ever play the move d5 and trade off his weakness, great, he'll have no problems. And it's all about if white can keep control over the d5 square. I'm a little bit curious about the move c3. I just don't really understand that move. I was thinking rook d2, if you recall. Rook d2,
yeah,
rook
I like
c8.
that. Immediately doubling the rooks and targeting that pawn on d6.
I might need to play the move c2, c4 in order to maintain my firm grip over the d5 square. So c3, and I feel that Mishra's position may not be that terrible anymore. I mean, I still like white, but maybe not as much as I did before. Fabi, we've already analyzed, looked at. We judged the position as better for Fabi. Hans, we've just seen the result. Sam Shankland versus Ray Robson. Here's a game we haven't spoken about. Dare I say it? Another French? Sam Shankland taking a page from Fabi's book, as Cristian mentioned, this early knight e2, knight f4 business. And
we are still in the opening.
We're still there. They're playing slowly. Wesley So versus Sam Sevian. We saw, remember that moment. You make the judgment, is the black pawn better on e5 or better on d4? Well, in the judgment of Wesley, better to play knight e6, which he did.
And this sort of connects with that queen on a4 being there already, because you can swing it in the absence of the pawn on d4 to e4.
Right? Yeah, the queen
so it makes perfect sense.
Kind of lords over the board, over the center of the board, over the e5 square. I can imagine, like, if you do me a favor, because again, you know, we talk about these trades and who's helping who. Bishop takes, queen takes. I mean, it looks a little bit funny, but in a not so artificial way. Maybe I could play rook e4, h4, g5, and, you know, gaining space.
I like that rook on h1, kind of ready to attack on the h5,
right.
Push the pawns. But without that trade of the bishops, I'm not sure how are you going to accomplish pushing that pawn to h4.
Exactly.
Because anytime you play king g3, maybe to get support, I'll just check you, bishop h4.
King G3, Bishop H4, it feels right. For what it's worth, Sam has actually had a really nice run so far. He's undefeated, he's +1. Maybe he even left a few extra half of points here and there on the table. This is the first time I'm really not feeling that comfortable about Sam's position. Like, once again, if Bishop E3, Queen E3, Rook E4, I really start imagining White making very serious inroads. So big game going on here between Wesley So, Sam Sevian. They're both sitting at a +1. Shall we go around the ladies?
Let's take a look.
Okay. Let's start with our tournament leader. In fact, welcome to the Carissa Yip Show. We have seen something absolutely fantastic, a 5-0 start. Where are you, Carissa? She's up against her most immediate rival, Tatev, who is in second place coming into today's round. When we left it, we just left it here, and I have to echo precisely the words of Cristian. Take the knight. Take the knight, and then what is left is a light square bishop. Take the knight, take the pawn, and the light squares are so weak in White's camp, the knight on C3 could fight for the light squares, the bishop on C3 cannot.
And White has that difficult thing with her king, right? Where do you castle? Are you going to castle short side? Unlikely.
Not after rook takes
It looks
G2.
dangerous. Queen side is open.
I think here Carissa was being a little bit too rigid in her outlook. Why give up the two bishops? Why give up the two bishops? Why play bishop takes C3 when I can do this? Knight D5. I think bishop takes C3, frankly speaking, winning position, just winning position after rook takes G2. Let's take a look at what happened. Queen E5, F6. Ooh, that's quite the fancy move. I mean, the desirable, you know, why do we keep our king in the center? I don't know.
No, this is great. Great for Carissa. I mean, she's winning a piece.
What? Yeah.
She's winning a piece. Queen H5, everything is forced. You're attacking the queen. You cannot take on E6. I mean, you can, but you're losing the queen.
Once you give check on H7, I'm just going to retreat with my bishop.
No, bishop to
and
F7.
you still have problem on C3.
Queen
right?
to H6.
I am attacking that twice.
Exactly. You have to continue attacking my rook, rook G6. And that's it. You're losing a piece, another piece. You've gained a couple of pawns in the process. You gain the pawn on H7, but that's about it. That's all. That's where the good news. That's where the good news stuff.
Starts, stops, and finishes. I mean, like what? That's resigns.
It's pretty much resigns.
What was Queen E? I mean, Knight E4, a move that you had said, don't let White play this move.
Maybe
Knight
C3
E4.
was something she didn't like.
Okay.
I think C3 might have been a problem. Knight F4 is also a huge problem.
Bishop to G5 in the case of C3. Yes, I agree you could play C2. And yes, I also agree you could play Knight F4. By the way, Knight F4 looks
This might be the big
awful.
problem. Yes.
I mean, like, I'm crying. I see that. Ugh.
No Queen E3, no, I mean, you're losing the G2 pawn with a check. You're also allowing, and we've been discussing this Knight D3 idea.
I'm not even afraid of the G2 pawn as much as I'm afraid of the D3 square.
It's game over, guys. I mean,
truly. Maybe she had to play Knight takes. So once again, for those who are joining us late, Tatev having a very nice tournament up to this moment, 3.5 out of 5 in clear second.
She needed that win to try to catch up with her, at least get closer to Carissa, who is running away with that tournament. But
wow.
It doesn't look that that's going to happen because Carissa is just winning another piece.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, this was a complete gift.
Opening disaster, right?
Absolute gift from Tatev. And it's her fault because she should have stopped and rechecked her memory. I mean, this was just a misstep, unprovoked misstep, right?
Again, for those of you who are joining us late, this was a Gioco piano with, I want to say, this little twist. It looks like an Evans gambit. And the whole point of this line of play is right here, right now, with the pawn on F6, clearly Tatev had come prepared to play this position. She needed to play the move B5.
There is check Queen E2.
Oh, pardon me.
One more
I
move?
apologize. Queen E2 check, bishop e6, and now b5, as has been played previously.
Force the knight to go away, go on the side of the board, and then capture.
And then we have a mess.
By the way, as you mentioned, Kate, this is called indeed the Dubov Gambit.
It is.
B4.
Okay.
It is called the Dubov Gambit. Despite the fact that people played it before him, it seems like he was the top player that, let's say,
there's one brilliant game he has there. He won against a very strong grandmaster.
Was it against Karyakin?
I think, yes, it was against Karyakin.
It's Karyakin, queen sacrifice with queen, yes.
Yeah, beautiful game.
I remember that.
Right. And the whole difference of Tatev's mistake by capturing, once again, she needed to play b5 to stay in her preparation, and goodness knows, maybe the preparation was absolutely fantastic.
Keep the pawn on f6 so that there's no knight to e7.
And after knight e7, it's all the difference. That's it.
You just made a slight inaccuracy in your move order, in your preparation, and your position crumbles.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it's terrible. One of the reasons for this is many times the queen goes to e4 to h7. With the knight on a5, the rook is not protected on g8. With the knight on e7, it is.
Also, as we see in Carissa's game, from e7, the knight is quickly getting to the center. Knight d5, very powerful knight.
Exactly.
And the knight on a5 would kind of be stranded for a long time there, right? Because of the pawn on b5. You need to spend some tempies to try to target that pawn on b5 with a6 or c6, get the knight out. With the knight on e7, you have none of those problems.
Yeah. Compounding her inaccuracy, this is maybe the last chance to play a decent game. Castles, I know it looks awful, but the immediate bishop h3, thankfully, can be met with bishop g5. Castles, and close your eyes, don't look too closely, but I do want to play bishop to f4 and bishop to g3 and try to pretend like it was all part of the blueprint. Instead, knight c3 made things worse, because now bishop takes c3 would have been a huge advantage. As the game continues, it's just f7, f6 over. And
so Carissa is right now playing Tatev Abrahamyan, who is in second position.
Right.
She's most likely going to win. And then this is the road ahead. Nazi Paikidze and Atusa Purkashian.
Rest day followed by. Could it be that we might have a Bobby Fischer prize recipient? I was talking with Rex about this, and at one point we wanted to. He really did. He really wanted to make a $1 million prize. Okay, and normally speaking, you would go to Lloyd's of London and say, look, this is a very rare occurrence. I want to make $1 million, and they'd say, okay, put up, I don't care, 150,000, and we all cover the $1 million for the next 10 years, let's say. And nobody knew how to handicap, so that's why it's a 64,000 and not 1 million. I mean, then everybody would be very excited, right? But at the moment, it looks like Carissa is well on her way to a 6 out of 6. I'm going to continue, go a little bit faster. Irina Krush, we like her positioning against Rose. Alice Lee, Jennifer Yu, another game between two of our top players. Jennifer, former twice. Right?
Yes,
twice.
2 times U.S. champion.
U.S. champion winner.
We have a lot of 2 times U.S. champions in this one. We have Nazi Paikidze, Jennifer Yu, and Carissa.
Right.
2 times. And of course, the 8th-time national champion, Irina Krush.
Bishop
and the 4th-time, Anna Satansky. We have a lot of champions.
We have a lot of champions.
In this one.
I want to say that this is actually, it resembles to me theory. I think it's a rather balanced affair going on between Alice and Jennifer, Tatev and Carissa. We've mentioned, again, at the start of the tournament, if you had told me that Nasi and Anna in round 6 would be playing for the first place, I wouldn't disagree. I would say, okay,
right.
They could.
But right now they are tied for 11 plays with both having 1 out of 5.
Yuck. And finally, we left this position. I really did not like Nasi's decision to capture on e4. In fact, it's really just backfired. You can just see that her pieces are coming backwards, and with this capture, she's already starting to wonder where her king belongs.
I wonder, what is this h3 move?
I mean, all I can imagine is it's a prelude to g4.
So what are you going to do with your king on e1? Long castle?
Yes. Yes, you're correct. I have no idea, but long castle seems like as good as the alternative. Actually, the alternative remaining in the center is not good. Yeah, long castle, tuck my king on b1, and in Seattle parlance, let's seize the defensive, and hold on. Cristian, what do you have for us in the open?
I'm just trying to analyze this game between Fabi and Grigoriy and kind of understand how big the advantage is. b4 was played after castle, so not this plan, at least not for the moment, this plan of bishop to e2, bishop to g4 that we were discussing, but in fact, making use of the queen on e1, another use of the queen on e1, and that is that you're supporting b4. And I'm trying to pick at your pawn structure on this side, of course. There's some big ideas coming along if I manage to force your queen off the d6 square, because then discovery checks are going to come. Of course not, queen takes d5. b6 was played to defend the pawn structure, and I'm sort of wondering whether after taking on c5, he's planning on recapturing with the pawn or with the queen. If he does take with the pawn, this is pretty bad, in fact, because right now the pawn on a6 becomes a huge liability in the position, and I'm going to be able to target it. I have a couple of ways of doing so. One of them is trying to get the pawn to a5 and just block your pawn on a6. The other one is to swing the queen to a5 and block it like that. After that, I'm going to double up on the b file. This is really not looking good for black. I just simply don't see the counter chances for Grigoriy. So I think he's going to be capturing back with the queen.
Right.
d6 is not yet possible because you take the bishop and then you're going to corral the pawn on e7 with an advantage for black. So, in fact, this is on the board.
Queen
b takes e5, queen takes e5 has been played, and I'm expecting the move queen to b4. That does two things. First of all, defends the bishop on c4.
Very important.
d6 right now is a big threat. So you need to react to that. If you go king to h8, then I'm going to exchange the queens. We're going to get into the same structure that we've been discussing, and it's all about the control of the b file. I'm going to get the b file. You cannot match that, because if you do that, first of all, you're losing the pawn on a6. You go rook to b8, I take, bishop takes a6. This pawn is running down the board. It's over. You're losing this one. So what to do after queen to b4? If you take, that's another set of problems. The pawn on a6 becomes a weakness right now, so no more b file problems, but a6 is a huge problem. So I'm looking at the position after queen to b4, which has not been played yet on the board, and I'm wondering, how do you get out of this conundrum of going into positions in which you will have, for sure, a structural weakness that is going to be able to, white is going to be able to target quite easily. So difficult position. And final idea, queen to d6. Yes. This is another question.
Different
and
structure.
Again, you're having problems with the pawn on b6. I'm going to go rook f to b1. If you go b5, bishop to d3, covers the pawn on c2. a4 is going to come next. You will lose the pawn on a6. I'm going to be a pawn up no matter what. I will get to that pawn. I will win that pawn. And with that, I'm going to get close to a decisive advantage. Still technical task ahead for Fabiano, but for the moment, it's looking really good. Mm-hmm. And the onus is on Grigoriy. Try to defend, try to find a way out of this difficult situation.
In that endgame, it looks like a two-result game. And where do they stand in the standings?
So Fabiano is tied for the first place with 3 out of 4. And then we have Grigoriy Oparin, so far only 2 points.
So, of course, with the forfeiture buys, certain players have played 5 games. Other players have only played 4 games. That's why you're seeing 3 out of 4. And that's why Awonder Liang with 3 out of 5 is actually behind Fabi, because Fabi with a victory today could jump up to having 4 out of 5 points. Sorry, that was a pause. I didn't mean to go. I didn't mean to make the pause. I wanted to go to the Wesley So game just because the position with Sam Sevian is really, in some ways, critical. Sam has to make these decisions in which way should he be trading the bishops or not. And you had mentioned one possibility of putting the bishop on h4 as a way of playing h4.
Because I do want to stop that h4 move, right?
Exactly.
So if I move the bishop there,
But the other way of doing it was also considering bishop f4. Let's just see how the game did evolve. It happened that we left it after rook h1. There was a capture. Queen d5. Check. Ooh, f3. I'm not sure I'm a fan. Are you a fan of f3?
What else do you want to do?
Queen f3. So it very often happens. I studied the games of Grandmaster Ulf Andersson, really one of the most foremost technical players I've ever seen in my entire career. And he made a career out of putting a king on f3 and winning these rook endings. f2, f3 just feels a little bit too weakening. b5. And a moment ago I was swinging my rook to e4 and I was feeling enthusiastic.
But now you have a target on c6, right? So you're going to try to double on c6, maybe trying for queen b6 as well.
Fair. So is there a reason why he didn't play rook c5 in that case, Kate? I mean, if you're going to double on the c file, maybe go.
Yeah, I was looking at queen d4. I'm not sure
queen
I
d4.
understand that endgame, but I'm forcing a trade.
Gotcha. So white has a weakness on e2, black has a weakness on c6. Fair? Okay, rook c2, queen d4, as
Queen d4 anyway, okay.
As you've just prescribed. And okay, again, everybody wants to trade on their terms. Queen e4. So imagining that if you do trade, maybe I'm not that enthusiastic, but at least in this case, no
weakness.
No weakness that you can attack at least. And I do want to try at least to tie you down. If I could get, let's just make a bad move, okay? If I could get a position like this, where the rook is unfavorably placed, then it's really easy for me to post up and capture a pawn and take advantage of the half-open f-file. So again, Sam still has to prove he's got equality. Cristian, I'm going to throw the ball into your court.
Well, let's take a look at what happened in this game, the marquee matchup of the women's section, Tatev Abrahamyan versus Carissa, and we were discussing this one. We said that this is borderline resignable at this point for Tatev after the disaster in the opening. She continued with queen h5, bishop f7, queen h6, rook g6. Everything is calculated precisely by Carissa. Queen takes h7, and that, unfortunately, look, you got the pawn. You got one pawn back, but unfortunately, you're losing a full piece. Yes. Bishop takes c3, take on c3, knight takes c3, castle. This is the position that we have right now. I see a check on the horizon, but that's about it. I mean, I do have some nice pieces around my king that are going to defend that. Queen d5 maybe is an idea. King to f8 seems to be the best move in the position. But again, you have, once again, a plethora of options at this point. It's looking good for black. It's looking close to winning for black. So we'll see for how long Tatev will last in this one. But Carissa, I mean, there's absolutely no reason to believe that she will mess this one up because she's been very, very precise whenever she gets the advantage in this event. So far, Carissa, absolutely dominant, and she might go 6 out of 6. Well, and that's Wesley So. I'm not sure why we're seeing Wesley, but you know, we missed Wesley for a little while. But
very, very much so. But you know, sometimes it's like one of those things too, Kate. When it rains, it pours.
It does.
And you know, everything is coming up roses thus far for Carissa.
Everything's just working for her. She has this aura now that everybody just messes up.
That's a very good point. She has the aura, right? And the thing is that sometimes that can mess you up a little bit. And it seems to have been the case with Tatev. She tried to play fast, maybe try to match that aura, right? Playing fast, putting pressure, and she made a huge mistake.
It rebounded against her. Speaking of aura, seriously, when I was in my professional days, Garry Kasparov. There were two types of tournaments, tournaments that featured Garry Kasparov and those that did not. And when he was at a tournament, I mean, his aura, I mean, he just like sucked all the energy in the room, and all the eyes came to Garry Kasparov, and his opponents kind of somehow they weren't used to this bright light that was shining, whereas he's used to the spotlight, and you just watched players crumble. And I remember Garry Kasparov having results that were just off the charts. I mean, unprecedented in his day. I mean, just as Bobby Fischer, just as Anatoly Karpov were had their aura, if you will. Garry had his. Right now, we're seeing Carissa making a reputation for herself, and man, is it working. Wow. Turning our attention to the game of Sam Shankland versus Ray Robson for a moment. This is one of those French defense, as we've seen. We've spoken about this in the Sicilian. Normally in a Sicilian, when black gets to play the move d5, usually it means equality. In this case, in the French, you get rid of your backward pawn on e6.
That you voluntarily put there.
Right,
I mean, place.
From move one, right? You trade off the pawn, and generally speaking, you've equalized, and I think that is the case in this one. Nothing to say. Wesley So, we've spoken about already. Hans has made a draw, so the action is in the Fabi game. Oops.
Oh, I have something completely different if you're looking at me.
This is the arena crush.
Yasser, what just happened in this one? This is arena crush versus Rose. She just played the move knight
No,
d7.
that was some time ago. We took the
Bishop
pawn.
b7, yes. D4.
And d4.
And guess what? She took another pawn. D4.
What's better than being one pawn up?
Two pawns up. Bishop h5, this is the position. I'm expecting short castle. This is 2 pawns up, and I don't see the compensation. Maybe you guys can point that to me. No weaknesses in the structure. You're the one that's attacking, that has the more active pieces in the position as white. This one is looking all set and done for Irina Krush. I don't think she's going to miss that. She definitely needs this one. She needs this one to try to keep somewhat of a contact with Carissa, but right now nobody is able to get close to her. So still, very good victory against a tough opponent for Irina. We think this one is going to go her way.
And just to highlight where these two players stand.
Irina Krush tied for 3rd place with 3 points, and Rose Atwell 2 points, but still I think that is a surprise. She's the wild card, very young player, new to this tournament, and she scored first round important win against Anna Zatonsky.
It's not just her results there too, but her actual position. She's had some really,
about
really
that game
nice,
against Talia Cervantes.
Oh, that will go down in the historical records as one that got away. There's no question about that. But yes, for a wild card player, for a young lady who's just starting her chess career, it's been a good debut. I'm looking at the game of Fabi for just a moment. And, you know, Cristian, he's kind of an influencer, you know? I mean, he's terrified us with all of these pluses that Fabi has in the position. One of the things I might ask you is, like, okay, I have one weakness. Just one weakness, the pawn on b6. Is that enough that it could cost me the game? So, for example, I'm a simple person. You attack my pawn, I defend my pawn. I'm assuming you're going to play a move like a4, rook b4, rook b3. What do you find attractive?
Sure. Now that it didn't play b5, we might as well stop you for a long time by playing a4, right?
Exactly. Now, you see, I do have two weaknesses. Sadly, I have the pawn on b6, but I also have the pawn on a6. What that really means is I've got two pieces that are stuck. So what I want to do is I keep them defended, bring my rook to c5, and put my king on c7 so that I can release my pieces. In other words, is the one weakness on b6 enough to decide the game? What's your take?
Well, I like that later I can transfer my bishop to that g4 square to attack your knight, right? And that will be an important thing because that will distract some of your defending pieces of that b6 square.
Okay, in the immediacy, I do have a retort for you.
Okay, rook b2.
Yeah, rook b2, so that you will have to keep that in mind. I don't know, king?
I think the way we should play this is get the king first in the center.
For white.
For white, yes. Get the king first in the center and then focus on all of these other things.
The happiness, yeah?
Yes. Because the thing is, you don't actually have a lot of moves as black.
I seriously
You're sort of
don't.
stuck right
The reality of my play was I was going to go rook c5 and king c7. And I'm
Knight c8.
I'm all stuck.
He's following your path. He's following your defensive
Look, my natural inclination is to swing for the fences. I'm all about tactics, you know. That's what I was raised on, you know. But unfortunately, he's been outplayed. Fabi very cleverly outfoxed him with the bishop versus the knight imbalance, and the move knight c8 is an admission of that. I bet you dollars to donuts, Grigoriy would be happy to be a pawn down with a knight on c5.
Yes.
In other words, take the pawn on b6, put my knight on c5, let me have my king on e7, and my knight on c5 blockades the pawn on c2. The knight is on a terrible square, and I like your a4 idea, by the way, because it does put the kibosh.
Right. Let's take a look. Let's say white plays king f1.
Yes.
I get to play b5.
Yes.
Force your bishop to go
away.
We
don't know where.
I get knight b6.
And this is where...
And rook c8, and finally I'm at least transferring the knight to a more active position.
Agreed, and that was why I really did like your a4.
Actually, I think it was Cristian's a4, so I don't get credit.
We'd never give Cristian credit for anything around here. It's
okay.
It's an unwritten rule of the commentators. Podcasters are the lowest life forms. Commentators are above podcasters.
That's disrespectful on every level.
On every level.
Yes, so please, no more of that.
There. Now, what do you have for us, Cristian?
What I have for you is Alice Lee winning. Against, or at least much better against Jennifer. Winning is an overstatement. I retrace that. This is the position we currently have on the board, and there is a huge move right now available for white. A tactical shot, if you might.
Just happened.
I didn't have to play it myself. She just played the move b4, just by
Bishop
magic.
a4 check.
Absolutely, that's the big problem. Not only that, but after taking on b4, if you do that, now I go c5.
Ooh.
This is the big problem. I give you a check, you go to f8, I take on f6, and then I go rook to d7. I'm not sure why the engine doesn't like it. Probably because of bishop to a6. Okay, let me try to be more precise. Take, take, take. Bishop takes f6 first. And bishop, okay, yeah, of course.
And
it makes a
now
lot of
rook
sense.
to b7.
Bishop, the same idea, bishop to a4 instead of queen to b5, and now rook to d7. The difference is that if you go queen to b5, black has this ridiculous defense with bishop to a6 at the end. I'm sure if she played b4 already, she knows about this bishop to a4. So it's looking really good for Alex. And if you... Alice. And if you don't, if you sort of...
Castle?
Avoid that whole tactical shot and you just castle, then I just go b5. And this is a really bad structure for you because my next few moves are going to be all the way to a6 if you allow me to. And if you play a6 yourself or a5, this pawn on b5 is going to be forever an incredible weapon for white. In the meantime, with this structure, I also have ideas of planting a knight on c6 at the right moment, while on the other side, where you have the majority as black, there's no compensation. There's nothing to do with the majority. I have the better pieces. I have more space. I know what I'm doing for the next few moves. This one is looking really bad. I do think that she's going to go castle. She's not going to take on b4.
Right.
That loses on the spot. But unfortunately for her, this one is not looking good, even if she does go castle.
It's remarkable to me that the pawn on b3 is like solid and it's safe, and but the pawn on b5,
once you get to b5,
changes everything. And suddenly the majority has become, you know, a candidate pass pawn.
Oh yes,
and control over the c6 square, and you can leverage this with leverage.
It's huge. It's huge.
And I really like the white bishops on b2 and c2. Just like ready to do some damage there. Especially I'm looking at bishop takes f6.
Right.
Pawn takes f6.
To be honest, in fact, I'm kind of curious.
Queen b3.
The only problem I think is that you're taking with the queen. right?
Because of A1, sorry.
Right. Yes, you're taking with the queen. This is your only saving race, because if you have to take with a pawn,
There's
queen
queen
3
D3.
wins on
Yeah,
the spot. You're
right.
getting checkmated. But if you have to take with the queen, of course, you
But
cannot
if you
touch
can
that
take with
because,
the queen, yeah.
you lose the rook on A1. But what happens after after queen to... now I have rook to D8 and my king somewhat escapes. This is another thing that you need to see, in fact, to play castle. So castle is not even guaranteed for Jennifer Yu, because this is not easy to understand. She's in trouble right now.
Right.
And I do think that's wrong. Her score right there, I believe it's wrong. That doesn't account for her last game victory against Rose Atwell from yesterday.
Yes, from yesterday.
So she's
that
right
should
now
be
on 2
updated
points.
to 2 points, correct.
2 points.
She remember when we left it, she had the 2 rooks
Against
against
the
Rose's queen, but she also had some pawns.
Look how fast we were. 2 points. You see, just by magic.
boy.
Ask and you shall
Somebody's
receive.
watching the show.
I know.
It's frightening at times when our production team actually follows.
Quite impressive.
I wanted to turn our attention to Leinier and Mishra for just a moment, because remember, I was all gung-ho about Leinier's position. Backward pawn, double the rooks, it's all good. Well, guess what? Mishra
managed to play that D5.
Get rid of the dominating bishop on D5, and he's broken with D65. If Leinier can't do something in the immediacy, then Black will have equalized. What could he possibly do?
I mean, if he captures that pawn on D5,
okay.
I'm going to recapture with...
The rook, I think.
Actually, a good question. Probably with the rook, right? I don't want to
Yeah.
be putting myself into a pin.
Yeah, precisely. In any case, the knight would still have to drop back. So taking with the rook, right? And again, I don't want to assist you. I want you to assist me. Therefore, C4. I'm assuming you got to take.
Yes.
I am assuming this knight, which is a little bit ugly. Well, I don't know. Can it?
I'm not sure, because I don't know if I want to give away that F5 square.
Okay. So maybe Leinier still has a little something, something. I don't know
think
if it's
so.
much.
Because Queen D7 looks uncomfortable for Black as well.
Right. Yep. Queen D7 definitely on the agenda. Yeah. It could be
I think there is something for
Leinier.
White. Could be.
By the way, when we left it, I think Leinier had played first 20 moves in.
He was gaining time.
And what's the current?
So currently
clock time?
Leinier has 36 minutes and Abhimanyu also 36 minutes.
Okay, very good. I'm going to change to the U.S. Ladies Championships, and I'm going to bring up the game between Nasi and Anna. When we left it, we saw the move H3. You had asked me, well, where are you going to put your king? I said, well, I don't know, but I'm going to put it on the queen side, and that's what White did. Again, aggression is great, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But for those of you who have studied those World Championship matches, I remember this absolutely marvelous game that Tigran Petrosian played against Boris Spassky, where Tigran Petrosian played A3. And the idea is whenever you played B5, B4, I was going A4.
To block it.
And when you played A4, I was going to play B4. So, you know, borrowing a page from that historical example, I think A3 might have been more prudent, but G4, let's get going. D5, we've caught up with the players. Kate, take it away. Your likes and dislikes. What do you like about the
There are a lot of
position?
likes and dislikes. I don't know whose position I would take. I feel that Black can do something on the queen side more than White can do on the king side. But the way you said that you can block the pawns there,
Right.
I would start with Rook C8, I think.
F8, Rook AC8.
Rook
would you-
F8, I thought.
Rook F8.
Because I do want to keep that A rook for some A4 pushes.
I beg your pardon. Actually, it's White to play. So after, let's start with King B1, just to, and Rook F8, right? I see the move Bishop A6. I see issues for, I don't see, well, okay, I play G4 for purpose, right? I might as well channel my inner Nasi.
So I'm going to play bishop a6 here.
Okay. I kind of want you to take my pawn so I can play d5. But I don't want to lose the pawn badly. So I'll go rook c1.
So I'm looking now at a4 move.
Yeah, that's a good move. Boy, is that a good move.
Because if you want to take it, I think I will be very happy that that pawn is distracted from defending c4 pawn.
For sure, for sure. Okay, I close my eyes. I pretend that I know what I'm doing. But trust me when I say it's a pretense.
So I'm going to capture that pawn on b3.
No, stop it. You're breaking open the A file. I visualize the queen coming, and I'm going to brace myself for an incursion on the A file. She has captured on f5. No king b1 for Nasi. She just started with captures, so but I don't see how you don't play king b1.
I think she's going to play king b1 now, or rook g1, then king b1. That move is going to be played.
Exactly. So I do think that we're probably going to more or less get the position that we were looking at, which was king b1, bishop a6, rook c1, a4, rook g5, ab, and whoever gets there first with the mostest is going to win, right?
Right.
Yeah. I do feel that at the moment, Anna, I like her chances more than I like Nasi's for everything you just said. And the clock times?
So Nasi has 40 minutes, Anna Zatonsky 24 minutes. We are used to having Anna Zatonsky less time.
Always.
But 24 minutes is good, right?
Well, that's a luxury for Anna. I'm going to turn our attention to the game between Begim and Talia for a moment, because when we left it, it looked to us like Begim was really getting some, centralization going. F5. Check that move out.
So that allows e5 move.
Right.
Really taking over squares for the black knights.
But at the same time, asset or liability, right? Talia...
Yeah, but do you want to take that pawn and open the g file on yourself?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Knight f8, rook h6. Capture that pawn, win the ending. ABCs of chess. Castles. Rook h6.
Talia is listening to you.
Knight takes g6. Whoa. And I'm going to pause it shortly because you've got some breaking news, Cristian.
No. There's no breaking news.
No breaking news.
But if you guys summon me, some analysis.
We will summon. Oh, I like that. Shall we summon?
Someone. Okay. Let's talk about this one, right?
Please.
Queen to b3, rook to g8. A very cool move right now in the position, in fact, would have been. And you kind of have to reverse engineer this one. Now, after knight to h4, you would love to be able to trap that knight with the move rook d to g3. That traps the knight, right? Because you cannot go back to g6. The problem with that is the knight on e2 is being attacked, right?
Okay,
so, for example, you take on, let's say I make a random move. You take on h4, I go rook g3, trap your knight. Your knight on e2, unfortunately, is lost. So what you have to do is, in this position, defend the knight with king to d2 or king to d1. Both of them work. Defend this knight. You need to keep the knight here so that you protect the f4 square. Now you take, I go rook to g3, I'm winning. It's close to winning, at least. It's a very nice position for white, very difficult to defend for black. She played knight c5, which, by the way, it's not bad at all. I've been looking through the lines. It's very difficult for black. Despite the fact that the engine right now is saying black is more or less fine, after knight takes h4, this is really not that easy. What do you do after knight to d4? You have to come back. You have to return with the knight to g6. And then we are starting to get this type of positions. b5, take rook to g3 first. I take on g7, and good luck defending this one. It's really not easy because knight takes b5, knight d6. If I get two more moves, the game is over, right? You need to find some sort of compensation, and the only move to do so is rook to g6. None of this is easy or trivial to calculate from the beginning, from the get-go, because there are so many ways in which both of the sides can go, right? b5 is not forced for white either. So a lot of things still to castle, but if she finds this one, and she needs to go all the way until here, at this point, she needs to find this move, a b4, which more or less forces. After queen takes b4, now I have rook to g2 with a big threat. Knight to d3, and it's not that easy to defend against it. So a lot of things to calculate.
Wow.
If you miss a beat, you get checkmated. Like, give me one more move. I go c6, queen f8, checkmate, right?
Right.
You cannot miss a beat with black. We'll see if they manage to get, and she didn't. She played knight d7. She shied away from that knight takes h4, to be honest, for good reason. It's not easy to understand that that knight is, in fact, going to survive. So I don't blame Talia for going back to e7, but if you have to stay passive, look, white has everything that they want. The knight is going to jump to d4. You're never breaking on this side with g5. Yeah, this one is not looking great for Talia. Begim should be happy.
So Cristian, can I try to like build a wall with like pawn to g6, everything defended, and king to d7 to defend that pawn on e6?
Yes. You can definitely try. Well, first of all, the problem with g6, this is the problem, right? So how do you do it? You start with king d7, yes. Then let's say I go a4.
Are you going to try to trap my queen?
I will. If you allow me to, yes, I will. I certainly will.
But I think the higher point
if you
is
go
that
g6, then I continue with b5.
It's one of those things where we're a pawn up, but the extra pawn, the g6 pawn, is not an influencer. If the g6 pawn were on g4, we would be talking, right?
That's a funny word to call a pawn.
And the knight, and the knight on d4 is a big influence.
This is an influencer
on
for
e7,
sure. Yes,
right?
yes.
So unfortunately, even though you're materially to the good, it's white who is having all the fun.
This is the Gotham chess of this position, right? The big influencer of this position.
There you go. The power.
Yes.
We've got the power.
Yes, I like it.
No, I like Begim's position a lot. I wanted to go back to the game of Carissa for just a moment, just to catch up on our tournament leader and how she's doing. When we left it, Tatev was dropping a piece, and that is what has happened.
Which, by the way, is not very new, because I believe Tatev was piece down, or yesterday she sacrificed an exchange. In almost every game she played
she's been
here.
a piece down in almost every game.
Honestly, she was knight down. With Nazi Paikidze, she was the knight down.
Hey, she likes being behind material deficit. Her last move, rook e3, hoping against hope. Some trickies could, like, let's imagine a moment for Tatev. How do you like f takes? That, at least in this particular case, does open up an attack with the most unlikely of attacks. The queen is sitting on h8, eyeballing the f6 pawn. You know, it's a Hail Mary. I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
And I think Tatev may be thinking about doubling her rooks, the other rook to the e1, and then possibly rook e7. So let's say you capture the pawn on b5 with your knight.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the worst
right,
they could make. But
to
show
illustrate the idea.
You like this one.
And now I want to go rook e7, allowing knight g6.
Okay. Rook e7.
Yes, I think I can still do that.
Knight to, so the idea is that you get this knight to g6, and nobody who's ever been a piece up wants to see their king marching up the board.
Exactly.
And this is the way that Carissa could let the game spin out of control. She's played, I mean, since she's already so far ahead of material, she just wants to consolidate her king. Knight e4 is an excellent move. It stops the business of rook to g3 in the immediate term, and it looks like Carissa's cruising to victory.
Yeah.
We're getting ready for a break, but what should we tell the viewers before we go on the break?
So you have the opportunity to register today for the Autumn Open Championship, October 25 to 27. This FIDE-rated tournament has 2 sections and a $4,200 prize fund. Learn more and register at stlouischessclub.org.
It's all about first. I want to know what's first prize.
And as we go on break, Anastasiya sat down for a one-on-one with international master Nazi Pajkice. Take a look and we will be right back.
Welcome back to US Chess Championships, Nazi. It's always exciting to see you playing, finally. Are you happy? Are you excited to play in the US Chess Championships again?
Thank you, Nesta. I'm so happy to be back. All year I look forward to this tournament. First and foremost, I'm a chess player, so of course playing in this tournament is big for me, and I'm very happy to be back.
Yes, so you actually won this tournament 2 times in 2016, 2018, so it's such a great result for you. Which kind of lessons have you learned to winning these events, and do you think you are ready to repeat your success again?
I certainly hope to repeat my success and win for the 3rd time. In 2016 and 2018, I played really well, I was in good form, but also a lot of things had to go my way and had a little bit of luck, which I think is somewhat necessary to win this type of event. Now competition is definitely stronger, everyone's higher rated. I also used to be one of the youngest players, and now I'm one of the oldest. So playing the new generation is definitely very challenging. But I think I still have some advantages, like I'm an experienced player, so I hope to do my best and win again.
What to do? Time is passing by. What do you think about the young talents which we have in this event? What do you think about Lee, about the others, Carissa? What do you think about them?
Well, I'm amazed by them, first of all. I think first time I played Carissa, she was only 13 years old, very, very young. But I could tell even then that she would become extremely strong and be winning this tournament, which she has already done twice. And of course, Lee, one of my main competitors today. It's really great that they are working so hard on chess, and they're very ambitious, and they make us more older players also work harder.
Absolutely. Of course, in order to compete with them, you have to work a lot. And by the way, what was your preparation for this event?
I mostly just cut out all the other stuff in my life and focused on chess this last month and a half. Before that, I was doing a lot of commentary, so I think that helped me too. I learned a lot on the job, watching the top players play. So this past month and a half, all I've done is chess.
Yeah, now that you mentioned also commentaries, I was wondering if Yasser stories and all the commentaries you've done kind of helps you in a way to look at chess in a different perspective. And do you think your knowledge of chess kind of changed a little bit or grow?
Oh, absolutely. So for me, doing commentary, first of all, was to do something that's out of my comfort zone, because I don't love being on camera. But working with Yasser has been absolutely fantastic. It's a lot of fun, but more importantly, I've learned so much about chess just listening to him and my other co-commentators, and watching top players play under pressure, in time trouble, how they handle all these tough situations. I've definitely learned a lot.
Yeah, now I'm wondering that now you are transitioned from the commentator to the player. Don't you think that, do you feel like kind of extra pressure about the fact that Yasser, Kate and Cristian will be watching your games and trying to discuss if you're following your own advices you were given during the commentaries or their advices and things like that? Are you going to think about it a little bit?
I don't feel pressure, but I will be thinking about it whenever I make moves. I'll be trying to guess what they're saying because I can kind of predict what they will be saying. But no, I don't feel pressure. I just think it's fun.
Are you going to surprise us with some opening choices? And do you think about those choices being the commentator yourself? Do you know which ones you should never choose?
I would say never, because I've seen these top players play the most dubious openings successfully. So I've taken that into consideration, and I also have some opening surprises prepared for sure.
But you know the openings you should never play, yes?
Yes, I do.
This one.
There's just a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you think of initiatives like the Cairns Chess Queen's Award? And are you going to try to become a grandmaster? Is it also a kind of motivation for you as for the other young chess players?
Yes, that's definitely an amazing program, and thank you so much to Jeannie and Rex Singfield for starting that. It's a huge motivation for me and for a lot of the players in this tournament, and also young girls starting to play chess. Yes, I'm certainly looking at tournaments where I could get GM norms. How can I gain rating? I will probably have to travel to Europe a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what do you think? How much time you need for that? How much effort it takes to become a grandmaster? I mean, certainly a lot of sacrifices are needed.
Absolutely. I would say it varies for everyone. It can take 2-3 years of full focus on chess. For some players who are already closer to 2500, it can take much less. But overall, you will have to sacrifice a lot for it, definitely. Other aspects of your life will have to wait.
Absolutely. I wish you all the best of luck, Nazi, for this event and also to fulfill all your dreams as a commentator, as a player. Thank you so much for taking your time. All the best. Thank you, Nazi.
My pleasure, Nastya. Thank you.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. We made it, guys! Yay! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitloan.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 6, and let's take a look at the standings.
so far has been very eventful.
I mean, Carissa 5 out of 5, and she's likely to win also today, having perfect score. Tatev Abrahamyan clear second with 3.5 points, but she is likely to lose, so that's going to be a change. And then three-way tie for the third place. Irina Crash, Alice Lee, and Begim Togirjanova with 3 points.
Absolutely. And the standings for the open section, Kate.
Right now we have a leader, Hans Niemann, with 3.5 out of 6, and then there is a three-way tie for the second place, Fabiano, Caruana, Awonder Liang, and Levon Aronian with 3 points.
Bobby up against Grigoriy, big game going on there, but switching to Carissa. Can she go 6 out of 6? Well, her last moves, we just went on break. Tatev played the move Queen H6, and for me, I hate to say it, but that's kind of a resigns kind of move. It's like, you know, I liked your move, Rook E1, because what actually happened was immediately Carissa got to trade off the queens. Being a piece up, I agree Tatev's position is lost, but I'm just saying trading queens.
But you know, she has a problem because if you play, let's say, instead of Queen H6,
yes,
let's say you play Rook E1.
Which is what we expected,
I
right?
think there is Queen F7, and I'm going to start trapping your queen with Rook H7.
Fair, I agree. I mean, right. But at least in this case...
Why not Rook H7 directly?
Oh, shoot.
Oh. Well, knight g6.
So
yeah, because the knight is on e4 guarding that pawn on f6, actually.
So the queen is trapped. Oh, no. So you're
Cristian
saying...
is right. You can just go rook h7 here.
You can, yes.
And king f7.
That just makes it all... Yeah, there's nothing to discuss, right?
I have a feeling I can take on g6.
Probably as well. I was going to play rook check, you know,
F7.
close my eyes.
That's it. There's nothing else.
No closing the eyes. Well, queen h6, fine. Doesn't help. Queen takes, knight takes f4, and I'm expecting knight to g6. And with, you know, just an extra piece in the pocket, this should be very, very easy. For Carissa.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it truly is a lot.
I mean...
You have a pawn for the piece, but, I mean, that pawn is not really doing as much. And my pawn on c4, despite the fact that it's a double pawn, it's a tremendous asset. Tremendous.
I totally agree. So 6 for 6 for sure. Alice Lee, when we left it, you had been mentioning, Cristian, how the transformation of the pawn on b3 where it looks pretty okay, to suddenly an outstanding pawn on b5 makes a huge difference.
Soon supported by that a pawn, a4, a5.
Well, let's see it, because that's exactly what Alice has done. She's rushed her pawns up the board. It's almost like a Dilworth attack. You know, you got these pawns on b5 and a5. They're really quite close to promotion. b6, a6, push them. And I wouldn't doubt that White's advantage is huge at this moment for Alice. Another thing that I like is the bishops are actually kind of controlling the pawn. I still like this idea of bishop takes f6, bishop e4, and then you can see the pawns pushing on their own weight. Where do these two players stand in our championships?
Let's take a look. So we have Jennifer Yu tied for the 7th place and Alice Lee tied for the 3rd place.
Because Alice was given that really nice gift by Atusa, that suddenly, you know, she had been drawing all of her games 4 in a row, suddenly got that gift, and maybe it's ignited a fire in her. She said in an interview with Anastasiya that she's a slow starter.
But she also said that she really tried hard in every single game.
She did.
There were no quick draws, no draws right after the opening. It was until the end of the game she tried, but there was nothing more. There was perpetual check once, actually 2 times, I believe.
Right,
so
with Tatev as
yeah,
well.
she just tried hard and it wasn't there, so she was waiting for that break.
Yes. Over to you, Cristian.
Staying with the woman section, we were saying before we went on break that Begim was having this marvelous position, especially when Talia did not take on h4.
Right,
She decided to go 97, a bit of a passive approach, but understandable, because once you commit to taking on h4, that knight is not coming out as easily, as we've seen in a lot of variations. Knight to d4, and we were thinking this position, I mean, it's dominant for white. You got a beautiful knight on d4. This queen is very close to getting trapped, in fact, as we will see in just a few lines that I will show you in a second. After queen to c4, another mistake. Queen to b2 would have, in fact, given black huge problems. And if you try to do the same thing as you did in the game, we will see that in a second. Then I defend the knight on d4. There's no more queen trades. You try to go for my pawns. You're just simply not in time. I go rook to c3 first, you go back, I go b5, you take, and guess what? By taking, you got rid and you eliminated your path to safety for the queen. So now I can just simply go rook to a3. The queen is not going anywhere. Trapped queen. You're losing this one.
Right.
You get a few points in the process, but a few pawns, not points, points as well. But they don't matter too much. The pawns you're going to capture, but unfortunately, you're not only losing the queen, you're probably also getting checkmated. Very easily, in fact. I take, queen to a3, follow that with c6. I'm invading no matter what you do. So after queen to c4, what she did, instead of shying away from this queen trade, was a4, a huge mistake in this position, because
Talia's
right now
back in the game.
Not back in the game. She's better right now. She played rook to g6, the best move in the position. And now if she tries to do the same thing, rook to d1, guess what?
Queens.
I'm trading queens first, getting rid of that liability as fast as possible. You take with whatever you want. It doesn't really matter.
King d7.
And then I go rook to g4. Maybe king to d7 first.
Yes,
I can also start with rook to g4.
Okay.
But the thing is, with the rook on b3, king to d7, b5, it gets a little bit messy. But in fact, you can give away this pawn on e6. I take it. I have to take it. But this h4 pawn,
nothing.
This is the big one. This is the big one. The pawn on e5 is a beautiful pawn, but it's blocked by my knight.
Right.
You're not having a blockading piece against my pawn on h5. And I will retreat back with a rook on g4, h4, rook h8, h3 if you allow me. This is starting to look very pleasant for black. In fact, black has an advantage in this one already. So huge missed opportunity, rook to g6, and the pendulum is swinging right now in Talia's favor.
Wow, what a turnaround. I love that move, rook g6, that very passive rook on h6, suddenly making an introduction into the game. A big, big, big turnaround there. Irina Krush, when we left it, she just won a second pawn, and it looked like everything was going in her way, and that was the case. She took a third pawn. Wow.
Having those pawns.
She sure is. And f6, that's a kind of a cute move. Bishop back to f3. Wow. She's just piling up the advantages. We would say that Anatoly Karpov, in his play, his style, he was a little bit of a banker. Okay, first one small deposit, then another, and then all of these little advantages, the control of the squares, a little bit safer king, a little bit more active piece, suddenly
accumulate.
Yeah, and it was bingo bongo. Here, white now has the two bishops to go along with her extra pawns, and Irina,
But just 3 pawns, I mean,
it's
that's a lot of pawns.
Overwhelming.
And I also like that my rook will very soon land on b6 square, because that is a great outpost for the rook.
Or even now that the king is on b7. This looks terrible for Rose. Haven't seen too much of the game between Atusa and Begim.
Wow,
if we
what a
can go
position.
there. When we left it, wow, okay, we left it a long time ago. This was this London with, which has suddenly become very popular with knight to b5 and knight a6. But Megan is saying, look, I'm a pawn grubber. What have you got for the pawn? I'll get it back.
Atusa is taking back. Now, black did not castle, so the king is still in the center. Okay, who didn't want to draw here? Atusa. She wanted to continue to fight, so she declined
Sacrificed the pawn.
repeating position.
Wow. my first impression is, these two rooks in the center of the board are very, very active, but I guess it's about the king. Is the king wobbly? No. There's rook c7, there's queen c7. So Tusa went queen h6, not interested in the a7 pawn, but how do you drum up an attack when your opponent controls all of the inroads?
Well, can you think about just pushing your h-pawn, h4, h5? I don't want to attack you, I don't want to checkmate you, I just want to promote to another queen.
Gotcha. It's very slow. That would be my initial response. It's very slow. I might end up where the problem is I'm still a little bit confused as to what Megan would like to do with her king. Would she like to just, keep it centralized for the moment? King e7.
As a white, I would love to play a4 at some moment, right? To force the light square bishop to go away. But your amazing rooks on the fourth rank are just guarding everything.
And trying to put the kibosh on your a4 ideas, yeah. It's not easy for me to... go ahead, let's just swing for the fences a little bit here. King e7, would you like h4? Because you also have f3. f3
right.
Might be a little bit disturbing. Okay, h4, great, away we go. Let's have some fun. Pawn grubber. Rook takes.
Okay, but now you allow me to play a4.
I do.
I may go for it.
Okay, let's just see it. I wanted to see how good or bad it is, right? Check?
Check.
Okay, so at the cost of a couple of pawns, you've forced me to a little bit of defensive position. You could h5, bishop h4 ideas. It's not play on one goal. It's still
Also, I'm looking at queen f4, just retreating back and looking at b4 square and d6.
Right. I get you. All of those things make perfect sense to me as well. Okay, that would be an exchange sacrifice, right? Queen here, check. Queen c5. No, bishop d6. I can just take it. Sorry, it's not an exchange sacrifice.
No, I'm not going to go for that. I have rook b8 move if I want here.
Oh, excuse me. You do. Wins. So I have to be careful. It's the king. The king, a little bit shaky still. And where do these two ladies stand?
Let's take a look. So Atusa Purkashian, she's tied for the 7th place. She had a really good position yesterday with Alice Lee.
Oh, painful.
Painful, very painful. Unfortunately, she lost, so she's at 2 points. Megan Lee, on the other hand, she won her game yesterday. Two in a row.
Yep.
And she's at 2.5 points.
All right.
Clear
so
6th.
You're trying to make a hat trick, I think. We were having that discussion. What's 3 in a row? That's a hat trick. What's 4 in a row?
What's Carissa's 6 in a row?
5 are the Olympic rings, like we've got 5 in a row Olympic rings. Jump in. Cristian.
With what? With the analysis or with the question?
No. With the
Fabi versus Grigoriy.
Yes.
Let's take a look at what's happening in
Please.
this one, right? I think we left it off after rook to c7 or somewhere around here.
Okay.
Bishop to e2, yes. As we entered this endgame, bishop to e2, we understood the idea. Bishop to f5, bishop to g4, bishop to e6, or at least keep an eye on the knight on c8. That's the defender that pretty much holds the position together for black right now. Bishop to e2, we saw f5, f3, rook to a7, rook to b3, take, and rook to c7, attacking the pawn on c2. You have a couple of options of defending that. You can keep the pawn on c2 with bishop to d3 and take it from there. You can even take on a6 if you want to, but I guess he didn't really like this position, and I'm trying to understand why, because after rook to f1, it does seem to be a very compelling advantage for white. I'm looking at your knight, and I will always be able to transition into an endgame with an extra pawn, right? After bishop takes c8 and rook takes b6. Your d6 pawn is also weak at that point. And what I have to do in the process is improve my king. As long as, let's say, we exchange these pieces, this pair of rooks, and then I will get my king into the center if you allow me to do so.
Looks good.
It looks good, right? Again,
Winning.
I always have that transition process of taking on c8, taking on b6. I just have to time it correctly. He decided to go for c4, which we're being told is
The
a
engine
mistake.
doesn't approve.
Yes, for the simple fact that right now you're kind of committing this bishop to the defense of the pawn on c4, at least for the moment. You will need to find a way to get the king to defend that pawn on c4, and then you can utilize once again your bishop, try to attack the knight. That's the key factor in this one. How are you going to get the king in the center? g6, a4, a5, and h5 played by black. Clearly
I like
aimed.
what Grigoriy is doing.
Exactly. Clearly aimed against this bishop to g4. Things are not as easy anymore.
No.
Bishop to e2 was played after h5. This is the position that we have. How do you break through?
Exactly. I have one weakness, the pawn on b6, which
And
I've been saying that's usually not enough.
Exactly. I was looking through variations. And for example, before rook to c1, if he goes for rook to f1, at some point you will need to challenge that rook on the f file.
Agreed.
It's the only way to try to get the king towards the center, right? You need to cut this action of the rook. So take, and rook to f7, I was just playing the most natural moves. Rook to f4, challenging the pawn on e4, obviously, and the same thing. Let's say king to g7, king to d2, h5 to take away this g4 square, let's say king h6. And even this position, despite the fact that it looks completely locked up, it's not that easy for black because I have
Bishop
a clear
G2.
threat. Bishop g2, bishop h3, and in fact, the only move that would keep in this position black in a balanced situation would be g5. You need to stop me from going bishop g2, bishop h3. Any other move, you're losing at this point. So g5,
so your
but even
idea
this,
is to block it with your king?
and now you're, well, yes, but you're also giving me, of course, bishop to g2, and the point being that now I can go king to g4, and in fact, it's black who is better, because I'm getting to your g3 pawn. But once you play g5, your h5 pawn becomes a weakness as well. You guys were looking, where's the second weakness? Where's the second weakness? There's the second weakness right now. So, very
Even
complicated
this
stuff.
isn't that clear.
Very
H8.
complicated stuff. Very, very complicated. And even that could be very close to equality as well.
Right.
You're one move away, one mechanism away from creating that fortress in the position as black. So this is what we have right now. Rook to c1, h5. With each and every move, it does seem like Grigoriy is starting to cover up those entry squares for the white bishop. So, yeah, I think in the last few moves, Grigoriy is the one getting closer to achieving equality rather than Fabi breaking through.
Yeah, I really do like this decisions a6, a5 and h6, h5 by Grigoriy very much. I mean, this ending is so deceptive because it's easy to lull yourself to sleep and say, yeah, it's a weak bishop. The bishop is passive. The pawns on c4, a4, d5, e4 all mean that the bishop is ensnared. But you put the bishop on e6.
But that's the thing, like you may also think that it's so easy to activate that bishop, get that to f1, h3 on the diagonal. But with this h5 move, you cannot go to g4, and as we saw what Cristian was suggesting, you're not going to get there.
Exactly. I've actually, again, I've been beating the drum for a rather long time, but I have been expecting also Grigoriy to, at certain moment, to try to make a beeline to that. Like in a dream position, I'm going to play very, very poorly for white, if you don't mind for just a moment, something of this nature. And if I could ever get my king to c7, I can release my knight. Yay. And who knows what will happen. We'll keep an eye on this one. I want to go turn our attention to Ray Robson, if you don't mind. I haven't seen Ray. For us, Ray is a local here in St. Louis, so we really like it when he comes over, plays ping pong tennis with us, and hang out together. How is Ray doing?
He's very low on time, by the way. He has only 6 minutes left.
We're going to be catching up with him. Well, for the moment, his king is
typical
on
Ray.
d6. Yeah.
Nothing new in Rayland.
He brings the excitement. Just
yes.
But okay, for the moment, I'm not sure who I like.
I was a little surprised that we didn't trade rooks.
Right. Well, at this moment, just the idea that Ray is his king on d6, I mean, that's a bright light. But on the other hand, when he's throwing his minority attack, g5, h5, it's an indication, at least to me, that he thinks he's better. Okay?
Well, I think he also wants to fight for that e4 square, right? So he wants to attack that f3 pawn.
You know, it was really weird. I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to go h4, knight h5, knight f4.
Oh, okay, that's a possibility.
But you're never going to win control over the e4 square, in my mind. Like, you can go g4, gf, I'll take with the pawn, and I'll have a protected passer. For the moment, I'm thinking Ray might look. Why hasn't Ray overdone it? I mean, that could be a
problem, right?
Could be a very big problem here. I'm just
maybe bishop f5 first. Try to get rid of that.
Like, seriously, I'm also thinking, like, go ahead and do your worst. Like, I don't know if I should be afraid of rook c4 or not. I played the move b3. I'm eyeballing bishop f5, and suddenly, you know, it could easily turn out that the king is vulnerable on the rook e6 check.
I mean, the rooks are ready to go to the 6th rank or 7th rank.
Let me just say that, again, I'm not going to give up control over the e4 square. I'll recapture with a pawn. Maybe it's not the best idea I've ever come up with, but I am looking at bishop f5, and I'm wondering who's got the advantage. Maybe Ray got too optimistic, I want to say. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
I want to take a look at the game of Nazi against Anna Zatonsky. Because it actually went to the line we analyzed, but they traded queens.
Wow, with the whole a4 business. Wow, look at this. Okay, rook g1, here it comes. Knight e8, okay.
Queen h5.
Queen h5, take. Knight to d6 again.
Now you cannot capture that pawn on d5. It looks like it's a free pawn, but checkmate is coming. Bishop d3.
That's a real cold shower. Wow, checkmate and one. You don't see that every day, by the way. Is this the current position? Yeah, knight d6. So I'm supposing bishop a3 is forced, right?
I was actually also looking at some c5 moves.
Oh.
Like, I want you to capture that to open my diagonal. But I think...
Good point.
I don't think it's actually very good, but...
Why not? A bishop d3 check.
Yes, you take.
Oh.
There's this check.
Oh, no.
Now when you take...
Oh, no. She's capturing everything with check.
Right.
No, we don't like this. We don't like this. But what was happening after bishop a3? Give me the knight. Are you taking on c4?
I think I'm taking with bishop again.
Okay, pause.
Good
What
night.
What's the body count on this one?
I am worried this is...
Knight d2 check. So f5 is hanging. I was thinking about bishop e7. Well, let's just see this. How I'm a little bit worried if I get checkmated by the two
the
rooks.
problem is that if you capture on d5, I'm doubling rooks and just checkmating you.
I'm really...
Or getting that rook on g1.
Yeah, I'm afraid of rook b3, actually, something of this nature. And it's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm in a checkmate. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Looks like Anna's doing well. Over to you, Cristian, our tournament leader.
I think somewhat of a car crash happening in real time right now.
What?
So first she played knight to h7.
What's that?
Which is not the best square, probably
Knight
the worst
e6.
square. In fact, knight to e6 is fine. Knight to f7 to get to d6, it's more than fine. In fact, it's winning. Knight to h7 doesn't really tie up with everything that you've been doing so far. You're just defending the pawn on f6, but that's about it. That's the whole reason of putting the knight on h7. Rook to e1, rook to g4, g3. Also, I'm not really sure what this rook on g4 is doing. Bishop to f7. Already a mistake. a step in the wrong direction. King to f2, because you're giving me too much time. I have enough time to start arranging my pieces. And now with the bishop on f7, rook to e7 is starting to become a real threat in the position, especially after king to f2. For example, if you lose another tempo, rook to e7, whoops, rook to e8, now my rook on e1 is protected, so I can start collecting. Rook takes c7, things of that nature. So she played rook to e8. The problem is, after rook to a3, rook takes e1, king takes e1, bishop to d5, I'm picking up another pawn on a7. How many do I have right now? I have 2 pawns. But also, I'm still fighting against this knight on h7, which is terribly placed in the position. My knight is much better, and right now I have a nice trajectory towards e3.
Right.
This is what we have right now. Bishop to d5 is the only move. 3 minutes and 40 seconds for Tatev. Sure, she's low on time.
Right.
She still has a very bad position. Close to losing, but not losing anymore. This is objectively a position in which you can fight, and that's exactly what she could have dreamed of 20 moves ago when they first started this game, when she made the mistakes early in the opening. Rook takes a7, and I think Tatev is starting to get real chances in this one.
Stunning.
Knight to f5 was
Simply
played.
Stunning.
So she was afraid of getting this knight trapped, more
Bishop
or less.
e4. Maybe.
Yes, the idea was that she was afraid of this bishop to e4 move, which makes a lot of sense. She should have seen, if she wanted to go for it, d5. And this is not an easy one to see. A pawn sacrifice, generally, you don't want to sacrifice anything anymore. Yeah, you've been sacrificing a piece. You don't want to sacrifice anything anymore. Bishop takes f5 and knight to f5. This would have been, in fact, a very good position for white, because you have so many threats.
Yeah.
No, this is already good for white. In fact, it's black who's playing for equality right now. I have a big threat.
Are you serious?
Yes. I have a huge threat, knight to e3. I have another threat, rook to a8, followed by knight to h6. You're getting attacked from both sides of the board. And in fact, rook to g6 is the only one to stay in the game. And after h4, it seems like white has the advantage. Slight, but this is the advantage for white. She played bishop d5, knight to f5, bishop to e4. We're expecting knight to e3.
Right.
Guessing rook to g7.
It's happened. Everything you said has happened.
Rook to g7 as well?
Yes.
Is it on the board?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look, still a piece up, but I'm gaining more and more pawns, right? So that means I'm getting closer and closer to having chances. I'm not saying that objectively she's anywhere close to equalizing, but she's having some chances right now.
Sometimes you just fall asleep in a position that you're just so winning. And for me, that the move knight h7 is inexplicable. I mean, why at the risk of repeating myself eternally, knights should be centralized. Knight on the rim, dim.
Right, I think she didn't like that after knight f7. There is this knight f5. I'm targeting your rook.
Well, no, I meant knight e6.
Knight e6 and still knight f5.
Rook. I mean, you don't have to defend the position. You're a piece down, and it's terrible. But you keep your pieces active this way as black.
Right.
By the way, maybe on a good day too, like a good Berliner, you would play a6, and the rook on a8 would activate itself. This is just too simple. Knight h7. Really, really big question marks for me. What is rook g4? Rook g4 doesn't help. Literally a lot of very, very bad moves, inexplicable moves by Carissa has allowed Tatev right back in the game.
By the way, Tatev
Stunning.
has only 2 minutes, and Carissa is enjoying big time advantage, 32 minutes on her clock.
Okay, but now let's see. At the moment, I've got 2 pawns hanging. This one, a7. I do imagine that rook to d7 is on Carissa's agenda. So she's thinking, if I take the pawn, how am I going to deal with rook to d7, right? So
I think black may be also thinking about some f5, knight f6, knight d5.
You mean activating the knight?
Yes.
Who would have thought that you should keep your pieces active? So I'm thinking king d2. In order to meet rook d7 with king c3, if you like f5,
yes.
you could consider other things. She has gone for rook takes a7. Couldn't resist. I was about to play rook takes a7 after the inclusion of king d2. Rook takes a7, okay. Rook to d7.
Can I go d5 now?
Yeah.
Thinking like, I would be happy maybe to trade the minor pieces.
Right, exactly. c3, rook takes b7, right?
Rook d7 on the board.
Exactly.
And I think we can expect d5 to happen.
Seriously, I mean, the pawn on d4 is so weak, and that pawn on b7 is just so useful that d5, like you say, hoping to trade, right? So takes. Now this still might be lost, but I don't know. I mean, that knight on h7 makes such a
Because imagine you play something like rook c5.
Yep.
I have b6. Now
Precisely.
I'm targeting that knight on h7. You cannot capture that pawn.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, like, whoa. What's going on?
And we have a result. Irina Krush won against Rose Atwell. She got that 3-pawn advantage early on in the opening, and she was able to win.
It was too much. So d5, and the game is still flaring anew. I want to say for Carissa, I would probably be tempted to save my b7 pawn with the move b6. I do appreciate that, you know, the move d6 makes it a wild affair.
I can do even knight takes c4 and then knight takes b6.
Bishop defends h7, right?
Well, how are you going to capture? You're going to capture with the rook?
Yes, that was my thinking.
Okay, then I capture on c7.
Right, gotcha. And
you have to be careful. Knight d6 coming.
Agreed, and check, and it's the strangest way of using an extra piece. Why would she put her knight on h7, the worst possible square? And Tatev fighting in a very, very difficult situation. d5 on the board. Maybe c3, trying to keep this pawn. Rook takes b7.
c3 is the only move that continues giving black the advantage. Yes.
Because, I mean...
How easy is c3, by the way? I mean, I take on b7. What do you do next?
Of course. I would probably have to go king. I'm a little bit worried about moves like b6, and suddenly...
b6 is already equal.
After king c7.
Yes, king e7, b6, now it's equal.
Wow.
Slightly better for black, but very close to equality.
Takes, and I was going to go f5, borrow a page from Kate for just a second. The knight on
Can I go g4 now?
Yes, of course you can.
Maybe rook c6 also, eliminate that pawn on c3.
Yeah. No,
you're still fighting an uphill battle, I get that.
Right.
You're a piece down. But with each and every passing move where pawns are being eliminated from the board, in one way or the other, you're trading them, or you're just simply munching on them, you're getting closer and closer to equality.
Yeah, I mean, I do still see this as Carissa's
for sure. 100%.
Advantage.
But look, you can see, it's very easy. Rook takes c3. Let's just keep going.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I
didn't
refresh. I wanted to make, because I saw the
we were just starting the
c3.
conversation.
Rook takes b7, king e7.
Let's get back.
b6 takes f5, rook c6. You wanted to say?
Well, I wanted to say, just to kind of give you an overview of this one, rook takes c3, knight takes d5, very natural moves, right?
Correct.
But now I think it's just an easy draw. Knight takes d5.
Rook takes d5.
You take with whatever, or bishop, and h3.
h3.
I play g4 next move. I eliminate the last pawn.
Right.
I'm going to have to defend rook, bishop versus rook. I understand that. It's not going to be easy.
Right.
But technically, this is a draw right now.
Exactly. According to the table base, you take off the f5 pawn. There it goes. I don't disagree at all.
So, just to show you seems to be the only way, by the way, guys, the only way to keep that close to decisive advantage is to start with c3, rook takes b7, and now the only move is rook to e7.
so as to be able to...
There's a threat, right? I'm
Right.
threatening take
So
on d5.
king d1?
King d1, I think I have bishop f3.
Bishop f3.
That's the problem, right? King d1, bishop f3, you lose the knight on e3. So there's only one move, you have to go king e2. Bishop takes d5, but now I can give you a check and then go king d3, right? I'm picking up the pawn on c3. You take, I go b6. This all seems to be somewhat
I'm still keeping
forced.
f6.
You are keeping f6, and this is your pride and joy right now. I mean, don't exchange this one, and in fact, don't put it on f5, because then it's going to be much easier to exchange.
Right.
But you're putting all your hopes in this final pawn, the pawn on f6, because you know the pawn on c3 is going to be lost. So she's getting closer and closer. And again, it's all about the trend right now. And chess, we know, it's a very psychological game. When the trend is starting to go against you and you start feeling that, you also lose confidence at the same time. And you're seeing your opponent playing the best moves, getting closer to achieving those technical equal positions, equal endgames, and you start panicking as well. At the same time, Carissa has not given us any reasons to doubt her in this tournament. She's 5 out of 5. Let's not forget that.
That's impossible to forget.
So she still has great chances to win this one, but Tatev is fighting back.
Thank you, Cristian. I want to turn our attention to the game of Sam Shankland versus Ray Robson, because things are blown up. Sam, I'm reading 21 minutes.
Correct. And not Yasser, but Ray Robson, he has less than 1 minute.
Remember, we were at this moment where I was saying, should I play b3 and stop rook c4? Sam felt king d3 was the right way to go. He played b3, and now came the move king c5, inviting an exchange sacrifice. So Sam could capture on c4, there goes a rook. Can't play king c3 because that would invite knight d5. I'd probably have to step back with the king. So we get a pawn and a knight.
By the way, Ray has 10 seconds. He has to make a move.
But
I see 5 seconds now.
But what
Ray?
What Sam
he made
Shankland did
3
was
seconds there.
he went check. Bishop takes, rook takes. And now be a little careful. Like, your king could just be checkmated. He has
Sam
played
didn't
rook
want to
f4.
have an exchange advantage. He's just feeling his pieces are better placed.
Whoa. Check.
Okay, king b5.
I won't tell you what's up my sleeve, but bishop d3 and rook c5 is what I'm thinking. Isn't your king...
But you don't have... Oh, you do have a checkmate with rook c5. Well, I have knight d7. I'm going to be looking at that c5 square. Okay, king a5. I'm not saying I'm like very comfortable here. Because some rook a6.
You got it. Wow, I would be thinking I'm done. I would be thinking I'm...
This game is over, guys.
Is it? Yeah, I would be thinking...
It's over, but it's not easy.
So what's the sequence?
The sequence is rook to c1. Makes a lot of sense. Let's start with that one. That's a check. King to b5. And now this comes the
King
better
E2.
move, king to e2, so that whenever you have this rook takes f3,
it
doesn't come with check.
That makes a lot of sense. I love this. So playing the same variation...
Let's just show the beautiful variation after
Please.
b6. I think it's worth a showing. b6,
Yes,
bishop
b6.
d3,
Yeah, okay.
King a5.
king a5, and rook c5.
2 exclamation points.
Yes. Now you take on c5, rook a6. That's a checkmate.
That's a sweet pattern. Checkmate indeed.
So you have to
no
defend with
d6.
knight d7.
Yes, that was what Kate was doing. And a moment ago, my king, as you've just pointed out, would be under the duress of a check.
So now you can go bishop d3, king a5, and you can go rook to c7.
I was
Just rook
about to
c7.
go rook to d6.
By the way, I was looking at rook c6 even, if I can do. But probably too much.
Too much, but it's close. It's close.
Yeah. Right.
Look, all you need to do is pick up the pawn on b7, and then you're still having the same ideas.
Right, even if you go rook b8 to defend that
Rook
pawn, I'm
c1,
going to capture that pawn.
We have the first one. We have the first
we have
move.
step one, and now
Let's just put it this way. After king to e2,
Yeah.
The best move is knight e4.
The best move is knight e4,
Now
stopping bishop d3.
If he plays king e2, finally Sam Shankland is
on the
is going
verge
to
of
get
winning.
his victory. Yes.
Yeah, the first.
He's been struggling. Look, he had great games, great positions, but he missed a lot of chances.
Truly
So I think he has 19 minutes. He is going to take his time to really look at all the lines because he wants to win this game. He was, I mean, with Leinier, Dominguez, so
Yesterday.
close. Other games, just really winning and then missing those opportunities at the end. So now he's going to make sure that everything is covered.
And in the future, we'll have these wonderful statistics all nicely printed out for us. Who missed their most wins in a single tournament? And Sam Shankland might be in contention for that prize because he's really had great positions throughout the tournament and not capitalized. So it goes to show if he finds the move king e2, Ray to stay in the game is going to need knight e4. Ew.
But is king e2 really the only move that wins here?
It's the best move.
It's the best
move. And you kind of get to it because the first thing you're analyzing is king to e3.
Of course.
That's the first one. It attacks the rook on f4. And you understand knight d7 is the only way to defend against the checkmating threats.
Right.
And then you understand that rook takes f3 is coming with the check. So then you take it from the beginning, and you start improving.
You retrace.
Yes, you just try to improve. Because king e2, I mean, once you get the bishop on d3, you understand this is a checkmating threat.
Right.
That's the big threat, not attacking the rook on f4.
Right.
So you can improve on that by putting the king on e2. I think he's finding it. I think he will find it.
I do too. King e2, just in order to withdraw the bishop, bishop d3, chase the king to the edge of the board, and terrible, terrible, terrible.
Not to say that king e3 doesn't win. King e3 also wins. But
Should
king
be.
e2 is just much more efficient.
Agreed. We've got time trouble. Tell us where I've got to go. Kate,
I'm curious, in the game Nazi, Paikidze, and Anna Zatonsky, if we are going to see a 3-move repetition.
Okay.
Because there is an opportunity for it. I don't know if Anna wants to make a draw.
Sorry, I've got to boop boop.
Nazi Paikidze.
Where
Yes.
are you? Naturally, all the way at the bottom. Okay, I'm not seeing a repetition. They did play that move, bishop a3, and then came knight takes, bishop to b4. We had looked at capturing the knight. We didn't like the fact that bad things were happening to our king.
Never mind. I thought something else was going to happen. So they exchanged the pieces.
Okay, I'm assuming.
Rook is going to take. No?
Is it?
So I want to double on that.
Let's say take.
square. A file.
You're going to take, yes?
Yes.
I will go rook here. I guess you can take on d5.
I can take on d5. And then
that feels pretty much like an even-Steven equality. Okay, sorry.
I want to walk your king on those two ranks. I'm going to capture with the rook.
Okay, I'm going to capture a pawn. Yay.
I'm going to double the rooks.
So that you're threatening to win my rook. That makes perfect sense. I'm going to double my rooks.
Yes, and I want to go b5.
b5. Okay, greedy. You're trying to checkmate me.
King h7. King h8, pardon.
Yeah. Checkmate me.
And if you play h4, just I have b4 and game over, right? I'm just checkmating you.
Exactly. Well, at least, I'm losing a rook. I mean, I can, but the point is that you did want to come down and checkmate me with a1 and a2. So there are still dangers in the position for Nasi after rook takes a5. Could I have defended this a little bit better? Rook takes, and what did you want to do?
I doubled the rooks.
And I see that this is a threat of sorts. Can I get out of it?
My idea is to still play b5, but the d5 is still hanging, right?
No.
Okay, you go. You want to hide on that square.
I mean,
Sneaky.
your pawn on b4 was actually monstrous.
Let's go, guys, to
Yes,
Alice Lee
please.
versus Jennifer Yu. The last few seconds for Jennifer Yu with an impossible position.
Uh-oh.
And in fact, rook takes b7 is the last move. I think it's just about resignation time after rook takes d6. That's a full piece.
She's
let's
done
see
it.
the bird's eye view right now. That's not the game that we're talking
That's
about. We're talking about the Alice Lee versus Jennifer Yu game.
Yeah, Alice has just captured...
That would be the Tatev versus
That's
Carissa.
Tatev, yeah. But this is... so what we have on our board, remember...
This
when
is the
we
position.
left it. We had the two connected pass pawns for Alice, but something went wrong.
Yes,
here.
and they cannot see the board, Yasser, right now. They can see
Okay.
my board. But
Please.
I think you meant somewhere around here, right?
Yes.
The connected pass pawns, a5 and b5. Yes, they just marched down the board without much hesitation. Rook to a6,
Massive.
queen to d5. Now, if you move the bishop, the thing is, if you move the bishop, you lose on g6 as well. In fact, let's see the players right now. Rook takes d6. There's also a pawn on b6. Guess what? Yeah, this one is over. I think we're going to see...
You know, there was this beautiful move
Shake of hands,
b7 that actually Alice played, and you were not able to capture the pawn. Even if it looked like it's for free, there were just too many ways to capture
Yes,
than the rook.
queen to c8 was a big problem. Rook to a8 was also a big problem in that position. But yes, right now she's just putting the finishing touches. Let's stay with this one. I don't think it's going to last long.
Exactly. For Alice, again, she kind of got lucky. She needed it against Atusa, winning the game. Now she's going to win back-to-back.
That's the problem with Alice. She starts winning, she continues winning.
Ooh,
Bishop
nasty.
takes g6, nice.
Bishop takes g6.
Quick tactics. You cannot recapture because that rook d7 is coming there.
Yes. And I really like the fact that she stays very calm in these situations. Like, she's not bouncing, she's not like super excited about winning. She's just doing her job right now. That's how it feels like. Bishop takes g6. Okay, let's just finish the game, right?
Yeah. For Jennifer, wow. Somehow she never really got into this. I know that her studies at Harvard are tough, right? I mean, you're putting in massive hours going to Harvard. Rook
c8, and I think there's still this rook d7.
Oh yes, rook to d7 seems to be devastating right now.
Bishop f7, kind of similar. Rook to d7.
You'll
I
give
want
a
to capture-
spike check, rook to c1, or not even that.
And
just
we see a
resignation.
handshake. So honestly, important win for her.
Yeah, because she's still got a match with Carissa coming up.
Mhm.
Again, Alice has drawn her first 4 games. Now with the back-to-back wins, getting a little confidence in her sails. I'm going to go back to the game of Carissa because Tatev, who was a piece down and just struggling to hang in there, what has gone on? She did find, kudos to Carissa, she didn't spoil everything completely. Rook e7, takes on d5, and we have this current situation. Again, Carissa's been a piece up for some time. We thought, oh, she's just going to cruise, go on to victory. There's been a...
And Cristian was saying that this is equal now, or
No.
Still Carissa is
She played it
having that
well. She
advantage.
played it well. She
Yeah.
played it well with rook to e7. If you go back a couple of moves on your board, this was the critical move. Rook to e7, because king to e7 is very easy to play, right? It kind of plays itself, but that's not the way to go because of b6. You need to force this king to move around. Right now, choose a direction. The thing is, if you want to stay close to the pawn and get rid of this pin on the e-file, and you go king to d1, bishop f3 is coming and you lose on the spot. So you have some difficulties to solve, and you cannot, unfortunately. Rook to e7 was a critical move, and right now she's winning this game.
Rook to e7, oops, sorry. So this is what has happened.
Mm-hmm. Nice
And rook
move,
to
by the way,
c7,
rook to
by the
c7.
way.
You take on d5, I go c2.
Yeah, unstoppable promotion.
And the thing is, if we go with that variation, so knight takes d5, c2, I pick up the rook on c7, c1, I cannot even get to your knight. I would love to exchange the knights right now. If I manage to exchange the knights, then I have some chances. Even that one is very difficult, but I have some chances.
Wow, Tatev has 5 seconds on her clock.
But she already made the time control.
She did?
Yes.
So she'll get the 30-minute bonus.
Yes.
You gave me a start there. You went with the countdown, and I was like, my goodness.
I'll blame the producer
my
for
goodness.
That. He was really telling us.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So this is the current situation. We've just seen the time control has been reached after rook to c7. So, okay.
Yeah, she's done it. She's getting it done.
I'll drop back with the rook to b1. I'm assuming you're going to capture my pawn. I'll go rook to c1.
And I'm gonna start, thinking about the knight on a7.
Don't. Why play with the knight?
Maybe I'll start with bishop b3. Actually,
that makes a lot of sense.
I don't want your knight to be activated.
Okay, I'm still making a beeline towards the pawn. I want to go king d3. I mean, I agree. I'm losing. I mean, I'm just saying you have your goal when you're in a losing position is to make your opponent's job as difficult as you possibly can. That's, you put up the best resistance.
And we have a result here. Sam Shankland won his game against Ray Robson.
Great win by Sam Shankland, much needed for him. He was struggling in this tournament. Congratulations, Sam. You deserve this one.
He certainly did. And guess what? He did find that winning move, king to e2, and Ray's king got trapped on the queen side. Ooh, by the way, that's a pretty move. Look at this. Look at these checkmating patterns. So with the capture of the pawn on b7, well, this one is easy.
Right.
Give us rook a6. We're champions. Knight b6. How about this checkmating pattern? Rook to c5.
So you want to go back to your c5 square.
Rook to c4. Rook to ace.
Oh, and now you cannot capture that rook on c6 because I'm going to go back to a7 checkmate.
Isn't that pretty? So there was a few checkmates at the end there. Our congratulations to Sam Shankland. Very deserved. For Ray, he's like frustrated. He started so badly. He climbed his way back to 50%. He was down -2. He made it even, and what a slip up to date.
Should we take it back to Begim versus Talia? Maybe we
Please. You've got it on your board.
Yes. Talia was doing well in this endgame. After knight to e6, rook takes h4, we were discussing, look, without the queens on the board, I have great chances to push my pawn down the board, push the h-pawn down the board. But white has its trumps as well, and especially the pressure via the b file, right? I will be able to open it, and then rook to b7 is coming. That's exactly what happened. Rook to c8, a big mistake, in fact. What she had to do was continue taking. Not as easy, because you do allow taking on c6 and rook to b7 unabashed. What she wanted with this move, rook to c8, is to meet this rook to b7 with rook c7 all the time. But she played rook to f1. Now you give me time to defend the pawn on f4. And it's going to be a race, because I have my own pawn going towards promotion on that side as well. a5, a6, rook to b8, try to defend against that. But now knight to c6 came on the board. Knight to e6, excuse me. King to c8. And right now she's just winning. Yeah. If she continues, just take.
Will.
Rook to b3. You have to stay on this side, otherwise.
Right. Mate.
In fact, it's a beautiful mate if you go to the corner. So you go to c8, I go to b7. How do you defend? You continue. I'll give you a check first. I'll take, and now I'm threatening checkmate.
Right.
No h2 yet. You're nowhere close to promotion.
Right.
And in the worst case, I can give you more checks. I can give you another check. I can even take here. And once you're ready, I go rook to h8. This is still a winning position. Even this one, for example, rook to g1, h1. Not as clear, and I probably should have done something better, but even this is winning.
Wow.
Even this is winning. Like I will take on f5, put the knight on d4, and start pushing my pawns. I had better options along the way, but we're not going to get into that.
He did it in the most beautiful way.
Look, I was giving you guys some gifts.
Very good. And look over here, everybody.
Don't worry. Move 41. Nothing to be said about this one. Rook is on b7. This seems to be pretty much game over. And Begim is bouncing back after the victory. This is a mark of a champion. Once you lose a game, you bounce back.
Begim is bouncing back.
She keeps on bouncing. She keeps on bouncing.
The three Bs. Begim is bouncing.
She will
back,
be,
everybody.
after this one, I think, in Seoul second. Ooh. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps alongside Irina Krush. I think Irina Krush will be on 4 out of 6 as well.
Okay. No, but that is a big turnaround because seriously, at the moment when I saw the move rook g6, I thought Talia was the favorite.
It's finally turning that game around.
Absolutely.
But it's very difficult because, you know, White has so much space in this position, right? A lot of weaknesses on that d6 square. I feel like it's more comfortable to play for White.
A tough match. I'm looking at the game of Leinier and Mishra. I'm going to say 6 versus 6. A little bit in balance. I can understand that Leinier might be thinking he's somewhat better after all he gets to post up his rook on d5, but I think that this is pretty balanced. Fabi, we're kind of losing track there also of our tournament leader in the open section. When we left it, we really thought that Grigoriy was doing his very, very best to keep the position in balance. It's a difficult fight. Intriguingly for me, Grigoriy not bringing his king to c7. He's leaving his king at home. I thought if you're going to leave your king at home, you're going to be playing for g5, a variation we had seen by Cristian.
3 minutes for Fabiano right now, guys.
3 minutes for
against.
Can he try to transfer that bishop
seconds.
to f1 and h3?
Yes.
I will tell you the best move in the position only if he finds it.
Wow, I mean...
whatever that means.
Whatever that means.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's c5.
I was just thinking c5, when you capture with d takes c5, I have d6. And if you have
d6, bishop to a6, in fact.
First.
Yes. And you will be kind of shocked, I have a feeling. So let's put it on the board maybe. On your board.
I just wanted to say that with this last move, rook b7, Grigoriy is dreaming. He's dreaming the beautiful dream of bringing his knight to c5, where it'd be an ideal blockade.
It's a beautiful dream.
But the move c5...
I mean, if he finds it, this would be an absolutely beautiful move. Move of the round, in my opinion. Because bishop a6, rook to b8.
Only move.
Now, the best move, and perhaps the only move to preserve the advantage, is king to e3.
Ideas of king
Ideas
to
of
d3
d6 right now.
and to d6.
Yes. But this is not easy stuff to understand. You're sacrificing a pawn, and you don't know when you're going to get it back.
Right.
It's truly not easy.
But it's just the fact that the knight is on the wrong surface.
King e3.
King e3. Maybe a prelude. King e3 might be a prelude to c5.
Exactly. Knight to g8 most likely will come on the board. And that's when you have to strike with c5 once again.
Right.
You're entering the same position more or less.
Exactly. And then once again, we put our bishop on this nasty square. But
what you shouldn't be doing, and I think this is a very tempting position as well to go for after knight to g8, is to go g4. At least to my eyes, g4 makes a lot of sense. You've just played king e3, opened up the diagonal. You want to get the bishop on g4 on that diagonal, control d7. Knight g8. This is the moment of truth right now.
Right. c5 or g4? What's your pick?
I think he's going to play c5.
Unfortunately,
for Fabiano, I think he's going to go g4. I think it's just too tempting to go g4.
I think that was what the move king e3 was designed to do, is to be able to play g4 in order to recapture with the bishop and plant the bishop on e6. Now the question, here we go.
G4. It's just so difficult to avoid temptation, avoid falling for this temptation, right?
I can resist everything except temptation.
And you still have the
every
advantage.
time.
I mean, you still have the advantage. Right. You're still completely dominating that knight because the knight cannot land on d7. That is the key to this position.
Is that true, though, Cristian? I mean, if I could get the knight to d7, I don't mind even losing a pawn. I would love to play knight. By the way, we did see a trade before I could even get it in. If Grigoriy had played knight f6, And I'm assuming you want to capture, right?
I will take on h5. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a move. I'm not saying it's a good move, rook g. I'm almost thinking that I would be very happy to give away my h5 pawn. So something that I had spoken about before, right?
But the thing is, I capture that pawn on h5 and I have bishop e8. I'm going to be guarding that pawn with the bishop and still kind of restricting your rook from getting any activity.
I will argue that the knight is actually such a good piece. I'm starting to like the activity. But we do have a different situation. Cristian, over to you.
Well, let's just wait for this final move. This is move 40 for Grigoriy Oparin right now. So he makes this move, that's it. And then, in fact, I think we're going to get a break in.
I love it.
Yasser.
King h6. I would get my king off of the g file and just, well.
King h6 still, it seems like c5 is becoming a threat right now. I think I will be able to paralyze your pieces. So for example, let's put it on your board. Yes,
okay.
King h6.
Okay.
Now I go c5.
Okay, I have to take.
You take it now d6.
Okay.
And in conjunction with the bishop pawn e6, you cannot approach that pawn. And my plan is very simple. I go king c3, king d3, excuse me, king c4 if you allow me to. And then if I manage to get that king to b5, it's game over, right?
Well, you sacrificed one pawn.
I did, yes.
But you might be sacrificing two.
Rook f1?
Rook
thing is, you get your king
f1.
all the way to h5. You're not surviving anymore. Rook to f1, rook f7 is coming. My pawn is promoting.
Gotcha.
And what if I go bishop d5? Is that a possibility after king h5?
Yeah, no, king h5 is bad. I have to keep my king. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, now I have to keep my knight protected, okay? Mm-hmm. So, rook b8. Let's just say rook b8. How do you like this? I'm looking to play knight h5 and knight f4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to continue.
It's not that
because every time
clear.
I move, let's say, rook f1 or rook g1,
yeah,
I'm going to allow your rook to move somewhere, maybe h8.
Yeah, that was what I had in mind with the move rook b8. My rook on b7 did its job, which was to defend the pawn on b6. Now I want to try to activate it. And if you play bishop f5, I might have to play rook to h6, but I don't mind that. Basically, I'm going to give Grigoriy a lot of credit. The knight on c8 was awful, like really awful. And that knight on c8 has actually found a decent square on f6. So,
but this is a big moment right now. Again, king h6 makes a lot of sense, and it's a very tempting move. We've been talking about these tempting moves type of situations. But after king to h6, Fabi will have all time in the world. He's made time control to find the move c5. And in fact, I think he has it on his radar. The thing is, he did not want to make a big decision before the time control.
Let me just interrupt you for a moment because we're being told that Begim has got the game under wraps and is on the verge of winning. Shall we just, before we take a break,
so she's done immediate checkmate right now.
She's
done what we were discussing that she will be doing.
She's picked up the knight with the gain of tempo because of the checkmate threat. Talia has played king c8 check and gone right into the variation that you prescribed, Cristian.
Yes.
You have the feeling that
to d7 and that's a checkmate.
That's it. Begim had this
rook d8 checkmate and a
and there we
check.
have the handshake.
Very important win
huge
for Begim.
Yeah.
Stays close. Stays close. And by close, I mean 2 points behind. But that's just because Carissa is winning every single game.
It's crazy. I think we're going to take a break. Tell us what we're doing on the break. Are we doing
I think we're just going to stretch. Nothing special.
A big stretch.
And
Is that what we got? We're going to see you on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian, this is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy! Look at that
kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitloan.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 6.
Yes, we are.
And let's take a look at standings.
Indeed, let's do it. Kate, how about the ladies?
So here, Carissa, 5 out of 5. She's looking very good in this current game. We may see 6 out of 6. Incredible performance. Irina Crash won, Alice Lee won, Begim Togirjanova, they all won. And now they are tied for the second place with 4 points.
And it looks to me like Megan, too, might be on a roll of her own. So great stuff for the ladies. How about in the open section?
In the open section so far, I believe there is Hans Niemann, who is the leader with 3.5 out of 6. And then Fabiano, Caruana. I mean, we have so many names with 3.
Right.
Fabiano, Caruana, Awonder Liang, Shankland, Sevian, and Levon Aronian. so far tied for the second place.
Congratulations to Sam Shankland on his victory over Ray Robson as he finally broke through. And I mean, we were feeling terrible for him. Let's pick up the action between Carissa and Tatev, because essentially Carissa has been playing a piece up for quite some time.
Yes.
And it's about Tatev trying desperately to get rid of as many black pawns as possible. But what when we left it, rook to b1, bishop to e4, rook to c1, f5, very important move, bringing the knight into the game. This looks like a draw between Nasi and Anna, as we were witnessing a repetition.
They were just waiting for
break.
the chief arbiter to confirm that they can make a draw.
Exactly. Going back to the game of Tatev for just a moment, we saw Tatev trying desperately to eliminate this pawn in the position. Then her hope is to get to eliminate this pawn. We don't know exactly how. Something like knight d1 back. And Carissa said, no. I'm going to hold on to this pride and joy.
She has a clear idea. She wants to capture that pawn, c2, back bishop b3, and then transfer the rook to d1 and promote.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Bishop takes a2, c2, bishop b1, secures the pawn forever and ever, but I like what you said too. Bishop takes a2, c2, bishop b3, transfer
and
the rook to
on
d1.
D file and game over.
Easy peasy. And we're going to take a pause
because Anastasiya, she caught up with
Irina
Crush. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Irina Crush, who won actually 2 games in a row. Irina, are you happy with your results lately?
Yeah, well, it's hard not to be happy. I'm especially happy with yesterday's game. Yesterday was a really tough game that went the longest of the day, I guess. You know, it was like 5.5 hours. And it was just, it was really tough to win that one. You know, we had 2 time troubles, you know, up to move 40 and then again, you know, the final time control. And somehow I pulled out that win. And I just felt really good because I felt like I gave it my all. You know, it wasn't like a perfect game, but there were some things that I did well. And just felt really good with like the effort that I put into that game.
Absolutely, and today you played with one of the youngest players in the tournament. What went wrong for her in this game? It seemed like very easy for you.
Yeah, indeed. Today was like kind of an opposite game from yesterday, right? Just because I was gifted like a pawn in the opening. I'm not really sure why she gave up that b7 pawn. I didn't see what the compensation was going to be. My move d4 was probably kind of incisive, and then it turned into a second pawn. And then it was just quite straightforward from there.
Absolutely. What do you think about Carissa Yip and her amazing result? It seems like she's ready to win even the 6th game in a row. Are you ready for the race? It seems like you are also getting into the tournament. Like, what are you feeling?
Yeah, you know, there's not so much, you know, I can do from a distance of 2 points, right? So I just have to play my tournament. Of course, she's doing amazing, and, you know, that happens. And I feel like, I mean, the only thing I can say is like maybe I needed a slightly different approach when I played her myself a couple of rounds ago because I was a point behind, and I really saw it like a must-win game. And I feel like, well, you know, now that you're 2 points behind, maybe that wasn't a must-win game. Maybe like keeping it within 1 point, like I should have at least considered that was going to be, you know, a possible tournament situation. So yeah, maybe my mentality for that game wasn't like perfect. But, you know, of course, her result is amazing. And our game was actually, you know, really interesting too.
Yes, it was a really big battle. Like, this is how it felt from outside. How was it for you?
Yeah, it felt like a battle. I mean, at some point I wasn't very happy with where, you know, I went in that battle. Kind of like played way too risky. But yeah, no, it was definitely a good battle with Carissa, yeah.
In any case, everything is still possible. Thank you so much, Irina, and all the best of luck for you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations to Irina. And it was a big battle. Speaking of big battles, we have one going on between Fabi and Grigoriy. Fabi got in g4, a move that Cristian wanted, and he got in c5, a move that you wanted. And Cristian, take it away. We like Fabi's advantage. Is it enough?
It is. It certainly looks like it is, and it was very, very critical that after rook to b8, the move that Grigoriy played after the time control, it was very important play c5. If you
right
don't play
away.
c5, you lose your advantage on the spot. So, for example, if you play king to d3, right, to improve the position on this side, let's say defend the pawn on c4, rook to h8,
Right.
that's it. You're not having enough. Rook to b6. We're going pawn for pawn right now. You take this one, I take the pawn on h4, and I'm the one starting to look for some counter chances, right? You take on d6, I take on e4 with the knight. I
I've
will
got a
be able to
beautiful
blockade
knight.
with knight to c5. It looks like white might still have disconnected passers, but my pawns are extremely powerful as well. So you need to be careful. The engine, in fact, objectively says that black has no problems anymore in this position. I'm going to be able to utilize both the e pawn, the g6 pawn, and the connection between the knight and the rook against your king, and that should be enough for compensation. We have c5, very well timed, important move by Fabiano. Take on c5 and d6. And now this basically freezes your pieces. You go rook to d8, I take on b6, I defend d6 at the same time. So unfortunately for you, you cannot do that. If you go rook to h8 in this position, and perhaps this is what we're going to see on the board, I take on b6, you take on h4, and a very important move after rook to b7, let's say king to h6, is bishop to d5.
Ooh, I was just about to play rook takes e4 as well.
Exactly, exactly.
Dang
Bishop
it.
to d5. Finally, there's, unfortunately for you, no attack. And if you do take on d5 and go rook to d4 and are saying, hey, d7, I go rook takes d5. Rook to b2.
No.
Yes, because the king is no longer on g7, and this is the key tactic. With the king on g7, so let's assume your king is on g7
Right.
and you're losing a tempo. You go rook to b2 right now. I just simply take, I exchange, and now
And I'm in the square. Yeah.
in the square. But unfortunately, with the king on h6, and perhaps this is what Grigoriy is realizing right now, with the king on h6, you cannot stop my pawn from promotion. It's very beautiful, and I'm sure Fabiano has this one mapped out, because if he doesn't, then he wouldn't go for this.
Exactly.
right?
When he
But he
went
has
for the
this
whole
mapped out. Rook to h8 is on the board. We were expecting this one. Rook takes b6, rook takes h4, and rook to b7 first.
And then bishop,
to d5. Yes.
What a sequence. What a sequence. Will we see it? In the meanwhile,
We have to see
Anastasiya-
it. At this point, we have to see
Yeah.
it, right? Because rook h8 throws the gauntlet. I mean, I'm threatening to take your pawn on h4.
Exactly. I think rook takes b6 is required. Anastasiya caught up with
Sam Shankland, who just won his game.
I'm here with Sam Shankland, who just won a game against Ray Robson. Thank you, Sam, for joining us. I have so many questions for you. I mean, this tournament was really tough for you with so many ups and downs. Can you describe how do you feel so far?
Really, like, I was playing extremely well this whole tournament. I feel like I should be winning this thing, but somehow, like, in the games with Dominguez, So, and Aronian, I should have at least 2.5 points, maybe 3. But I have one, like I blundered mate with Aronian. I've blundered the only trick that Dominguez had. Like I saw 4 different ways to escape the perpetual, and one of them was flawed, and I just quickly played the wrong one. But yeah, I think in general I'm playing really well, and Ray was just unlucky that today was the day I didn't like choke and randomly blunder.
How do you handle these situations? I mean, all of us, we've been there. It's really, really extremely hard, especially when you're winning. You know that you're winning, and then suddenly everything falls apart. Like, how did you
so
survive?
it's tough. Like with Wesley, it was sort of a tense fight. With Dominguez and Aronian, the game just ended immediately both times. It's not like I had to recover. I mean, I blundered this mate with Aronian with. Like there was this very, very nice line with f4, queen g3, and knight f6 that I missed. I missed knight f6 at the end. But yeah, I just blundered checkmate. The game's over. And with Dominguez, I blundered an immediate perpetual. The game's over. It's not like I really had to recollect myself and keep playing. And when I get back at night, I can, watch some stupid TV or check something unrelated, and go out, see a friend or two, and be ready to fight the next day. And I think that today showed that even after blundering potentially even a full point yesterday, I can still come back and play reasonable chess, I think.
Yeah, which is, really great that you can do it, and it's a really important skill, I think, for any professional player who tries to do something in chess. Tell us a little bit what happened. What was the critical moment in this game against Ray?
So I think my opening choice was really good. He played the French, which I just had never, ever seen him play in a very long time, and so I just thought, okay, what am I going to do? And I chose this line with knight f3 and knight e2, which... With knight c2 and knight f3 without f4, and I definitely think black is fine, but it's unusual and it's tricky, and he started thinking very fast, and I think pretty early on there were some critical moments, and I'm sure there were some mistakes made, but he ended up in this unpleasant endgame that I was actually surprised how quickly I cruised through, but I think the endgame was always going to be quite unpleasant for black.
But then this moment came, which I saw the king c5 move, and I was shocked completely. Like, if you just take the rook, there is some compensation, right, for black? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's probably winning, but like, I thought I saw knight e6, which was sort of my plan anyway. Like, after b3, if you had played either rook c5 or rook c7, my plan was knight e6 anyway, to trade the knight for the bishop and get my rook in. And when I can do it when I'm also mating him, it sort of seemed like an automatic decision. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's a very bad blunder, king c5. But even without it, like, if he plays rook back to c8, which I thought he would do, like, I have no clue what his next move is. And I have rook e7, for example, and I have an idea to play rook g7 and then rook e6 and knight b5 mate in some cases. And I mean, it's not like he's resigning immediately, but I think the endgame's very, very bad.
yeah, this was your feeling. So you managed to win this game, and back to the tournament. Congratulations, Sam. I mean, we really showed that the resistance after everything what happened to you. Thank you so much for your time, and all the best of luck in the next rounds.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Again, our congratulations to Sam. We are thinking it's 6 out of 6
We're gonna witness
for Carissa.
Just incredible
When
win
we
again.
left it, Carissa had just managed to force the exchange of knights. She's going to, and she has kept her one remaining pawn. The pawn on c3 is now actually on c2, protected by the bishop, and we know what that means. All you have to do is engineer a rook to the first rank, and it's all she wrote. And Carissa is doing precisely that, as she's just played the move rook to d5.
And after king c1, we're gonna see rook b5,
Exactly.
and I think we will see a handshake.
For sure. Then with this, the rook on b1, I beg your pardon, the rook on b1, the rook will have to go.
d5.
Rook b5 on the board.
Rook to b1 is next.
And there's the
that's
handshake. Carissa Yip.
Wow, 6 out of 6. I mean, she has 5 more games if she can do that. There is this Fisher's pride.
But it's the strangest
Steady pace
thing.
towards that $64,000 bonus. I mean, we haven't seen that.
But
Well, have we ever seen that since the inception of the club?
Well,
Since
yes,
the inception of this bonus.
Anna, the Mrs. Golko, Mrs. Boris Golko, Anna, I can't pronounce her last name. She had a perfect 9-0.
Did she get the prize?
There was no Bobby Fischer.
That's what I'm saying. Since the inception of this prize, $64,000.
No.
There wasn't as much pressure back in the days, but right now, I mean,
right now.
$64,000.
Yes.
If you can make that on top of whatever you're already winning, because you're winning championship, obviously.
We've been
And then there's the
calculating the
winner's
winner's bonus, the
That's
first
right.
prize. This is getting.
Oh my goodness.
But by the way, I mean, for Carissa, it's the strangest thing. She seems to be defeating her nearest rivals when she faces them. When she faced Irina Krush, Irina was in second.
Begim
When she
was in
faced-
second.
And now Tatev. Clear second. And she's like pushing her rivals down at the same time. She's keeping a perfect
Guess
score.
what? Fabiano is not stopping, guys. Fabiano is keeping pace as well. Take a look at this. After
rook
c5, rook to h8 was played. d7, excuse me. d7, not rook takes b6, is fine also. It works as well. d7, and perhaps it's a bit more controlled. Forget about this. Whatever this is.
Swiss cross.
Beautiful sign, missed opportunity.
Right.
But it's not really a missed opportunity. Rook
'Cause
to
it's
d8,
winning.
another missed opportunity. Rook to b8 apparently was slightly better, but still after this one you go rook to g1. In fact, it's a very powerful move in this position, followed by bishop to f5. You take on g6, and unfortunately this is not enough. You don't have enough defensive resources as black to hold on to this position. If you take on d7, I take on g6. You have to stay close to the knight, otherwise I pin you down with rook to d6. And even if you do so, I still pin you down, rook to d5. And apparently the combination between this h-pawn, this idea of getting the king to b5 on the other side, and the fact that the bishop can play a large part on both sides of the board, this gives white a decisive advantage. So he played rook to d8, rook takes b6, king to f8, and now a very powerful move, bishop to c4. And I do believe that this is everything we've had for the moment. If
We're
you
up
take
to
on
date.
d7,
Yeah.
rook takes g6 just finishes the job.
Threatening check.
Threatening to push the pawn.
Also.
Push the pawn, yes. Push the pawn, and the thing is, you don't have knight f6 to get back. You need this knight to be able to stop the expansion of my pawn, and unfortunately, you don't have those options. If you go king to e7, I'll throw in a check. So you have to go back right now, obviously not on this diagonal. Now I can just simply push, and this is going to be game over. Bishop to c4, it seems like Fabi knows it.
We have king g7.
King to g7.
We're going to see bishop e6
Bishop
back.
to b5.
Oh, bishop
Yes.
b5.
And that's the idea. You transfer the bishop from e6, and now you go to b5, and fortunately for white, this
And you
allows
just
me.
want to go rook a6 and
Rook
capture
a6, rook
that
takes
pawn.
a5. Exactly, exactly. Yes.
So
this one is looking good.
King g7 on the board has been played, pardon me. And it's kind of funny because I was sitting there thinking, bishop, I want to protect the pawn on d7 with my bishop, where to go. It's funny that the b5 square, which by the way, the bishop's anchored. On e6, it's always vulnerable to king f6 or king e7. Here it's anchored. Nope, you can't take the pawn. That's an immediate pin and wins. And then as you were saying, very, very slowly, I can just pick up more pawns.
And just push that a pawn.
Yeah. Oh, really impressive endgame technique here by Fabi. We used to talk about the Bobby Fischer ending, rook and bishop versus rook and knight. Bobby Fischer famously defeating Mark Taimanov 6-0 in their candidates match, won a beautiful rook and bishop versus rook and knight ending. This one was extra special as well. G4 by Fabi, C5 by Fabi, breakthrough, and he's in great form.
Yeah,
He's just
he finds the precise move at the right time.
He's looking really impressive. Wesley So, by the way, has made a draw already for some time with Sam Sevian. Our congratulations to Sam Sevian. That was not an easy position, and the young man defended it really, really nicely to draw the game and keep his chances alive. I want to say Mishra and Leinier.
By the way, Fabi played that bishop b5 move.
Yes.
That keeps really great advantage.
Once he moved the bishop from e6, that's the other square to defend the pawn d7 from.
Right.
And immediately came king to f7. Grigoriy is saying that he's approaching that pawn with the king as well.
So let's take a look at the game of Leinier Dominguez and Abhimanyu Mishra.
Funnily enough, I was just there, and you brought me right.
So how is this queen endgame? White has a majority on the queen side, black has majority on the king side. I like this h5 move. It's just allowing always to have any kind of perpetual checks if I need it.
Right.
And otherwise, white wants to push on the king side, right? Queen c3, c5.
Right. My impression is that this game should be just draw, like dead. But in queen endings, the Soviets in their time talked about the 4 stages of chess. There's the opening, the middle game, the end game, and queen endings. So it's sort of like everything you knew, all the rules that you followed in the previous 3, middle game, openings, end games, you threw them out. And there was one I remember from Alexander Alekhine's best games. He was a pawn down in a queen ending and lost. Then he was 2 pawns down in the queen ending with chances to draw. Then he was 3 pawns down and it was a draw. It was like all the rules just went out the door, like the, physics was turned upside down. So I'm expecting crazy things still here. But Anastasiya.
Yeah, she has Alice Lee. Let's take a look.
I'm here with Alice Lee, who just actually defeated Jennifer Yu. Second victory in a row for you, Alice. You told me yesterday that the start was pretty slow, but now I see that you are getting there. 2 victories in a row. How do you feel about it and the game?
Yeah, I think today I'm definitely happy I was able to win, not just like win, but also in a, I think, pretty smooth manner. I mean, I probably made some inaccuracies here and there, but it wasn't like yesterday's game where I was losing and then I had to have a comeback after she blundered. Yeah, it's like this today. I felt like it was just like a good game from the start. So I'm happy also to kind of stabilize a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, +2 in the tournament like this. Like, do you start having some hopes in order to fight for the title?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really in my control because Carissa is like 2 points ahead. If she wins, and it looks like she has good winning chances the same, then it would just be very hard to catch her. Of course, I still have the opportunity to play her, but I think like it's for me, what I want to focus on now is to try to get like the top 2 spots because it's qualification for the World Cup this year.
Yes, so this is also very important, yes, to be on top 2. And which round you play against Carissa, and is it kind of influencing your strategy?
Yeah, I play her in the last round, so, you know, I mean, I guess I'll just see, like, what the situation is there. It might be, like, a situation where even if I win, then she still wins the tournament, or it could be that everything is in my control, which would be great. But, you know, like, it's the last round, and I still have 4 more games to play before that.
Absolutely, yes. We still have so many rounds to go. We will see what will happen. I'm very curious about it. Keep going, Alice. All the best of luck for you in the next rounds. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Alice, for reminding us this is a qualifier for the World Cup. Remember, that's the tournament where it's like 128-player elimination in the Open, 64 elimination for the ladies. Big prize money, FIDE candidate qualification also at stake. The ladies want to play in those World Cup tournaments.
Once I qualified, we used to have 3 spots actually.
Okay.
Now we have only 2 spots, so it's
That's
even more difficult now to qualify to the World Cup.
And did you like it? Was it?
I loved it. It was very, very good experience, but I got eliminated in the first round. So.
Rats, hate that, hate that. Turning our attention to Fabi and Grigoriy, we believe that Fabi is winning this game.
How about Leinier? Is Leinier winning his game?
No,
Can we try to analyze that?
I like his position.
It's starting to get a bit dangerous, right, for Abhimanyu, especially if Leinier finds the next move. I'm not sure if we have it on the board.
What's the next
he has
move?
an opportunity for c5 to create a passed pawn.
And follow it up with queen c4 check.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
This is starting to become a bit dangerous, especially look, queen endgames.
Yeah.
Once you see a passed pawn so far advanced with a queen behind it,
right,
then you start getting worried.
And I thought we had to prepare it with queen c2, right? I was saying that with c5. But now when the king is on g8, you can play it immediately.
He did play a3. I'm not exactly sure why.
No, but this allows black to get some attack going after f4.
Yeah.
Attack, and by attack I mean I'm trying to open up your king so that
Just
I can get
you
some
have
sort of a
enough
perpetual.
checks. Yes, exactly.
I'm looking for a perpetual if I
Right.
can get it, or at least weaken the king a little bit more.
Exactly.
By the way, Yasser, I know you like extra pawns.
Yes.
So what if we switch to the game of Atusa Prokashan for a little
Yasser
bit?
doesn't like pawns.
Against Megan Lee.
Fake
because
news. Right?
Megan has 3 extra pawns.
I like her position.
So let's see, but we have opposite color
You haven't even seen it.
Yeah, I like her position. That's the Atusa.
Yes.
Game. I did see that Megan was about to play the move a7, a5, bishops of opposite colors. The drawing margin, it's so incredibly high, and I think everybody understands that you get the blockade. You have protected passed pawns, but one player has the blockade on the dark squares. You've got a light squared bishops, and there's nothing you can do. You're 2 pawns to the good, and it's the easiest draw. Here we have, did you say 3 pawns? But double pawns.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's never easy in these endgames to actually win, because also I'm going to try to maybe stop your king from supporting that a pawn.
Right. So the dream, of course, is I have to run my pawn all the way down the board, put my king on b1 and make a queen. And you're saying that you might just leave your king on b2, put your pawn on g5, maybe on a good day, somehow, and hold the blockade.
Right.
And then draw. I do believe that black should win, but again, the
What is
double
happening
A,
there? There's arbiter.
the double A pawn. Time control? Did they make time control? Not sure what that was. The doubled A pawn makes black's task a lot more difficult. Put the pawn on C7, B7, anywhere but A7 or A6, and I think it's an automatic win. This I'm less certain. I wouldn't just, immediately call this
So you're
a draw.
expecting G4?
G4, G3.
G3, G4.
Let's okay, G4, fine. Yeah, sure, why not? G4. And the idea...
My goal is to attack your F6 pawn.
Precisely.
Force you to play F5 or capture it, and then I think that's a draw.
Right.
If the funny part is that G4 is losing, G3 is a draw.
Are you serious?
Yes,
G3
because
is a draw.
the idea being that if you do go G4, I'm going to force you to help me create a second pass pawn with bishop F3.
You have this move, that's very
And
strong.
after G5, take on G5, take on G5, now the E pawn is my second pass pawn. I have the A pawn, I'm going to utilize that, and I have the E pawn right now as well. You're not going to be able to stop both of them.
Right, so I didn't see this bishop F3, that's very strong to immediately attack it. So I have to play G3 first.
And I need to be able to have to worry about only one pawn.
Yeah.
So basically I need to go bishop C3 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and then move my king away somewhere, probably D3. You go A4, I go king D3, and I force you to go F5.
Right.
And then it's going to be very difficult for you to create another pass pawn.
I almost have to go all the way back with my king.
But even then, it doesn't help
after
you.
putting
This
the
is
pawn
a draw,
on.
right? I go king
It is a
C2,
draw,
I go bishop
yes.
F6, this is a dead draw.
It's not a dead draw completely.
How
but
do you want to?
I think I can. So, in fact, I think it's only going to be a draw because you have the wrong square bishop. I can get my king to G4. So perhaps we can go there.
So how would we do?
Let's just make moves. King A1. You get the king to G4, the black king to G4.
Okay.
And at that point, I believe the way to defend it would be to have my bishop on H4.
Right.
So that I stop you from going F6 once again and creating your pass pawn.
So you get this.
Right.
But
Now
don't
that I'm
I
starting
play
to think
F6 and E5.
Sorry?
I play F6 and E5.
Now you can go F6 and E5.
So your bishop is going to have
But
to be on E1.
No, I can have bishop on F6 and then go bishop H8.
I'm staying on that diagonal, on D4. D4 is fine.
Okay. So
King G6, bishop D4. Yeah.
Okay.
Because right now if you go F6, then I can stay on that diagonal and you don't have a way forward. I just go bishop D4, bishop C3.
Correct.
So you have to blackmail me with an attack against my
Now
pawn on
bishop
G3.
F6.
But are we...
No, but this might actually be lost. Bishop H4, now I go F6. Or E5, no, E5.
No, F6 I can capture.
Exactly, E5 and F4.
Yeah, this is it. Your bishop is stuck.
I was thinking that you get F5 and E6 in time, but then I can just go...
But F6, no, I'll take it.
No, F6 for F5 and E6 for white, I meant.
Right.
So if you go into that variation after E5, take on E5, F4. You take on F4.
What?
King takes H4 and F5 and E6, and maybe you get to exchange that F7 pawn.
No.
But you're not.
No, you're not so lucky.
G4! The bad move in the position, the losing move in the
Immediately
position.
allowing bishop F3. That's an easy move to miss, but bishop F3 ensures that after G5, what we've been talking about, now we have one more pass pawn to go with the doubled A pawns, and bishop F3. That strikes me as an automatic. If you see it, I mean, you might play king. By the way,
But maybe
I can
you have
always
time for
play-
that,
yeah,
even,
that's what
right?
I'm thinking.
After bishop C3, maybe that's the moment I have to play. That's the last kind of option I have
Right.
to play. Because
I'll
after
go
bishop
king
C3,
B5.
if you don't go bishop F3, then I have king E3, and then maybe this could be...
Well, this is the one that you wanted, where you could force the doubled F pawns, and then that should be a draw. Whew, the tense moments in the playing hall, but let's
We
take
have
a pause.
Anastasiya, who is with international master Begim Tokyo Janova, who just won her game.
I'm here with Begim Tohirjonova, who won a game against Talia Cervantes. You know, Begim, there is also one more result, which is called draw. You know, I just wanted to remind you, because it's not happening with you. Either you win, okay, sometimes happens, also bad result, but we don't speak about it. You managed to win. What a nice game. Tell us a little bit about it. What were your feelings going through it?
Honestly, I messed up at some point, but the position was equal afterwards. Then I overpushed, of course. I was like, no, who wants a draw? Let's play. And in time trouble, she made a couple of mistakes. Otherwise, her position was better or close to winning, I guess. But she had to be very precise, and unfortunately, she didn't have enough time to calculate.
Yeah, so let's say you are somehow objective about the position, but still you keep pushing and trying to win. Like, how do you combine those two things? You know, like being objective and still, you know, trying, because you know how important is it to win in this tournament.
Yeah. So win is important, but like being objective and making draws is fine too. For example, I got punished yesterday for not making a draw, for example, on the second round, because I had to catch up with the leader, so the pressure's on me. Otherwise, if I just took the draw on the second round and then yesterday I'm taking another draw, the tournament is like, it looks totally different. That's why once you mess up once, then you have to just like keep going, sometimes taking risks. So otherwise, of course, I wouldn't. I would like to have some draws, but it's not happening.
That's a good point. I mean, how to find this approach and different mindset? Like, are you thinking about it? Are you trying to work on it?
No, honestly, I'm just trying to play. I think is like good. Maybe a little bit risky, but I'm not collapsing anywhere. I'm taking a slightly risk. And also enjoy chess because, you know, this tournament is just one tournament. Other than that, I will have a lot more tournaments. So the best thing I can do is to learn and improve as a chess player.
No, I know what you mean also, yes. Now also Carissa is showing such a great result, and in order to catch up with her, probably you need to get some risk, to take some risk, right?
But the tournament's up to her at this point, honestly.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about your routine every day, your chess routine. Like, what your prep looks like, and like how much time you spend for it.
I wake up, have breakfast usually, and then just look at my opponents a couple of hours, and then just take more rest and come to the game, hoping everything will work out, you know.
I know. Do you check also your games after you finish? Like, for example, yesterday's game finished quite late, and did you check it?
No, definitely. I wanted to know where I could play better, so it's important.
It's important. Do you check it together with your father on the board?
Yeah. Actually, we just talked about it a little bit, and then I checked with my coach too. So.
Absolutely great. Yes. Thank you so much, Begim. A few games to go. All the best of luck for in the next rounds. Thank you.
Congratulations to Begim for a win. She's got that gambler spirit to her. She does take excessive risks. She loses a lot of games, but she wins a lot of games too. So there you go. How is Fabi doing, Cristian?
Yeah, let's catch up with the action and see what's happening. I think we left it off somewhere around after this move, king to f7. He was approaching that pawn. King to e7 is next, and I'm going to pick up the pawn on d7. I have to get rid of that pawn with the black piece, otherwise I'm just completely lost. Rook to c6. In the meantime, I'm going to focus on picking up as many pawns as I can. c5, e5, g6, give me as many as you can. Bishop to c4, king to e7, check. Rook to e6, check. King to f7, rook takes e5, that's one. King to f8, and I believe this is the position we have right now. We're expecting rook to e6 back.
Not rook to d5, okay.
No, not rook to d5. I mean, you could be going rook to d5, but after king to e7, how do you continue?
Exactly.
You need this pawn. Whenever we're exchanging the rooks, you need to have this pawn already in your pocket, because then h5 can go down the board, right? So that's why the best thing to do is to focus on gaining this pawn, the pawn on g6. Rook to e6. One way to defend against that would be to go king to g7, but then I can go rook to d6. Now your king is too far away from that.
This pin is so annoying.
I'm a bit curious about this endgame. Is this just a win? Can I take on d7? Yes, it seems like I can. Take, and just go king to d3, king here, and then unfortunately you're not in time. King to b5 wins on the spot. I take on c5, and this is a matter of tempis.
Right.
1, 2, and I'm barely there. If you would have your pawn on
draw
on g4, it's still not a draw because I have actually it is a draw.
Draw.
Never mind. Yes. Yeah. This is a matter of one tempo.
Wow.
One tempo is all that makes the difference in this huge clash of the round. Guys.
Current position, once again, Cristian, because I in this position where you were going for my G pawn, go ahead, play rook e6. Could I play rook e8?
Yeah.
Rook e8.
But then I take on bishop b5. It's the same thing.
Oh, is that the same king and pawn?
I think it's
again?
the same king and pawn.
Darn it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I think you're right.
It's exactly the same. Has to be calculated. By the way, this has, again, we've calculated it. It's a one-tempo situation. You have to calculate everything, and you have to make sure that you're calculating it precisely.
Very precise.
Yes. So this is what we're seeing right now. Rook to e6, as we were discussing it, being the best move played by Fabiano Caruana, and right now he's in pole position to get a fourth victory in a row.
Something good.
Yes, that's 4 in a row.
Something very good.
He stopped making draws in round 2. Round 2, that was it, the draw against Levon, and he's won every single game after.
Well, it's one of those things. I have never seen a knight on such a lousy circuit. I mean, it just so happens like everything seems wrong. Like you put the rook on b8, you would have rook b4, right? If you put the rook, I don't know, on a7 or b7, you somehow it just everything just feels wrong. Okay, go ahead. Show me how Fabi's going to win after a move like rook b8. I'm looking desperately.
So I'm going to start with bishop b5.
Yeah. So you close me down, you close shop, and you gain a tempo as well. And I think that is just...
And I'm going to take that pawn on g6.
Yes.
I'm going to run.
I'm going to do something a little bit silly. I'll pass. Okay. So the idea is if you take, I want to go knight e5.
But there is rook g8.
You're absolutely right. Good grief. That even... it's so
just
bad.
Everything is working for Fabi here.
It's disgusting. Rook b8, by the way, I wanted to say there was one other idea behind rook b8 was I wanted to play rook to b6.
It's not working.
Thong. So it's really, Grigoriy is really cursing his bad luck that he doesn't really have a good way of defending. King g7, rook d6. I mean, it feels like black's pieces are stuck in mud.
Right.
And white has, bouncing to and fro, everything.
And I think, this is the great kind of calculation for Fabiano, because you're not checkmating, you are not winning immediately, but you are getting a position where just black's pieces are restricted.
Exactly.
And just evaluating that this is so good.
Yeah.
I think this is really important.
Seriously, when they entered this whole ending, I really didn't think it was at all bad. But I now realize that the move c5 and d6, or actually it was a winning threat. Black probably should have, Grigoriy should have probably had to play the move knight e8 just to prevent the c5, d6. Because
you know what this reminds me of? Yeah. Maybe you guys remember it as well.
What's that?
It's the game, and I apologize, Darius, for bringing back
bad memories, but
Fabi versus Darius Vierch from a couple of years ago, perhaps last year. I don't remember exactly, but it was exactly the same bishop versus knight
restricted.
Situation.
Yeah,
it seems like Darius is coming to
beat you up,
attack us for bringing back those memories.
Checking out. Nobody's here to defend you. Let's turn to Anastasiya.
Yeah, that's
caught up with somebody.
I'm gone. I'm out of here, guys.
Anastasiya, over to you.
I'm here with Carissa Yip. A big surprise, she won the 6th game in a row. What do you feel about it? And I was wondering if you are checking a little bit social media, and are you aware of what people are telling about your results so far?
Well, I'm personally not so much on social media, but my parents are and my friends, so they've been keeping me updated. Yeah, usually I try to stay off social media.
Yeah, but what about this game today? Are you happy? I mean, how does it feel? I mean, winning each game every day, like it's maybe like one long day already for you.
No, honestly, I was feeling really good after I played Knight D5 in the opening. Just like something went really wrong there for her.
It was very sharp, yes, and it's like a very theoretical battle, which, I don't know, were you prepared well in all these lines after B5?
I mean, I didn't really expect the C3, D4 stuff from her. I mean, she hasn't played it in like 10 years or something. But yeah, I know like this sort of B4, B5 idea. I think she just took on G7 too early. And then after Knight E7, it's just, she's so underdeveloped. I have like Rook takes G7 coming, G file is like super weak for her. Yeah, no, it was a great game. I mean, it's not really a great game actually. I kind of threw a lot. Yeah, I mean, when I was just up a piece, I did a bad job converting, but you know, I'm happy with the result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the moment you took the piece, were you sure like it's completely winning for you? And you said it was a little bit difficult to convert. So why did you feel it was difficult? Like, did you feel a bit tired already, or it was just about like that you made already the big task, you got the winning position, and it's the most difficult to win the winning position?
Yeah, I mean, so I kind of thought she played like the most challenging line, which is just like taking on H7, allowing me to win the piece, and then castling, and then trying to capitalize on my weak king. And I think my pieces are just so uncoordinated, and I was so struggling to figure out how exactly to win. And when I got to the end game, when I like forced the exchange of queens, I thought it was winning, but then, you know, it's just super annoying. Like my minor pieces are so awkwardly placed, and she just ended up getting like a ton of counterplay on the queen side, which I hadn't counted on at all.
But at the end, you've still managed to win. That's great. And I have a question for you. I wanted to speak about your trainer, Awonder Liang. You decided to choose him as your coach. And are you happy about it, or who is helping you? Tell us a little bit more.
Sorry, this is a crazy question.
Yeah.
Awonder is just one of my good friends. He helped me with the Olympiad a bit when we were competing in Budapest. But I mean, he has his own tournament here, so
he's not really helping.
No, nothing's really going on. I mean, I'm kind of just doing my own thing with other people, but yeah.
Ah, I see. So you have somebody else to help you, right, in this event? Yes.
Yeah,
Can you reveal who?
No, I'm afraid not. Yeah.
Okay.
No, you kind of got me with the Wonder one. Yeah, but that's the only one you'll be getting at me from today.
I see. Okay, I think it's very important for you to get this award later, this famous Cairns Queen's Award, like to gain a Grandmaster title. And do you consider this event also like one of the steps forward? And let's say this something what we are discussing, the coaches, the preparation, is it part of it?
I mean, no, the Cairns Award is just definitely such a motivator. But I mean, the focus to making GM is not necessarily about winning U.S. Women's, right? But it's about just making my norms, getting rating. So in the latter sense, yeah, this tournament is pretty huge, but I wouldn't say more so than, you know, any other event in particular.
I see. So one of the steps, right? Something
one of
like
the steps, yeah.
Thank you, Carissa. 6 out of 6, still very impressed with your result. Let's see what happens next. And whom are you playing in the next round?
I think I'm playing Pakidze.
Nazi,
yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's see what will happen. All the best of luck for you in the next rounds, and we'll go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya. And for Carissa, this is what she's aiming for.
Yes, there is still this 64,000 Fisher Prize, which is awarded for a perfect 11-0 score in the US or the US Women's Championship, and it honors Bobby Fischer's perfect 11-0 score in the 1964 US Championship. And Carissa is looking at that prize like, hey, I can still get it.
Absolutely. She's the only one in contention, but wow, starting 6-0, it feels like kind of a Groundhog Day as the same interview each time. Wow, how does it feel to win a game? Wow, I really like it. Taking it one game at a time includes Fabiano, by the way. Fabi, during that interview,
he just won.
He just won.
He finished the game. We didn't get to see the final moves being played out, but in fact, it was at this point after rook to e6, which everything seems to be hopeless for black. Unfortunately, you're just simply losing all of your pawns as we sort of anticipated.
He lost the e5 pawn. He's going to lose the g6 pawn.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you're going to lose the c5 pawn as well after rook to g5. You cannot defend from d7. You cannot defend from d3 because I take on d7, take on d7, take on c5. You're losing the a5 pawn as well. Guess what? That's too many pawns. So you can go to e7 if you want, but I'm just simply going to continue pushing the knight backwards. You go back. I take the pawn on c5, and that's it. You're not going to be able to survive this. The e-pawn marches, the h-pawn marches as well down the board, and Grigoriy said, enough is enough. You've bested me on this one.
Wonderful.
4 out of 4 in the last
wonderful play.
4 right now, and maybe we can see the standings after this incredible victory from Fabiano with only 1 game left in the open section, Leinier versus Abhimanyu.
And here we go.
You can see
Fabiano is leading the tournament with 4 points, Hans Niemann 3.5 points, and then there are a bunch of players, 4 players tied for the 3rd place, Awonder Liang, Sam Shankland, Sam Sevian, and Levon Aronian.
But wow, what an
authoritative
game, I want to say, today by Fabi.
We're missing the bye next to Awander's name right there.
Because he had the bye today. Yes.
Exactly, that's why you see.
Exactly. Very, very nice. And again, Leinier and Mishra, they're still at play, and Leinier is the one with the qualitatively better passer. This pawn on c5, I'm imagining that in the very near future, Leinier is going to be looking at moves like queen e5, menacing ideas of queen d6, and maybe on a really, really good day, somehow going over there to escort his pawn. Black, on the other hand, I would start to think that I need to get some counterplay. I think earlier in the game, Mishra needed to play the move f4. Right now, the pawns on f5, e4, they just look blockaded. Not very good. How is Megan doing?
Yes, so the last game in the women's section, Atusa Purkasian against Megan Lee, and Megan did play this really important move, bishop f3.
Too late. Too late.
Bishop f3.
King to d3, brilliant move, because now after taking on f6, all I have to do is get my king in the corner and then sacrifice the bishop for whatever e-pawn probably you're going to make as a pass pawn.
Right, we're talking that we wanted to force that pawn to go to g5.
That's right.
But actually Atusa was not forced because she captured the pawn on f6.
King d3 was extremely important, yes.
Right, so it came maybe like a move late.
Too late.
Sorry, so just to catch up our viewers, you're saying you're going to give up your bishop. So what you're going to do is, let's say you go king b4, right?
King c2.
You're going to put your king in the corner, something like this, and you're going, as black, you're going to put your bishop on d5. You're going to put your pawn on a2. So I'm giving you all the maximum. And then from this position, you're going to win my bishop. You're going to go king c3.
Right. You need to try to create a passer as black.
Right.
But it's just not enough because I will sacrifice my bishop for that one.
And I'm going to keep my bishop defending the pawn on f4, but also keeping my eye over the e5 square. So just to make sure I don't forget how to sacrifice my bishop, I'll capture. And this is a draw.
This is a theoretical draw. This is just bad corner for your king.
You cannot kick my king off of the corner.
I mean, actually good corner for the white, but...
So we were mistaken in thinking that the move g4 was a losing move. In fact, g4 was just perfectly fine.
Well, it was because black didn't play bishop f3 earlier.
The bishop was on d2.
Because
if you look at the beginning when she did play the move g4.
So she missed
Right.
Now she has
went
to go
king
bishop
b5.
f3. Yes.
Ah, the blunder was she could have played it at
Yes,
once.
because now when we go
I
bishop
apologize.
f3 instead of king b5,
Yep. Gotcha.
I attack your pawn, and you cannot allow me to capture it for free, so you have to push the pawn, and then I have that passer.
Gotcha. So that was the whole point, was the difference. There's
And the thing is, I have the passer without exchanging my f7 pawn.
So you cannot sacrifice your bishop anymore, because then I have that extra pawn on f7 that's going to win the game.
So just, Megan, the victory, she had victory in her clutches, only it was this move king b5, which was, wow. It's chess is cruel. She's played a 5-6 hour game. She's played nicely, one single tempo, and bishop c3, and Atsusa is going to be making a draw. Wow. Okay. Crazy, crazy. Going to go back to the game of Leinier and Mishra for just a moment. h6, h5. Your take on this one, Kate?
I mean, of course, it's
Queen
white
ending.
who is pushing for the win.
Clear. But if you were to, on a scale of 1 to 10, would you, if you had this position 10 times, would you expect to win it 10 times?
No.
Would you expect to win it?
I would expect to lose it 10 times, but not to win it 10 times. I still think it requires a lot of very precise moves. But queen e5 is a very nice one. You are activating your queen. You are looking at opportunities with queen d6, or you are targeting also, as you are showing, the pawn on f5.
Right.
And then I'm thinking what I want to do with the white king. Do I want to go king f1, g1, h2?
Okay, so let me just ask the question. So for the moment, I'll defend the pawn on f5. By the way, whenever we see these mating patterns, they're always worth showing. King g5, the march of the lemming, to f3, that doesn't work very well. There will be queen g7 checkmate. So queen d7 defends f5, sets up for the potential march, and for the moment, queen d6 is not working, I hope. Right. Okay, so how do we go? Now you can't go marching with the white king, king d2, that's illegal.
But you don't have any checks now, so I can go something like queen h8.
Okay.
One thing that I really like about what Leinier is doing is the fact that he's playing the clock as well. 2 minutes for Abhimanyu. He's really putting the pressure on the clock. These are the final 2 minutes he's going to have to play on the increment. And Leinier still has 10 minutes. He's the one pressing. He's the one that has the pawn on c5, the very advanced passed pawn. And I think he has great chances to convert this one.
It's funny that you should say that Leinier is the one playing.
I know.
The time
it
trouble.
almost never happens.
He shows great technique when his opponent is in time trouble. Queen h8. Okay. A moment ago, your queen was lording over the
but
position.
I'm thinking about like queen e8 now, and now I can play c6.
Exactly, exactly. So great. Finally, I can...
Wait, I have queen g6 here.
Yeah, I was trying to get my king all the way...
But that's a checkmate.
Checkmate? Did I...
Oh no, there is king g2.
Oh, checkmate? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was trying to get my king in a situation that I would be able to give you a perpetual, you know, because my king would be targeting the pawn on f2. Double-edged position. By the way, tell me about the time control.
So Leinier has 10 minutes
Oops,
and Abhimanyu 2 minutes. And we see Leinier just going back with his queen to c3.
Queen to c6, try to defend against c6.
Yeah. So queen c3, in order to threaten c5, c6, queen returns. Well, so
I feel
far,
like
no
king
harm,
f1 we are expecting, right? Or king e2, king e3. I'm not sure exactly where you want to go with the king, but I think you have to push it somewhere.
Yeah, me either. Seriously, a moment ago, I did like the queen on e5 so I could play the move king d2. That was well met by queen d7. So let me start with king to d2 just to feel where my king belongs.
So I cannot go that king g5. That's a tricky move.
Once again, the same checkmate still exists.
It's not a checkmate, but
it's not a
it's
checkmate.
forcing a queen trade, and you are not in the square of the pawn, so it's a winning pawn and game.
Yes, exactly. This passer just marches home. Okay, so no king g5. Leinier did not move his king after queen c6. Kind of menaces. He played the move queen b4. Queen b6 is on his agenda. Ooh.
So now you are allowed to play this king g5 if you want to.
I do. I didn't know if I wanted to approach the c-pawn or... It's the funniest thing. I actually want to get my king away from all kinds of checks that allow you to check me and simultaneously push your c-pawn. Like a moment ago, you went queen e8 check, followed by c6. So if I could put my king on g2, you wouldn't be able to have those types of...
But Abhimanyu went back with his king. King f7
king
on
f7.
the board.
Okay.
So now we can go queen b6.
b6.
Queen b6. Can I? No, I can't take.
You cannot. So what do you do after queen b6?
Queen b5.
Ah, that's a good move. That's a nice
As Victor Korchnoi says, with trembling hands, I'm not convinced I'm doing it very well.
By the way, we cannot trade that queens, those queens, because this is not a winning endgame.
No, it's not. And in fact, it's not because you played. So let's say king to d2.
Okay.
King e6, king c3, king d5, king b4.
Wait, what? Queen b6?
It is on the
Oh
board.
yeah, queen b6, and now we're expecting queen b5.
So king b4. But now I can just simply go f4. I don't even have to defend
Ooh, pawn breakthrough.
But yes, the idea is that I will have the pawn breakthrough, and I will be able to get
Queen b6 on the board.
What's his idea? What's Leinier's idea after queen b5?
I think he's just playing the time. He's trying some opportunities.
Yes, but allowing the queen to invade like that might be a little bit...
Queen b5.
Because now if white tries to play something like queen c7, you move somewhere the king, and let's say c6, this allows for the perpetual, right? Queen b1 and queen d3.
Correct. Yep. That's immediate perpet.
Unless you can go king d2.
No.
You're still going to follow my king all the way to a3.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I think he wants to sacrifice the a pawn. I think he wants to go a4 right now.
a4?
I think he wants to sacrifice. It's the only thing that makes sense in this position right now.
A moment ago you said, don't allow the invasion. I'm tempted. I am tempted. But
you might as well take it, right?
I like capturing it because you have check on a1.
So the thing after queen d3, I go c6, right?
Yeah. h4.
Queen c7. Okay. None of this will happen.
None of this happened. Queen c7. A moment ago, I was looking to trying to make a pawn breakthrough, right? With f4 and h4. Queen c7 stops such ambitions as the f4 pawn is secured. f4 square, sorry.
So I understand the idea. Let's say Abhimanyu goes king g6 or there.
Yep.
I go queen d6 check.
I go back.
And now I go c6 and I'm guarding that d3 square.
Okay, makes sense. How do I ensure that I get some perpetual checks? Okay, so let's start with a check.
Okay. Where do I go? Do I go to d? Yes, let's go to d2. I like my queen on d6, actually. It's a beautiful queen.
By the way, sorry, I think Mishra played a much better move, king e8. That keeps me well within the square.
So what if I go queen
e5 check? No, I've got to... No.
King d8.
Now I'm happy.
He has to go king d8. Only.
Please take my pawn. That's an immediate perpet.
So I give check on f6.
King c8, I guess, or king e8.
No, I can't.
Sorry,
lose
king
the-
c7. I bet.
Lose the pawn with check.
Yes.
Queen d6.
King c8.
Now I'm in
I think
front.
this is what I want. I
And
think
now
I want my king in
c6?
front of the pawn.
I think I've got a. No, I don't think I. For a moment there, I thought I was making an easy draw and a king and pawn endgame.
No, I'm happy to trade the queens now
Right.
because your king is really far away.
But how do you get away from my checks? Queen b1,
King e2,
queen c2,
king e3,
queen c1,
king d4.
You
queen
lose.
d2. I think that game. I'm
You
not
have
sure.
your own break there.
It's not clear. It's not clear, guys.
No,
It's-
it is.
really-
You just
no,
trade
no.
queens and then f4.
I take on f4. It's still not clear.
Oh, because I am.
You go f4, I take on f4.
Whoa!
So
my
which one
king
is
So
faster?
that is what I
right?
calculate.
Yes.
You're faster, but I'm giving you the checkmate.
Is in a checkmate.
Yes.
Wow, that's a
Okay.
very nice kind of study-like
Wow.
position.
That is true.
So maybe it's not that easy. How do we do it? How do we do it? How do we stay in the game as black, actually, after this whole maneuver? Get the queen to d6.
Okay.
I want you to put the king in front, it seems like.
So hold on. So our current position is this one.
Yes.
And we're starting with the move queen e5 check. Now, because this pawn is going to be hanging, we don't want it to be captured with check, so we went king d8. Then we had another check, and we decided to put our king safely.
Now
on
c6.
But now c6,
Threatening queen d7, that's game over.
because of queen d7 check, followed by c7. And as you say, game over.
I think this is very dangerous for black if it's not already losing.
And this was the ending where, what did we say? This is a different ending, right? Takes, takes. It's still white's winning, right?
I think so, because king d4.
Pause.
Oh, you go king, yeah. Right.
King d6. I could even, I'd have to count after king b5.
No, but king d6, I have a4.
a5.
You play a5. Oh, I don't have f3 move here.
But you have f4.
Okay, that's better.
That's as good as
Why
anything.
not?
Right? That's as
Why
good
not?
as anything. I go king c6, you go king e5, I go after this guy.
But I'm
you
winning
have to
here
go this
faster.
guy.
No,
and
you have
you're
to
faster.
do this whole thing, but
Wow.
with a pawn on f2. No.
Oh,
Don't refresh.
sorry?
Go back just a few more moves. Few more moves. Now king b5.
Immediately.
Well, let's calculate, right?
I hated
You
that.
try to shy away from calculation.
I was trying
You're
to.
trying to run away, Yasser. Don't
I
run away.
was. I truly was.
Okay, so
King
who's
takes
first?
f4.
A5.
a5. King.
Okay, I'm going to be the
G6.
first one to promote,
A-
and I'm going to get extra pawn.
So you're playing with an extra pawn, but that, I think it's a technical draw. Nevertheless, you're going to suffer. You're going to suffer a lot.
Right. For sure. And
And queen e5 is on the board, by the way.
Queen e5 check.
So they are following our analysis.
King d8 only move, not to lose a pawn on f5 with a check.
Exactly.
And now we're thinking queen to d6, right? Is
Yeah.
that- Or queen to f6. Which one did we start
I think
with?
we were going queen to d6 check, king to c8, c6. That was our main analysis, with the idea, as Kate was saying, queen d7, c7, game over. That's what Mishra is facing.
By the way, we can take a quick look at the game between Atusa Purkashian and Megan Lee. They were also following our analysis, but Megan did not capture, Atusa did not capture with the bishop on e5,
She didn't.
but it's still a draw. But she has only moved to make here probably, but I'm sure she's gonna play it.
Well, let me just
Let's take a look.
Let me refresh this board. So it went more or less the way we were going. Here I was saying, play bishop takes e5, just to ensure that, you're not getting a passer. But
So Megan is trying now.
right.
Okay, bishop b8.
Okay.
I feel like white is playing with fire. Why don't you just push the pawn to
bit.
e6 and call it a draw?
Exactly.
Yeah, what exactly is bishop b8?
What is bishop
Just
b8?
go e6. Maybe you don't actually have to go e6. You can catch that pawn on f3 as well.
Exactly.
Please don't do that.
Your heart skips a beat when you're allowed to play.
Why to
moves
make
like
things
F4.
easy when you can make them complicated, right?
Exactly.
We should go back to the
I thought we were gonna see a handshake here, but
I did too. I thought, okay, you just play bishop takes e5,
And
handshake,
that's
a draw. Nope. Nope. Sorry, I didn't go to the game. I wanted to return, and we are now with Leinier and Mishra. By the
so
way,
slightly different. So queen d4, he did not go for that queen d6 check.
that is confusing. How could you not play?
Maybe he wants to play a4. Just start pushing those pawns and have the black queen in awkward position. If I go a4.
Why?
No, I mean, that's what I think he's doing. I would go queen d6, c6 and hope for a checkmate on d7 or promoting my queen.
Yeah, it's about this guy, right? Or you can use your pawn on c5 as a decoy to capture f5 and maybe capture h5. Having your pawn on a4 or not, it's not.
So what do we do now, guys? Do we go to d2? It's finally time.
Yeah, king
finally
d2.
time to move the king.
No, I think he wants to play a4. No?
Why?
Well, where are you going to go with your queen?
The thing with a4 is that I don't want to get that pawn closer to your king so that you can capture it easier whenever we get these races.
Right. So I don't understand.
So king e2.
Sorry?
King e2.
King e2. Okay. So let's say I want to play, I don't know, queen b4, queen c2 check. I'm thinking it's about this guy, not this guy.
Maybe queen c4.
Queen to c4. Okay. Good grief. So your king is going up the board. I'm not exactly sure where your king is going, but okay, check.
I think I want to go to f1.
Oh, it's not going up the board.
No.
Okay. King is not going up the board.
Because now I'm threatening like queen e6 and capture on f5.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to start capturing all those pawns on the king side.
Gotcha. So something is very, very strange here. I think this is a4 weakens.
It does, but it forces your queen to go away from, I think, a very good diagonal.
Remember when we said Leinier was up like 8 minutes from the clock?
Right.
That's all history.
Not anymore. But he played your move, a4.
See?
I don't know why you need it, but okay. It's a funny business.
Well, you're no longer also defending that pawn on a6.
Yeah.
But I know you're not convinced, Yasser.
At all.
I guess he just wants to not...
Queen endings are too difficult.
He wants the pawns to be protected by the queen. Now you understand that every single pawn is protected in white's position. With the pawn on a3, the queen could capture it with chess.
Right. Okay, so... Queen
That's not an easy move to make, though, right?
No,
Queen h1.
c6.
First of all, I think I can just take your pawn. Queen h8, queen h7, queen takes f5, and you don't have any checks.
And you need more checks.
But I can also play just c6.
c6?
Or c6, yeah.
Because you give one check on f3, I move my king. And
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so check.
I'm going to hide my king, king f1.
King f1.
26 seconds right now for Abhimanyu.
By the way, the other game, I believe, finally, a draw has been about.
I think we're going to see a stalemate.
Win to b3.
One move and a stalemate in Atusa's against Megan game.
Question mark, guys.
You mean king c1 and he doesn't allow the stalemate.
We have a question mark. Let's try to understand why.
Let's not. I mean, seriously, queen endings are just so difficult. I remember the worst commentator moment I ever had. It was in a Tata Steel. Anish Giri, the local hero, was a pawn up in a queen ending against Wesley So. It was the last game of the round. It was 7 hours into the round, and I was.
Wasn't that when Wesley was on that ridiculous no-loss streak?
Yes, exactly.
And Anish finished it.
And Anish finished it. And we couldn't sign off. There was the one remaining game. And I said, okay, sorry to everybody. I'm turning on the engine. And the engine said zeros. One move was played, and it was minus 47. The next move was played. It was zeros. And this continued for like 15 consecutive moves with both sides winning and drawing. Simultaneously, Anish won the game at the end, and nobody understood why.
And here's c6, and I see the exclamation point on that move.
Okay.
I thought that you're going to play queen b1 now. By the
queen
way,
b1, I go.
We see a stalemate here,
yes,
which is very rare to see, and Atusa Prokashian drew with Megan Lee.
Strange game, that one. A missed opportunity
Guys,
for Megan.
c6 is tough right now. Queen b1, king d2. Whoa.
Queen d3.
No. This is probably just losing by force mathematically. Let's calculate.
So capture.
Capture. King to d2.
King c7.
King c7. King takes
d2.
You have to
the
capture
same
that.
ending that we were calculating.
But it's a much more advanced endgame, right?
Because this is the one we had, right? This is the one we had.
By the way, it's a different thing. I'm hearing from Dariush is queen b6. I'm threatening that queen b7 this time from the other way, and I'm going to hide my king. You don't have enough check in that position.
Right. So queen c3.
King f1.
King f1. Put your king on g2. Threatening mate. Queen b7, c7.
And he sees it. Queen b6 on the board, and this is winning.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. This is now winning. The king escapes. Queen to c3, king to f1. There is no way to give the perpetual. And the question remains, how do you defend against queen b7? That's a second queen by force. That's a second queen by force. And if you try to defend with something like queen to d6, well, queen takes a6 is coming.
Right.
Guys, I think Leinier might be getting his first victory of the US Championships.
Exactly.
Abhimanyu 5 seconds. 3 seconds.
Queen d6. Ooh. Frighteningly
Yeah,
close.
but now I just pick up the pawn on a6.
Yes, of course. With check.
With check. And I think that means that I will be able to force the trade of the queens right now. I will give you one of the pawns. So you go king to, let's say, c7. Now I can go c7 or queen d7. Both of them I think works. You take, and now king d2.
And
I believe I should be way faster.
Mm-hmm.
Way faster. I did not calculate, but it just looks like it's way faster.
And I think that you're right, Cristian. I just think that in the position too that Leinier has, he'll probably just go queen b6 and a5. For the moment, there's no checks. White's king is snug as a bug in a rug.
So that's why you can give check also on b7 and then push c7, right?
Yes, exactly.
And the thing is, after queen b6, I think he's going to go king e8 or king e7.
King e8, king e7?
Yes, I think.
And then I go a5, yeah?
He understands that king and pawn endgame is completely
Why
losing.
not queen b7, Yasser? Do you like it?
No, nothing. I think it's completely won at this stage. With c7, with queen b7, queen d7 check. What Cristian was saying, force the trade of the queens.
And I believe we have check on b8 or
a8.
a8.
Mm-hmm. So king
e7.
Check on b7.
Queen b7 check.
That protects the square b4.
And c7, next move.
Yeah. c7, queen d7. And again, it's the second the seconds countdown.
Queen b7 on the board. It seems like Leinier already hinting at the fact that he calculated everything.
Right.
There's nothing saving young Abhimanyu right now.
Well, it goes way back to the move e5, e4. The pawns did nothing on f5 and e4. And the importance of playing f4 and breaking up white structure was paramount.
Queen endgames are tough.
They're terrible.
They truly are. Aren't they?
They are terrible. And again, c-pawn, just
C7?
no checks.
Do you have any checks?
No checks.
And then I'm going to promote the queen and guard any other checks for
He does want to go e3.
Yes, yes, I wanted to say, but we
the problem
have
is
queen b2.
Yes, yes. Queen b2
So
is
what we were
bit of an
talking
issue.
c7, e3, last chance saloon. Check, take,
If
mate.
you pre-move,
the queen? Yes, it's a problem.
Yes, c7 on the board. One last gasp.
One last hooray. c7 is on the board, 27 seconds to contemplate, unfortunately for Abhimanyu, contemplate defeat.
Did you guys ever see that poster? The poster is this massive eagle coming in to capture a mouse, and it was like the final great act of defiance by the mouse. It flips the bird. E3 was the last great act of defiance. Queen b2, stopping the checkmate on f2, and that's the ball game.
I've seen an eagle snatch a squirrel once in front of me.
Really?
Absolutely brutal stuff.
Oh, why? Wow.
Have you ever seen that?
No.
No.
King g6, okay. I think I just saw Leinier reaching for a queen, but is a queen handy? Because
yes, get the queen,
Yes. He just wanted to make sure there was no
and in fact,
crazy...
the new rules specify that you need to push the pawn all the way to c8 and then replace that with the queen.
Right.
Not the way he did it. Of course. It's
But
just
what did he do?
He just
put the queen
the
in front
first queen.
and then just
And
pick
then
the pawn.
withdrew the...
So you need to make a move with the pawn, because this way the pawn didn't get there.
Yes. And this is new rules. I think it's maybe a few years old.
Right.
And that's it. No more checks, resignation.
Wow.
And that's round 6 for you all.
My goodness. Once again, welcome to the Carissa Yip Show, as she has done the impossible.
What does it say on his time to say? What does it say on his jacket right there? Time to say something.
Like Berlin.
Time to say Berlin?
No, that's...
It might be Berlin. This is from his competition in Berlin, this Armageddon competition in Berlin. I think that's time to say Berlin.
He's wearing his swag.
He loves his jackets.
Yeah.
And you saw his young son, Sebastian,
Yes,
also has a leather jacket at 7 years of age. I mean,
Sebastian's
he's
getting
styling.
rep.
He's styling. Yes.
Very, very nice. Well, we saw a lot of decisive games, it felt like, and there could have been more. I think Megan is going to kick herself that she missed her opportunity with bishop f3 instead of the move king b5.
How many did we see? We saw 3 decisive games in the open section.
Here it is. Let's
check
take a look.
So in the women's section, Carissa is leading. She had 2-point advantage, 6 points. I mean, fantastic performance. And 3 players tied for the second place. Irina Crash, Alice Lee, and Begim Togirjanova with 4 points.
5 games left, 2 points ahead in the lead for Carissa. That's huge.
And in the open standings?
In the open section, we have Fabiano Caruana, who won another important game, and he is leading with 4 points. Then clear second, Hans Niemann with 3.5 points, and then we have a tie of 4 players for the third place: Awonder Liang, Sam Shankland, Sam Sevian, and Levon Aronian.
3 decisive games, one of the most decisive rounds of the open section.
Absolutely, and 2 players that got their first victories of the US Championships. Take a look at that. Well, why nobody picked Carissa.
I love you.
I cannot believe nobody picked Carissa, but
I think we all understood that she was such a big favorite that we were all going for different. I did it out of loyalty, commentators' loyalty.
The same here,
right?
Yes, of course. Begim, obviously, I know she's forced to be reckoned with, but Carissa, obviously, she came in this one as the favorite, because of the Olympian.
And Tatev also was trying to push. She was clear second, but today she lost with Carissa.
Absolutely.
But who got Fabiano? Maybe. Took me off the screen. So I cannot say how good I was by picking Fabio. Okay, I see what you guys are doing.
Hold that thought now. Thank you all for joining us. We hope you will join us tomorrow for round 7. Will Carissa Yip win the $64,000 Bobby Fischer prize? Well, you'll have to tune in to find out. In the meanwhile, good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.